There we go. All right. Hello and welcome to the Women of Inspiration. And as I can see, this is starting to get filled. There is very inspiring women on the screen today. Thank you so much for coming to the Stand Up, Speak Up, and Show Up. Yes, you. And if you have not been on our screen, that yes, you is a little bolder and a little bigger. And we're calling you in. We're calling you in. Come enjoy and be inspired today if you are not a speaker. And I'd like to thank all of the speakers for being today. I'm going to pass this over to Stephanie Seek, who is going to be co-hosting with us today, and just introducing her and thanking everyone who's been a part of building this up until today. So let me do a big shout out to, I see that Carmel is here. Thank you so much, Carmel. I am going to introduce the team to you, Carmel, and we have Kathleen in the beautiful new glasses with the curly hair, looking great today. And then Emily and her team. Emily is here and her team, which supports her, which supports us. They do so much for this event. We have Dorothea, who is probably behind the Mission Accepted Media box there. And if you know anything about this project, you know about Dorothea. Of course, Desi has joined the team, and she is everything tech and then some. You may have heard from Desi if you're a speaker. She's reminding you to be here on time. And she has stepped into this full technology of all of the summit and everything summit. And of course, I said Stephanie is going to be speaking with us, but a woman who you don't get to see very often is Chris de Jesus. She is in the book, but she is behind the scenes with social media support and research. And so you may have heard from her, you just didn't know it. So that is the team. We also want to give a great big thanks to our sponsors that are here, as well as the future sponsors. So look, if you're not the kind of person that wants to get on stage, we would love to have you sponsor the event, and you can talk to us about that. But in the meanwhile, we will thank Ocean Baker from natsukashi.world for doing an incredible job on the wine label, an incredible job on the book label. And everywhere we go, you probably will get a gift at your seat. If you were at the last Dallas book launch, you would have had a beautiful keychain. And we're always collaborating. So if you like to collaborate, that's what we like to do as well. So you can reach out on that. But we do a lot of collaborations, and we're going to talk about a big event that's going to be a big collaborative event in August this year that you need to be at. But let me do a formal introduction, because if you are anything about 262 or you've read the book, you've met Stephanie probably a number of times because she has graced these stages, and you probably know some things about her. But let me do the proper professional introduction of Miss Stephanie Seek. She is an international best-selling author of the acclaimed book called The Love Compass, and she is weeks away from releasing her next edition well, I'll let her talk about it, but the Love Compass was to inspire and motivate these young women in the world looking and trying to figure out the love thing. And then for women later on in their life that are trying to figure out the love again thing, she is releasing her new Love Compass book within weeks, and we're so excited. You would have seen Stephanie in all the pictures she shared in the 262 glory of being at the Emmys last year. She is a private love coach, and she's really helping women get the love they deserve. So Stephanie, thank you so much for co-hosting with me today, my friend.
Thank you, Deb. It's such an honor to co-host with you. I'm excited to be here today with all of you. So welcome. We are thrilled that you're here. We have new faces today, new women infusing new energy into this group. Our group just keeps growing. So you are in for a huge treat today and tomorrow. So we hope you can attend both days. And there are going to be a lot of treats. So you're going to get the nuggets of wisdom that always resonate, right? With different people at different phases of your life, or you'll hear something you want to tell a friend. That's for sure. You'll say, oh, you have to hear this person speak. You have to check out their book, have to check out their website. So pay attention for those nuggets of wisdom, not only for yourself, but for others. And then you should have a notebook or a digital note taker, however you want to capture things from today. This is such a high value event. And what amazed me when I joined this group is that this event is free. I mean, that is just, it speaks volumes to Deb's generosity, to the mission of 262. So we're super excited to have you here. And also, if you have not joined our 262 Facebook group, Do it now. Just grab your phone, put in 262 Women's Project. That's the search, 262 Women's Project. And you're going to see we're up to over 500 members now. It's an incredible resource in between our calls for you to get to support the team, for you to get to collaborate with other women, for you to get to post about what you do. So please join that Facebook group. It is the lifeblood in between these events. So now I get the pleasure of introducing Deb. And I know many of you know Deb so well, but some of you don't. Some of you have not yet met her. So I want to first say she lives in the beautiful city of Vancouver, so much Canadian pride. I had the honor of visiting her this summer, and just between her studio and her home and the views, no wonder Deb is so inspiring to us, because she lives in a beautiful, inspiring place. And she is the mother to Ocean. So Ocean, you are getting to know through Natsukashi, and the mother to Chloe. And then she has really built her life around empowering women. She creates sustainability, and she's built 7 international companies. So she's the founder and visionary behind this movement, the Show Up, Stand Up, Speak Up movement. Yes, you. That's what we call it. Yes, you. And in fact, she had this vision for 262 when she was all of 31 years old. So we don't talk about our ages, right? But we'll fast forward a couple decades and say, look at what that vision has become. Deb is she is a media guru, right? So this is a televised project. It's heart-centered. We have a reach of over 350 million, designed to inspire women. We inspire women. Inspire women that support women. And we also inspire men. We inspire men who support women. So we love it when men join our calls. Her book, you'll see it right behind me. You'll see it on many of our desks here. The 262 Women Mission Accepted book that was at the Emmys. It has met with incredible response. It's an international bestseller. And this is the culmination of Deb's vision. And in fact, I just want to put it in there that we still have 40 open spots in this book. So we'll talk about that more later. But Deb also needs to be commended for her media savvy, because not only have we been in the Emmys, but we're about to be in the Oscars in February 2025. So Deb, thank you so much for what you've created. You're in for a treat to listen to Deb speak later today, but also to have you as our co-host. So Deb, I'll turn it back over to you.
Well, thank you so much. It's such a pleasure to be here. And it's so interesting what we can do in our lives, right? And how that unfolds, and who knows how life is going to turn out. So we're all about yes, you stay yes. So before we go into the reel, this reel is the music that we set the stage with and end the stage with every single summit. I did want to do another shout out to all the speakers and authors that are here today. Stephanie talked about us being accessible and about being free. So women and those who support women can come to this event. There is a donation button on there. If you donate, we appreciate it. It allows us to be able to continue to offer the accessibility for those that can't. So we appreciate you. Also, all the speakers and authors have supported themselves by coming today and sponsoring their spots so that we can continue to feed and fuel this mission. And I have to do a big shout out also to Mariki McMillan, who is the CFO to all of this party. So that's important too. We were talking a little pre-show about how to stay sustainable financially. And so with that being said, Emily, I will let you take it over, or Desi, and let's get this started. does International Women's Day mean to you?
A global hive of queen bees. And these queen bees include all the moms and grandmas that came before us, and also the women and girls of today and tomorrow.
I guess I would just sort of like, if you were going to pick a couple words, I'd say solidarity, sustainability, empowerment.
It acknowledges and celebrates the gifts, talents, and achievements of women around the globe. And I see it as an opportunity for women as part of a global sisterhood to uplift, inspire, and empower and encourage one another.
I don't care where you are. I got you, girl. I'm going to support you. I'm going to love you. And hey, no matter what you do, I'm going to love you despite who you are or what you are. I'm going to love you.
International Women's Day movement is an honoring of all the women throughout the world who are working so tirelessly to change their situations, their communities, become change agents and empower other women to do the good work they need to do.
Community and having champions within that community. Many of us are entrepreneurs. And when you become an entrepreneur, boy, do you need a community of women to lift you up.
Well, cheers. Thank you so much for joining us and having a cheers, a glass of wine, a hello. Welcome to the 262 Women Project. Thank you so much. 262 women, entrepreneurs, ultrapreneurs, creatives, and media, rock legacy and tell all book. This project started with a book. And then while I was sitting on my late night couch office one day, a movie got presented to me and I got very told to watch the movie, and I did. And it was the life story of one of the most incredible women that has dedicated her life to women's accessibility. And I got a very clear download, if you'd want to say, or message that we needed to incorporate more into this project. And their birthed 22 summits of women coming together from all over the world, a world global accessibility event where anyone in the world that was a woman or someone who supported women could come for free and just download their own inspiration and innovation from everyone that was sharing. It's incredible, and it's been incredible. And thousands and hundreds of thousands and millions of women's lives have been changed due to this. And we had to be the first project to ever release what we call Sip and Summit. Sip and read, sip and book, sip and join in. And we launched this incredible wine club for people like you to be able to enjoy and participate. You may not have been to anything that we've done, but by purchasing the wine, you have supported and contributed to that message of having an incredible day where women all over the world get to be united in solidarity, whether they're in each other's company or in each other's country or in each other's energy. So thank you so much. I want to cheers to you. If you are a woman who supports a woman, happy International Women's Day. And may that be every day. Treat yourself special every day with a little something.
Oh, that was so good. And I have to comment on the wine really quick, Deb, because I have not only tasted the wine and enjoyed it. It is from premium Napa vineyards, and the grapes are cultivated with organic materials. So that's a positive. Second, the label is gorgeous. You will want to show this wine label. You'll want it on your table for the holidays, for Thanksgiving, for Christmas, for whatever holiday it is that you celebrate. And I think Kathleen's holding it up. It's beautiful. You'll be so proud. And then the mission statement on the back of women supporting women, it's a wonderful gift to give. So highly recommend joining the wine club.
Well, thank you. Yes. And for those that love to partay while you have your wine, there's a beautiful message on the back that as you're having your wine, you are actually literally cheersing to all the women around the world. And it's just a really beautiful sentiment on the back of the bottle of wine. we can have it shipped anywhere. Now, it comes from Napa Valley, so it can be delivered right from the vineyard all the way to anyone in the US. If you're not in the US and you want to get creative, you can call us. That's what I'm just going to say right now. If you want to get creative, you can call us, because us Canadians have loved it as well as many other countries. So it is part of the initiative to keep the sustainability. So we want to give thanks to Brett Hudson for helping that be supported. And so every time you do purchase a bottle of wine, it goes back into the sustainable project that we've got going on here, which is really incredible. Super excited about that. So thank you for mentioning that. I do want to, as I said earlier, and I can't remember whether it was pre-show or show, is that at the end of every summit, we have a book launch. And I just want to kind of mention that we've got Chef Mary is doing a gorgeous, beautiful culinary book launch at the end of today. So stay. We always say that we're the no guilt, no shame summit. So pop on and off as you have to, right? Keep your camera on because it really helps. But if you can't, that's okay. Just listen while you're doing whatever it is that you have to do, and then pop back on at the end of the day. And that's end this party loud and proud for Chef Mary launching her very first solo book. Yay! All right. So I know that we're a few minutes early, but Amina, if you're ready to go, I would love to bring you up. All right. So we have Amina Mohammed, and she is going to be kicking off today. We're going to go into, let's see, we're going to go right into view here. Let's see if we can get you. There we go. Thank you so much. Yay. Desi's on top of it. So Amina, this is not the first time that she's been on the Stand Up Speak Up stage.
Nope.
She has been with us before. She's going to talk a little bit about, yes, and she has her book. Yay. Check her out. She's going to talk a little bit about what she's doing. And as a fellow woman who's kind of got a very mission-based philosophy to life, she's got an incredible organization called Camera for Girls. I'm going to let her talk a little bit about it because we're starting a little early, so we can spend a few more minutes sharing about what you've got going on there. But we were also talking about the stretch of significance and what it really takes to dig in and do something that's mission-based and passion-based. We'll have a little conversation about that, but welcome to the stage. And please, if you can introduce yourself and tell this incredible crew of women what you're doing, that would be fantastic.
Thank you so much, Deb, for having me on today. Lovely to meet all you ladies. So my name is Amina Mohammed. I am the founder and the executive director of Cameras for Girls. We are a Canadian charity. And what we do is we equip young women in Africa with the tools like a camera and a 4-phase year-long program, skills-based in photography, storytelling, and vital business skills to help her get jobs in the male-dominated media spaces. So I come from an illustrious career in the Toronto film and television industry, photographer, but I'm also a refugee to Canada. We came in 1972 after Idi Amin had kicked us all out with 90 days notice. And I grew up in Canada with all these amazing opportunities to, be, do, say whatever I wanted to say, because it's a relatively free society. Even if we're talking about, gender equality is still not here or anywhere. But it didn't, reflect on me that challenges abroad could be similar, right? You live in your little eco bubble and you think that everybody has the same life as you. And it wasn't until I went back on a discovery trip in my 30s in 2007, I won't tell you how old I am now, that I saw the difference. The poverty was immense, but the challenges of women and girls to be, do, and have anything that they wanted to, like I was strictly restricted because they were born a woman, a girl. And that pissed me off. And I had to find a way to marry my past and make a difference. So that's the short story.
That's the short story.
Short story.
Thank you. Well, thank you so much. And thank you for being here. I know time is a powerful commodity as well. It seems all a commodity. We were talking a little bit about the stretch of significance, and we know that women that are taking on missions, it can be challenging, particularly from a fiscal standpoint. It can be challenging from a rally standpoint. Everyone is out there doing the best they can to stay sustainable in their family, raise children, careers, all the things, as a friend of mine would say, all the things. And can you share with us a little bit on how you've been able to manage this stretch. And I know, and anyone out there that understands the stretch, whether it's a stretch of family, whether it's a stretch of extended family, whether it's a stretch of a mission, whether it's the never-ending one-page list that's gone to 4, right? Or the things that we want to do while we're doing this. Can you share with us, because you're in it, you're living it.
Every day,
Yeah.
24/7. And, you know, there's one thing about having passion and a mission and, you know, a passion for something that is so deeply ingrained in who you are and what you do versus the reality out there of lack of funding, lack of, you know, staffing. I'm a one-woman led organization, yet we're growing, right? We have immense impact in Tanzania and Uganda so far, with 80% of our student base having graduated and having jobs. And I have a vision for 7 African countries impacting 30,000 women by 2030. But that does not come without a lot of blood, sweat, and tears, as you know, putting your work into Mission Accepted. And it takes your vision to align with your donor's vision of what's possible. Our challenge is a couple of things: that we are a Canadian charity, but people see the struggles at home as vital, which they should be and are. You know, we talk about food insecurity or homelessness or whatever the challenges that may be. And you don't tend to think about what's happening for women in the developing world because it's not on our doorstep. But what we fail to realize is what we do in the, you know, the developed world, in the modern world, is affecting what happens to women and girls in the developing world, right? So I get to the point sometimes, like anybody would, where I'm like, forget it, I quit, I can't do this anymore, I'm done. And my husband will look at me and he says, I've got you. You go do you do what you need to do, and I've got the financial. Because there's moments when I get funding and I'm getting paid and I can pay my credit card. And then there's long stretches where I can't. But what makes me wake up every single day is that there's a girl on the other side of the world who's relying on me to tell her and give her the message, which I didn't get as a child, that you've got this. You can do this. I see your potential, and I'm going to give you the tools, and I'm going to give you the skills, and I'm going to help you get there. And that makes me wake up every day to do what I do. And we're in the growth stage, right? And this too shall pass is what I say. And I'm trying to constantly keep that abundance mindset, even though my, bank account might not show it. But I can go to bed every day knowing that I made a difference for yet another girl out there who is getting work, getting out of poverty, meeting our gender equality goals, supporting her community, but most importantly, showing another young girl that she can follow in her footsteps, that she doesn't have to listen to the voices of the community who say, you're only good for marriage. You should only be having babies. You should be, girls are getting married off after hitting puberty at the age of 14. Mm-hmm. If they're having no education when they get married and they're having tons of kids because the church tells them to do so or culture tells them to do so, and those kids are not educated, the cycle of poverty can only continue. So by breaking that cycle of poverty with skills-based training and a camera to keep, because it is a gender-based barrier to employment, we can do our bit. So I'm not sure if that answers the question, but money does matter, obviously. Yeah. It can't be the only reason that you exist.
No, for sure. And I think it does answer the question. And thank you for being transparent, because when we talk about the stretch of significance, or when you have a cause that's bigger than yourself, and for, look at sometimes as parents, the cause bigger than ourselves are the little ones that are looking up to us right now. When you talk about how you know that someone is relying upon you, that is not a burden that women are unfamiliar with. Right. Whether it's initial, whether it's abroad, whether it's far, and you talk about the stretch of significance. And I really appreciate you sharing that you have those moments where you get up in the morning and you're like, what is this about? I think that I used to share a lot in terms of, I used to mentor people, men and women, that wanted to change their financial positioning, right? Mm. And I always say the biggest paycheck comes with the highest level of uncomfortableness. It's when you get stretched. It's when you think outside the box. It's when you get, and look at, I was I had, I got a different, we all had a different box of Cracker Jacks when we, when you were born, you all got a different box of Cracker Jacks. In my Cracker Jacks, when I was born, I got, if you needed it done, you better do it yourself, And so as I started to build my life, one of my biggest overcomes was about the ask. Asking people to join in. And if they said no, it was okay. Like, and interestingly, I would get into sales. That's funny because, if you're stuck on the ask, you're in trouble. But it's very interesting what happens when we ask for help, or when someone sees that we need help, like how your husband is like, I've got your back. And when I was listening to Stephanie talk about what does International Women's Day mean to you? And she was talking about how entrepreneurs, really, it can be a solo job and you need that community around you. Also, what I heard from what you talked about is keeping your eye on the future prize, right? That knowing you're making a difference multi-generationally. And I talk about that in the Stand Up, Speak Up, and Show Up. I talk about how we come on stage and we do this deal and we get up late and we go to bed early and we do all the things, right? Like the behind the scenes, the behind the stage stuff, and how many people it takes to make and make it go. And we talk about that too. I say to my son, I'm like, okay, we're in rice and peas right now, which means the opposite to steak and lobster. We've just taken on someone else to help or whatever it is. That's where we are. Just kind of a coin in our family. But it's as we're speaking here today, as we're making movement or making education or making knowledge or making accessibility or whatever it is that we're doing, there is someone somewhere, probably in another part of the world from where we're residing right now, that doesn't have the accessibility, but there's something really powerful and energetic when you have women doing what you're doing, and women showing up here today, and women getting on stage that are scared, and women that are writing books that are like all the things that we do that brave us out, that stretch us out. It's making a difference, because I believe that energetically there's a force. And I know that there's been times where I have felt weakened, and by the grace of probably 9 million other sisters, somehow it's moved me forward, whatever that looks like, or that book flies off the shelf, or someone sends you a donation and you're like, look at, I bet you this, even if the donation's $20, you're like, okay, that's all I needed to keep going today, right?
Yeah. It's the small things that matter, because people think, oh, a donation has to be a big amount. No, I've got a donor that's $5 a month that you can afford, and that still makes an impact on our programs. And whether you're a $5 donor, $100, $500, whatever it is, I still thank you the same way, because your impact is what you can do, right? And it's a drop in the bucket, some people say. There's a saying, right? That drop in the bucket, water drips, 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 and it overflows, right? There's more, there's always more. And if you have an abundance mindset versus a scarcity mindset, and I think that's what carries me through, is that even in the darkest times when we're looking at our bank account and I'm like, oh my God, I can't, right? It's okay, reframe. How did you get to this point with nothing? And how will you continue to go? Because it'll fill up again. And it's cyclical. And so you just constantly have to keep your eye on the prize, know what you're doing is making a difference, because there's people relying on you, and it doesn't matter to them about the money part. It matters to them about, what am I gaining from this, and how am I going to grow, and how am I going to get out in the world and use my voice as a woman, right? In a society that tells me that I can't, because I'm born in a society that wants to marry me off instead of giving me the opportunity to go to school or to have a career or to be that photographer or that journalist that I always wanted to be. And we show that to our girls every day. We're constantly looking at our curriculum. Is it meeting the goals or is it not? And taking the impact from a sustainability point of view. Asking our beneficiaries, and I hate the term beneficiaries, so I'll say our female students, is this meeting your needs? And if not, what do I need to make your life better, work better, achieve more, and succeed, right? Because that, at the end of the day, is why we exist.
I can relate to you. Thank you so much. I relate when we all get, the prize, the prize is when you get to go there and you see that the prize for us are these summits. The prize for us is when I see a woman brave brave up, or, talking to someone yesterday because they're speaking today and they're just like sick to their stomach. And I'm like, I got you. And it's those little things. And these make it where we drink and drink and drink, and then we go and do the work. Look, I know we only had a few moments today. I want to thank you for sharing about that, because there's many people that, look, everything starts with an idea. Everything starts with a passion. And grabbing other people alongside, is probably a smart thing to do. And you review and do your business, or do your passion, do your project, much like someone running a business, as we do when we start to grow, because it is
It's a
important
business
to
at the end of the
review.
day. It
Yeah.
Whether it's a
It is.
charity, a for-profit, nonprofit, you still have
Absolutely.
to have a business mindset. And that's
Yeah.
what I think carries me through. It's that out of the box thinking that you mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
That's me, right? It
Yeah.
doesn't, the doors close on this side, open the window and jump out this side, right?
Yeah.
You've got to keep on reinvigorating and looking for opportunities. And maybe, and this is for all the women, maybe those doors don't open to you today. Maybe you sent an email and hopeful that, oh my God, I'm going to get that grant, or I'm going to get that partner, or whatever. Don't give up. Don't say, like, it takes 12 touch points before sometimes somebody's going to pay attention to your ask or your offer. Don't give up. Just keep on going, because inside, your value, and you're there to bring it to the world, and they just need to hear you. So thank you for taking the time to talk to me. I appreciate this.
Absolutely.
And if you want to learn more, I'll put my information in the chat. And
yes.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you. So put it in the chat. Thank you. Let's do some love, love, love. When we do this, we do, hearts and sparkles and everything else that you want to do, and jazz hands, which is all very cool. So thank you so very much. Thank you very much. All right. Look at, I'm seeing some hearts. Awesome. Look at these beautiful faces. Yay, yay, yay.
Hello,
Stephanie,
everyone.
a few words before we go to our next woman.
Yes. Well, Amina, thank you. I'm the mother of 3 daughters, and the idea of them getting married at 13 or 14 is unfathomable. So thank you for the work that you're doing. And yes, please put in the chat how we can support you in this amazing cause, and shout out for that 80% of your graduates are employed. That's unbelievable. The data helps as well.
And the media hates us. I'll just say the media industry in Africa hates us, because we're talking about gender equality, but we will not give up. So thank you.
Keep it up. You've got a whole community of women vibrationally supporting you, and financially too. So we're here for you. Okay. So a couple of fun rules of engagement for today, and welcome to all of you who joined while Amina was talking. I'm Stephanie Seek. I'm Deb's co-host today, and I'm honored to be with you. Something fun we do on every summit, which is incredible because these summits are free of charge, is that we do giveaways. Many of our speakers give a giveaway for the entire group, everyone who's attending, and they also do a giveaway for a lucky winner. So you will get the information for the giveaway that's free to you for the whole group in the chat when they're done speaking. So you really want to stay active in the chat. And then in order to win their exclusive one-to-one giveaway, what you want to do is pay attention while they're speaking, because what I will do, or Deb will do, or a couple of our leaders will do, is we will post in the chat, or I'll actually ask a question when they're done. And I'm looking for your answers, right? So you're going to type your answers into the chat, and then it's the first person to answer it correctly, but all these responses are coming in at the same time. So don't fear, put in your answer no matter what, because it has to be the right answer. It has to be the first right answer. And then our lovely administrative staff gathers all that information, and then they let you know when we're done if you have won. So you definitely want to put in your contact information, be paying attention to the speakers, getting those nuggets for yourself, for other women. You want to pass these nuggets of wisdom along too. And then you also might get an incredible prize or giveaway. So that's really the only rule, other than we like to cheer each other on and support our speakers, because they are what make these summits go so well. And again, I want to plug, for those of you who joined while Amina was speaking, our Women's 262 Facebook group. So just remember to go into 262 Women's Project on Facebook and join us. We have over 500 members. It is free to be a part of that Facebook community. It is free thus far to join these summits, and we're really glad that you're here.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, just a reminder, when you are putting in that winning answer, and here's the deal, you have to listen to win. We do not know what questions are going to be asked. We actually figure out the question as the speaker is speaking. So we don't know either. And so you need to give your answer and your email. It needs to be answer and email, because if we don't know your email, well, then that's a little difficult. We're good. We're not that good. So put your answer and your email. And yes, one person can win one grand prize on every summit. So you may be the fourth person answering that's going to win that day, because that person maybe won the Rockstar Prize at the speaker before. So just basically just keep doing it. Just keep going. Just keep going. And I see Miss Cheryl Rafter talking about just keep going is in the room. Hello, Cheryl. How are you? Take yourself off mute there. How are you?
I'm great. Wow. I'm so excited to be here. Like, this is amazing. One speaker in and I'm just like, oh, wow. Great.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, imagine by 5 o'clock today. Chef Mary is going to be not only inspiring us, she's going to be making us all dinner. Look, I wanted to introduce Cheryl. For those of you that don't know her, then you probably haven't been to our events before, because Cheryl is very active in the 262 and the book and the Vancouvers, and you came over to Ireland for the launch that we did there as well. But I would like to introduce you to your next happiness director. So if you're getting a call from a woman named Cheryl and you're an author or a speaker or a quote author in this party, Cheryl's checking in to see how you're doing, making sure you're happy, making sure you know what we're doing and what's going on, because there's a lot of cool things that we do behind the scene. This is the front of the stage. Behind the stage, there is a lot of women doing a lot of things. And one of those is an incredible Ask party. We were talking about Ask earlier with Amina. And that is a place that you get to come once a month and ask for anything you want. Now, you think the class would be full, but sometimes women have funky things around asking. They don't know what to ask. And this whole little thing of deservedness. So get your butt up there and come to the event and we'll work it out with you. So don't worry about it. But Cheryl, look at you work with a lot of women in the world of comeback and transitions, right? Yeah. And one of the things that we've been sharing about earlier is that women are like, we're like warriors. And we don't even realize sometimes we're going through stuff because it doesn't hit the list. It's not the big stuff. We're not coming back from the big stuff, right? And it's the little stuff. Can you share a little bit about like some of the things that women should be calling in their sisters for? Because I know that, you know, when we think about hiring a coach or an expert, sometimes we think it's like hiring a 2-year therapist. Sometimes you just got the little issues, but don't forget, you still need support in the little issues. Don't need a big catastrophe to make you pick up that phone and go, I need some help. Do you want to talk a little bit about that? Share that conversation?
Yeah, of course. And sometimes it could just be making a little business decision, or, you know, you're in your head and going, okay, can I do this? Or I don't know how to do this. But, you know, if you talk to somebody and, you know, get outside the bubble, and that's where I like to help is, you know, any questions are never, you know, too small, or, you know, sometimes you just need to say, hey, I'm dealing with this. Can you help me? And it's like a 5-minute, you know, thing, and getting a different perspective because you're inside of that, you know, your world, and you don't think, oh, how am I going to solve this? But, you know, if somebody comes to me and says, hey, I'm having problems with my children, or, you know, there's something in my business, or, you know, I feel like I can't move forward. I can look at it from the outside and say, hey, you know what, maybe you need to do this, or even just talking to me or to anybody helps you to get out of your head.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's the little stuff sometimes, and we don't really know. I always say that you know, nothing against going to social media, but sometimes we go to YouTube when we should be going to a friend. Have you ever put anything into YouTube? It's like how to get confidence, or, you know, how to deal with da-da-da. I know, being part of this 262 sisterhood, that there's a lot of women, and we have a private chat as well. If you're part of the community, utilize it. There's a lot of women that probably have some great time And then when you need something that's more of an experted advice, go to someone like Cheryl that's got that expert advice that does this day in, day out. But think about all the conversations that you could have that are going to feel so much better, because you might watch a video on YouTube, but you don't have that camaraderie. You don't have that human experience. You don't have someone that's relating to kind of what it is that you're going through. And you also don't get to go past the initial issue. Maybe you're not feeling confident because something happened with your teenager, and you just need to talk that out. You just need support in, your teenagers, changing. Or maybe you're going to be coming up to an empty nesting situation or something like that, where you really need some help in a transition that's either small, or sometimes we go through big transitions. And it's amazing how many women try to go through those alone as well, like separations or jobs or empty nesting, or those are kind of big stuff, right?
They are really big stuff. And, I wish I had something like that when I went through my divorce and separation, because it probably would have landed a little bit differently. But, I really think the old communication way is kind of with social media and people just texting. I love to just pick up the phone, even if it's just say, how are you doing today? Right. And then you find out what's going on in their world and what they're dealing with, because, sometimes they don't always, makes me emotional just talking about that. But, I believe in just, picking up the phone, because texting, it doesn't land properly either. I've texted friends and they're like, what's wrong with you? I'm like, nothing, but it doesn't land properly when you're texting. So, just having to say, hey, and just blurt it out. Sometimes you just need to go, oh, my business is this, or my kids are doing that, or my husband's crazy, or, whatever it is. And just to release it, because that's what it's doing, is releasing it and letting it go. And you would feel much better. It's like, oh, okay, that's good. Now I can move on to the next.
Yeah. Honestly, that's wonderful.
Yeah.
Look, I see that our next speaker's in the room, and so we're going to be shifting, but Cheryl, please put your information in the chat. And again, now you can definitely see why that Cheryl's our happiness director. She's happy to have a conversation with you if you feel like, oh, wow, I'm in 262 and oh my gosh, I got all these things going on and I can't stay on top of it, or I don't know what it is. Cheryl's your girl. And Stephanie, a few words before we bring up our next speaker.
Absolutely. Thank you, Cheryl. I think you have one of the best job titles I've ever heard in my life. So
thank you. My pleasure.
Well, I wanted to talk about really quick, because we are all taking notes, we're planning, we're getting inspired for 2025, right? So I wanted to show you Deb's amazing new top performance planner. And just really quick, you can get this on Amazon. So you just put in top performance success planner, Deb Drummond. And this is just January through June. And that's the beauty of this planner, is you're not lugging around a huge, heavy book. You get to divide it into two sections for your year, but it's not just that. I mean, the planning on here is incredible, because Deb, in her thoughtful, amazing leadership way, asks you to think about your year first and how you want your year to go, how you want to architect it. There's place for goal setting. There's place for intention setting, which is a bit different from goal setting, as we know. And I'm just in love with this planner. And one other feature to point out is that many of you who are on this call are contributors to this planner, and you have a QR code. So every planning week has 2 QR codes, and you scan your phone over it to get an interactive video message, an inspiring quote, and a video. We've got singer-songwriters singing songs. We have coaches giving you a 2-minute inspirational speech for the week. You have got to get your hands on this planner, because there is nothing like this in the market right now. So go to Amazon, plug that in with Deb Drummond's name, and let's get planning for 2025. Over to you, Deb.
Oh, well, thank you so much. And for those of you, just to let you know, I talked earlier about that ask party where people get to ask for whatever they want. If you're not a part of 262, we've opened that up for you to come as a guest. It's the only thing that we do behind the curtain that you can come in as a guest. So if you'd like to be invited and to a ask party, because we're going to be setting intentions, talking about the planner and intentions in 2025, we welcome you. Just please put invite me to the ask in the chat, and we will reach out. Maybe it's going to be Cheryl, probably going to be Cheryl, and she's going to invite you to the ask party. The other thing is, if you would like to have the 2025 whole planner absolutely 100% free, delivered to your home, and you decide to be a speaker with us, we have speaking spots, 220 a year actually. And so if you'd like to speak in 2025 and you take a featured speaker spot, which we're just going to hear from Joanne, what a featured speaker spot looks like, then we will gift you that planner. How cool. And there's about 120 quotes like you showed there, ready to inspire people for 2025. So lots of cool things. And if you want to put a quote in the planner, you can just put into the chat, I want to put a quote in the planner for 2026. Can you believe it? And we'll support you with that as well. So thank you. So look, I see that our sister Joanne is in the room. Joanne, are you ready to come up to the stage? Awesome.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good.
I don't know if can I hear you?
I can hear you.
There you go.
Okay.
Perfect. So I would like to introduce Joanne Gramlich. If you have the book, you will see her in the book. If you have been on the stage before, you have heard her on the stage before. She is an incredible woman. We are so happy she's part of 262. She's one of our cheerleaders. And but I want to introduce her properly here, not just as a friend of 262. She is a child educational facilitator, and she has been doing that for over 30 years. She is a 4 times best-selling author, and she will also be gifting her book at the 2025 Oscars Gifting Suite. We are so excited for her. Super big step up. She's going to be talking to us today about solutions to the behind cycle. So I'm going to tell you something that you may not know about Joanne. So Joanne wanted the sheet music to an incredible song that was created by Michael Conway Baker, and he is a world-renowned composer. So she found his number in the inside of a CD jacket, and she called him, and he sent it to her. I just think that's freaking awesome. I think there's so much to be said about that. The music that Joanne is listening to right now is Wishing by Alexis French. And her gift today for everyone is going to be a list of strategies to improve reading skills. She is also going to be gifting an educational consultant set, which is private times with Joanne, and then incredible books around this whole philosophy about the behind cycle, betterment in communication, and helping children access reading, which is so very important. So Joanne, welcome to the stage.
Thank you so much. I want to take the time to thank Deborah, Stephanie, and Dorothea and the team for having me here, inviting me here to speak. I really am honored and truly blessed to be around so many amazing women. So
awesome. Well, thank you for being here. So we really wanted to make sure that we got some important points out today because, well, what you do is incredibly important, right? Fundamentally, it is just the entrance to so many doors. So you're an expert in the discovery of the behind cycle. Can you please share with our guests today, because they may not be familiar with that yet, what is the behind cycle?
So I'll start with saying I'm so excited each morning when I wake up knowing that I get to help break the behind cycle and stop children from falling behind. So simply put, the behind cycle is when a child is not reading at their expected age and grade level. They're not reading at their proficient level and unable to handle educational demands. So as a child educational facilitator, I change the stats of how many students will receive sustainable employment because they can read. And that being said, I support and help families from falling into the behind cycle. Again, simply put, the behind cycle is being behind, falling behind, and staying behind. The main goal here is stopping the cycle so children are no longer behind. In kindergarten through 2nd grade, children are learning how to read. By 3rd grade, children are reading to learn. So if you take, for example, the life cycle of a butterfly, children need to know what a butterfly, caterpillar, egg, and leaf are before they can advance to higher level vocabulary such as pupa, larva, shedding skin, and chrysalis. And why does this matter? In early intervention, we know that there's a strong connection between language development, reading, and academic success. So we have to light a fire under those who are not taking this as seriously as they should. And that being said, this program disrupts the cycle and allows students to graduate, attend universities and trade schools, business schools, and attain higher paying jobs, along with participating in entrepreneurial ventures. We want to take them to a place where they love school. Imagine if every class you took, you flourished and thrived. Imagine if every child you met could read without a challenge. Imagine if a child could read and could learn and communicate and express himself. Imagine if every child had access to reading. Maybe this wasn't you, but 40% of the school population, but 11% of the students weren't excited to go to school. Imagine if you were the kid who knew the whole day was going to be miserable because you couldn't read. But imagine if this wasn't an issue. You were excited knowing that you could read and learn like the other students. Imagine what your day would be like then. So many endless possibilities. So what happens is, unfortunately, some of these students fall behind. And here's what can happen when a child falls behind. They demonstrate low self-esteem and self-confidence. They become depressed and isolated. They lose their sense of self and identity. They lack the ability to speak up for themselves. They get lost in technology. They hang around with the wrong crowd. They disrupt home and school life. They find unhealthy ways to self-soothe, and they hurt and harm themselves. So based on research from 2023 and 2024, here is why I took the time to talk about this today and why I took the time to write my books. There's so much evidence to support the data that we really need to do something about this. Globally, 66% of children are lacking basic literacy skills. That's 2 out of 3 children worldwide. In America, American kids can't read. 66% of students in America or United States lack the ability to read at the proficient literacy level. In Canada, 1 million students under the age of 15 are estimated to have below grade level reading skills. That's 1 in 8 children. So why are so many kids struggling to read? Poverty issues, along with limited access to books, educational resources, and enrichment activities hinder a child's ability to acquire language and literacy skills. And here is the data related to high school dropout rates. Globally, the high school dropout rate is estimated at 42%. In America, the high school dropout rate is 30%. In Canada, the high school dropout rate range is between 7 and 13%, but increases to 30 to 50% in lower income communities. So that's what happens when you can't read, unfortunately.
So let's all just take a breath, because this is really the power of giving people a platform. I think that we need to take a breath when we hear those kind of announcements, because inspiration hopefully comes after the, oh my God, are you kidding me? You know, or, oh my gosh, are you kidding me? And that's why it's so important to create platforms, because we all know that education helps inspire. And just like Amina was talking this morning, just like how Shara was talking about, you know, loving on yourself and taking time. I mean, it never shocks to amaze me the power of what people are doing and how lives are changing. And I really think it's important, Joanne, for you to share what you share, because it inspires us to know that there's people like yourself that are advocating, just like we are all advocating for something. We're all advocating for something, even if it's self-love in ourselves. So everything helps and education helps. So let's kind of flip the switch a little bit. Let's flip the switch. Let's turn that frown upside down. Who's a parent here? And let's talk about what happens when, so I know Joanne well, and I know that she's written these books, and these books, when people support and donate or what have you, because many of us may have children that are past which, in school. But when you give these books to families that don't have the access or the accessibility to buy the books, and you start to change those numbers by people getting this education, let's flip the script. What are all the cool things that can happen when kids start to catch up?
Okay, so when a child learns how to read, it changes everything. It changes their economic outcome for their future themselves and their families. It gives them the opportunity to attend universities, colleges, business schools, and trade schools. It allows them to feel emotionally whole so they can make mature and wise decisions. It encourages community development and connections. It raises their future wages, salaries, and income. It reduces the need for welfare. It stops the disruptions in home and school life. It increases graduation rates and community involvement and contributing citizens in our society and communities. It also encourages hope and opens the door for endless possibilities. It elevates a sense of self. It increases self-confidence, self-esteem, and it also activates dreams and unlocks potentials, and it inspires a love for reading and lifelong learning. So that's a lot. So the upside is that it is good for children to learn how to read because they end up breaking that behind cycle. And I did work with a student when I was working in the Buffalo Public Schools, and I saw that his reading skills were emerging, but he just needed further support to help him learn how to read. So I received permission to tutor him, and I went out and bought a book called How to Teach Your Child How to Read in 100 Easy Lessons. So fast forward, he learned how to read, and he's a proven poster child for reading. He came into my school reading 6 words a minute in 3rd grade. So basically he wasn't reading at all. And he ended up by the end of the school year reading 100 words per minute. And a child is expected to be reading 114 words by the end of 3rd grade. So you see that if you have a child who's struggling or learning at a slower rate or has learning difficulties, it doesn't mean they can't read. They can read. Someone just needs to read with them often and regularly. And I also have another experience when I was working in the schools. A teacher brought a student to my attention who wasn't speaking English at all. He was only speaking his primary language. And so I offered to bring him into the speech room and immerse him in our lessons. He was in 6th grade, and he was just like the other child. He was very sweet and innocent. So I immersed him in our language activities and anything I could do, our vocabulary lessons, etc. And he was acquiring the language so quickly that I decided to expose him to that same book, How to Teach Your Child How to Read in 100 Easy Lessons. And again, fast forward, he learned how to read. And then when I brought him up to his teacher to show a paragraph that he was reading, myself and her, we just started crying because it's just this amazing feat. It was very exciting. So the bottom line is that these children just need that extra layer of support to help them acquire their language skills and literacy skills. And as a matter of fact, as far as children acquiring language, a typical child has active interactions and active listening up to 20 to 25 hours per week. A late talker has less engagement time, so they need to practice even more. And this can happen during regular daily routines within the home by engaging in simple things like toys, books, and music. And as far as reading for children, children are expected to be reading at least 15 minutes per day. If they read 15 minutes per day or more, they'll see accelerated reading gains. And unfortunately, surveys are showing that 1/3 of children are not even reading for fun 1 time a week. So you see why we have these deficits, but we do the best we can to help, and we try to support them and advocate for them.
Well, I mean, I think it's definitely an advocate for reading and how important books are. And I know that many people here are writing books, have participated in books and gifting books. Do you have your books handy that you can show?
Yes.
Let's show people, because you know what? I always say, books are like good people. They come around when you need them, and I think it's really interesting too, that some of the most incredible gifts that you can do is sit and read. And without denying the fact that there's adults that still could benefit. Some adults struggle with reading, and you may have had a behind cycle that no one like Joanne was able to step in, and it's never too late, right? It's never too late to
Oh,
help.
no, because I mean, like you said, that child who came from another country and was in 6th grade, so he was 11 or 12. And I saw the accelerating reading gains that he acquired. And he did relocate to another school across the city, but I still kept in touch because he was the sweetest kid. So I'd send him things within the mail pony, and then the teacher would send things back and let me know how he was doing. And he was doing really well. So yeah, never too late to learn how to read at all. So yeah, so these are my books, Talk, Play, and Read with Me, Mommy, and Talk, Play, and Read with Me, Daddy. And then I also have a digital format of the Talk, Play, and Read with Me, Mommy on iTunes. So.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Is there any other story that you would like to share with us, or anything else that you'd like to share with us before we kind of wrap up?
Well, I guess I would like to conclude that we know that children in education, children that are behind in education are likely not diseased. This is a curable problem. We know what the solution is. It might be challenging, but we know it's funding. And so all the stats I talked about today are real, and I'm advocating to support children who are struggling to read. Our programs and books are making a real difference in the lives of many children, but we need to reach even more families. Your support will help us provide books to those who want them and need them. I know how important children are to our communities. I know how important children are to our future. I see it every day. I see eyes sparkle when they get these books. I see when the light bulb goes off. Together, we have the power to ensure that every child has the opportunity to succeed. So please join me in this cause, and let's help children have incredible futures. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you. Lots of hearts, lots of sparkles, lots of jazz hands. We're going to be doing a gift. Joanne is a gift, and she's giving us the gift, and she's also going to be putting that information in the chat. And if you're not familiar with the chat, you can send messages. Please, if you're getting inspired or motivated by the speakers, they did sponsor themselves to be here so that we can create accessibility. It's kind of one big circle. If someone's speaking and sharing and you think, I know someone, or I know somewhere that someone needs to be speaking or sharing, please go into the chat, and you can do a private conversation with them if you don't want to do it to everybody. Sometimes people don't know that there's that private feature in the chat. And cheer our sisters on, because you can imagine, I just happen to know that Joanne does talk to a lot of facilitators as well, and a lot of places where parents are, a lot of places where grandparents are, because of the work that she does. So before we go into the prize or what have you, I'll pass it over to you, Stephanie. Any thoughts?
Joanne, you are doing incredible work, because, reading is like a fundamental human right. Yet so many, like you pointed out, so many of our children don't know how to read. So thank you for the work that you're doing. Thank you for educating us. I just, I wanted to reemphasize what the behind cycle is. What I heard you say, that the behind cycle is when a child is not reading at their grade level and they are functionally behind what their age group can do with reading. And I think it's really important that, we keep our eyes wide open, because in our very school districts, if we have younger children, we might see something. And Joanne, the story you shared about the young boy that you helped, and you just took that vested interest in him and changed his life. It was very inspiring to me. So thank you for that. Now I'm going to give you the question to win our first giveaway from Joanne, which is so generous, Joanne. I want to know, how many minutes per day should a child spend reading? So take a minute, rack your brain. She said it kind of towards the end. How many minutes per day? Let's watch those responses and put in your email address with your response. So go ahead and add your email address.
Yep, so add your answer and put that in, and we'll just be continuing on, so we'll watch for that. And Joanne, am I correct? Do you have a Patreon or something? If someone is passed beyond buying books for children and they want you to just take that book, and because I know you do a lot of book gifting, do you have something like that that you can share?
Yes, I put my Patreon link, if you see,
Okay.
it's under my link tree. So every, the Patreon is there, my website, different ways to connect with me through social media. I'll put it in here once again.
And here's something really interesting that I got, that I, smile upside down, frown, that changes happen. Joanne's been on our stage before, and the last time that you were on our stage, we always talk about things that you don't know about people, right? The thing that you don't know about Joanne is that she braved up and got those notes, but also what you don't know about Joanne is she almost failed kindergarten. And here she is. Talk about, right? Everyone's like, what?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, for someone I have 2 children that had learning differences, and there's 27 different ways that people learn. And we probably all learn very differently, even ourselves being adults. And so the more that we can extend that and raise the awareness of that, we're so grateful, Joanne. Thank you so much. And with that, we'll do some love and hearts and love and hearts and love and hearts. All right. All right. All right. Very cool. So many of you, Denise, I saw that you were here. Are you able to come on camera? I saw her. She's doing some incredible work as well. Yay, there you are.
Yay, I'm here.
Yay. So many of you, if you're on my Facebook, and if you're not, please be my friend on Facebook. I love sharing, and I'll post your things for you and have some fun. But it wasn't too long ago that I met this incredible woman. She is a local Vancouver girl. Lucky us, but lucky you, because I know that she has a lot of people that fly in to see her as well. But she's doing a really cool thing for Women's Health Initiative here in Canada. And we just met on a cool thread. She said something, I said something, 2 cool women saying something, and we had conversation, and I found out that she was doing this really great initiative. Now, if you've seen me on my Facebook with this like party dress, Stephanie, wasn't it you yesterday that said, Dad, we kind of look like Cinderella? And I've had people go,
it's
buy that dress from her, wear it at the Oscars, but anyways, yeah. I treated myself. I actually called Cheryl the morning of. I had this epiphany. I'm like, Cheryl, will you come with me and take some pictures and have some fun with me? Because 262 sisters like to hang out. And she came along, and we did. And, and Denise is like, do you have outfits of yours? I'm like, I want to wear your party dress, And so I hadn't done something like that for myself for a very long time. And I asked her to pop on today because sometimes I don't think we do. Sometimes I don't think we take that day out. We're like, ooh, we squeezed in a facial, like it was something that, we got a break from not doing more work or something. And it was a really, it shouldn't feel so indulgent, right? It should be just natural to go and have fun and hang out with your sisters and do some stuff. So Denise, the initiative, and again, it's so interesting because none of us have talked about our age yet. And so this is a magazine that she does 40 over 40. And she has 40 women doing these incredible, pictures of these incredible dresses. I just wanted to kind of show this off. And then she does a big gala, and the money goes to this incredible Women's Health Initiative. And I wanted to see if she would come on and just share a little bit with us about the whole idea of being photographed. Because while we were there, we were talking, some women don't because of this, or they do because of this. And I just thought, if she gave me some really great tips that made me feel better about going and getting photographed. I know, right? Everyone always thinks, oh, but there was things that she said to me that I've never heard before. So I just thought, there's a lot of women here. We're coming up to photography season, even if it's your nephew taking pictures across the table. We're coming up to that. And if you could give us some hints and some support in getting not only everyday pictures, but some professional pictures of some of the things that we can do.
Sure. Yeah. Hi, everyone. I'm Denise. Just to say hi first. So yeah, there are always a lot of tips before the photo session. I always send my clients a whole list. So first of all, you have to stay hydrated, drink a lot of water, so your skin can look very fresh and glowing, So just to avoid like caffeine and alcohol before your photo session. So, so it can dehydrate your skin, right? So, and then the second one, get plenty of sleep. So, a good night's sleep can help you look radiant, right? So, and to prevent the under eye circle, and then you feel in your best. So, and number 3, stick to your skin routine. So don't change the other products, before the photo shoot. So moisturize and follow your usual skin routine. So, and then the 4th, relax and breathe, So I think it's very normal to feel very nervous before the photo session, but just to remember, this is a very fun experience. So a good photographer should be able to guide you through how to pose, how to, look the best in your angle, and then you have to plan your outfit in advance. If your photographer doesn't have outfit, so you have to communicate with the photographer, like what you should bring, or take some photos of your outfit and show your photographer. So, and your photographer should be able to give you some guidelines. So, but our studio, we have like glamour dresses like Deb was wearing, right? So those are what we are providing. But for your personal branding shoot, you usually bring your own outfits. So you have to prepare in advance. So, and then you have to consider hair and makeup, professional hair and makeup can always look like camera ready. So that's the key. And then trust your process, trust your photographer. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I know that I literally, after I read her, I actually, and this is not easy for me. I put a line through the night before and said bed early. And just because it's important, right? I felt better being photographed the next day. I know we were talking about sometimes women, they want to get pictures done, but they have concern about their weight at that time. And we were talking that there's things that a professional photographer could do. Do you want to share that? Because it would be terrible for a woman not to go get pictures done because she's not feeling, her best for whatever reason.
Yeah, I hear that all the time. Like every time people will be like, "Can you wait for me for 2 to 3 months? I have to lose 5 to 10 pounds." I always say you don't have to. It's all about how I position you in a flattering angle, or how I use my light, to create some shadow here and there. So you look like probably 10 pounds slimmer. So I always try to like encourage women, that's the best stage of you. Every stage is the best stage. So there's always the best angle of you. That's what I trust.
Yeah. So for any of you, that's no longer an excuse. Everything's fixable. And I loved it when you talked about a good night's sleep. Joanne on my screen is right behind you. When Jan was like, woo, because she's a sleep coach, right? So now you can add that to your list, Joanne, of get a good night's sleep before you get a photo shoot, because you're gonna look your best. Oh my goodness. Denise, thank you for popping in and sharing those tips. If you could put your information in the chat, and I know that you have this gala event that's coming up. If anyone wants to fly in, it's going to be amazing. And there's all sorts of things around it. And maybe before you go, can you share with us the Women's Health Initiative that it supports?
Yeah, for sure. I can put it on the comments.
Sure, absolutely. And look, we haven't made the big formal announcement. I know we were talking about it, but looks like Vancouver is going to be on the book launch. We're doing this 5-year book launch, and August 9th is a date that's kind of screaming up. And me and Stephanie were talking about that. We'll talk a little about it right now. But with Denise being in Vancouver, there just may be an opportunity to get some cool pictures done. And if anyone wants to dress like a Cinderella with me and get on in this big event going on in April, then please, sisters, come along. Thank you so much, Denise. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Stephanie, have you ever had pictures done?
I have. In fact, when we become entrepreneurs and we want to promote our business, our clients need to see us showing up. because they have to see that we're confident, that we know what we're doing. It's not a self-serving thing. It's actually a way to serve your customers by showing up in an empowered fashion. And that's why amazing photographers make all the difference. So Denise, thank you for making your clients look beautiful and sharing those tips. Those were great tips that you shared at the beginning. So I'm getting really excited about Vancouver on August 9th for the book launch, Deb. I think it's an amazing opportunity. You know, you have almost a year to plan. If you have points on an airline, maybe you're looking at putting more expenditures on the credit card that you can pay off quickly, but get your points so that you can make this event and this incredible book launch in person.
Well, we're going to do something pretty cool because if you know, we do 4 summits a year. And as we go into 2025, we're going to kick off with March 7th and 8th. We always do 8. If you heard earlier, if you watched the reel, you know that 8 is a big day. It's a symbolic day. We did 22 summits in 15 months that focused around the 8th to just drive home the feeling of solidarity. And International Women's Day is in essence not a 24-hour experience. And so just to help us feel sustainable with our sisters. And so March, and then we have so March 7th and 8th, and then we also have August 7th and 8th. So ironically, the book launch being on the 9th. So if you put those together and you come to Vancouver for the 7th and 8th, we're going to be able to meet everybody live. How exciting is that? And then there's going to be a very large event that we collaborate with. We talked about Ocean Baker in the beginning, and we're going to have there's about 300 to 350 tickets for this incredible event that's going to be celebrated, that you're going to be able to participate and celebrate in. And that is on August 9th. And details to follow. You probably won't get details till January, but I'm sure you all understand that. So as things become unveiled, but go ahead and pre-circle that date. I know that there's dates and there'll be all sorts of things to do, just like there was last time. So let Vancouver be your host. So thank you very much for that. All right. I just want to say, because I see that our next speaker is in the room, you're hearing us talk a lot about this book. You know, it's an open invitation to speak on any 2 of the 20, but I want to talk about this book for a little bit because this kicked off this party. This project kicked off this party. This was a download that I had at 31 and my daughter's 31, and we're just going to leave that conversation right there. Okay, so the number of 262 came to me one morning. I said no. 263 came the next day. I said no. 262 showed up on my phone while I was texting somebody. I called my publisher. I said it's 262. She said no. I said get ready, let's go. And that's the short version of this. Now we were really smart. We launched this book on May 11th. Right before North American Mother's Day. And Joanne pops up. It was North American Mother's Day. And we put 50 women in this book. Please go see them right now. As you sit here speaking or taking it in, you are making change for generations to come. These women made generational changes for us. We don't know who they are. They've been on the other side of the tulips for 100 years. Chances are you didn't have tea with them. So I want you to look them up and see what they did and laid path. They also saved space in this book. So we'll now move them to a beautiful page of women that you should be checking out. And it has opened up 50 spots for women to come into this book. This book is going to be hand gifted at the Oscars in February, hand gifted at the Emmys next September 2025. And you want to be represented in here. You want to participate in something that is global and is going around, not as a project anymore, but as a movement. So we've moved their names to open names for women like yourself or women that you know that want to have that experience. And so you can just put in the chat, book, call me, right? I think the team's putting my calendar. If you don't find something on the calendar, you can just text me. I'm not difficult. DebDrummond.com contact page. This is not difficult. So if you know a sister that needs to be in here because you already are, then connect us. That's how this works. All right. With that being said, I'm going to pass this over to Stephanie because I see my dear, dear, dear friend, Rowena. If you were part of the planner launch, you would have seen her multiple times because after each speaker, she gave us this organizational drop, which is the power of organization is incredible. I met Rowena many, many years ago at a women's networking event where we had to stand up and go find a partner. And so I stood up with my, belly that was full of ocean at that time, plotted myself down beside her and forced her to be my friend. And we've been friends ever since, I don't know, Ocean's 20. So we've been hanging for a couple of decades. And so with that being said, I'm going to let my dear friend Stephanie introduce my dear friend Rowena, and they've got some questions to ask. So enjoy the next session, ladies.
Thank you, Deb. Rowena, it is so great to have you on today. You look beautiful, pretty artwork behind you. It's so exciting to have you with us because I know you're going to share some amazing tips on professional organization, which we all could use. So it's my pleasure to introduce Rowena List. She is the international professional organizer whose claim to fame is for the amount of money that she has helped her people and clients find when doing organization for them. I bet you have a ton of stories around that, Rowena, and some great finds. Rowena is currently listening to You Raise Me Up by Josh Groban. So many of you are familiar with that song, but that's a good one to get in touch with. It's so inspiring. And then Rowena's giveaways today. So her giveaway for everyone is a generous 15-minute discovery session. That is a lot for a coach and professional organizer to take on. So if Rowena is resonating with you and her topic resonates, that is her giveaway to everyone, is that 15-minute session. And then her exclusive VIP gift is the 1 hour online private session valued at $300. So to get a private session with Rowena would be a huge win today. So be sure you're listening to Rowena's responses. I will ask a question at the end, and you'll put your response with your email, and we'll see if you end up being the winner of her VIP gift. So Rowena, without further ado, I want to ask you, when people first realize they need help from a professional organizer, what might be going on in their life that causes them to reach out to you?
Oh gosh, well, so many things, Stephanie. There could be, they could have young children, and so they just, started this family, and now they've got things all over the place, and they don't know what end is up, and they're sleep deprived and everything else. So that could be one scenario. It could be the busy executive that also has kids. Maybe they're a little bit older, but they also have aging parents, that famous sandwich generation. So they are taking care of their aging parents. They are running their business. They're trying to get to yoga. They are trying to enhance their education, and they've got kids at home and maybe a partner or spouse. And so then they just say, oh my gosh, okay, I am overwhelmed. I want to go from overwhelmed to calm. How do I do it? So that could be a scenario. A scenario that I just worked on is, somebody that just passed away. And so the estate had to be cleared and everything had to be sold. That's where my claim to fame is, with my biggest win so far of well over $40,000 for that estate. And yeah, just, people that are what I call situationally disorganized. So they have a situation going on in their life, and they used to be really organized, but now they are just overwhelmed. That's the main reason.
That's really good to point out, because it makes it feel accessible and normal that we all go through situations in our lives where the house is just going to be messy, or some of the bills are stacking up, or we just, are dealing, like you said, a lot of us are sandwiched in between taking care of children and taking care of aging parents. So it's actually very reassuring and normalizing to hear you say that, Rowena. I think it makes it feel like, oh gosh, I'm not alone, and it wouldn't be abnormal to reach out, for help with this. So, with all those life changes, I imagine your clients are feeling some kind of anxiety. So I know you talk about organizational anxiety. Could you expand on what that is?
Well, organizational anxiety, or just anxiety in general, is, so first of all, there is a huge stigma or there's a level of embarrassment and shame when people contact me. Now, they contact me when they are at their wits' end, usually. And they're just sick and tired of being sick and tired. They are, let's take the business women, because that's our audience today. So they are, running a business. They are trying to do the social media. They're trying to do the marketing. They're trying to do it all and wear many, many hats. And so their kid comes in with some artwork and they just say, oh, go put that on my desk. I'll deal with that later. And so then their desk just piles up and there's paper everywhere and there's crayons and there's a sewing project and there's everything everywhere in that office. Because quite often home offices do become a dumping ground for where do we put this? I don't know. Let's put it in mom's office or, my wife's office or my partner's office. And so people call me and they say, I need help and I'm so embarrassed. And I say, please don't be, because there's many, many, many people in the same situation. Probably more people are disorganized than organized, because it's not a skill that we learn unless we learn it from our parents or from somewhere along the line. But it's certainly not a skill that we learn in school, is it? And so people are, full of anxiety and embarrassment and shame. And then when I get there, they say, you know what, I really wanted to organize before you got here. Just like I really like to clean before the cleaning lady comes, but I don't end up doing that. And I say, that's perfect. That's great, because I want to see it the way it is. I want to see how you live and I want to see how you move through the day. And I'm going to be watching that and not judging it, but I'm going to be watching it and coming up with some scenarios that are going to work best for you. So for an example, I'm working with a lady right now that you can only ask her one thing at a time. Now you can ask me several things and I've got them all compartmentalized up here and I can start answering them and I can focus over here, kind of not on big projects, but I can certainly juggle. She's said, no, one thing at a time. So if we're going through something, I hand it to her and ask her that one thing. I wouldn't give her a stack of things to take a look at. Right. So we just work around each person's personality. And after a few minutes of people working with me, they're so relaxed and we're having fun and laughing and they're feeling like this is going to be a good day. It's going to be a great day.
Wow. It just goes to show, if you can work through that shame, right, and have that courage to pick up the phone and ask for help, that you're going to get comfort and love. And in this case, organization. I don't know about you all, but I have a feeling many of us who are on camera, our backgrounds look great, but then we've got papers everywhere. So I like your example of the working professional, Rowena, and how the piles just start piling up and we don't have time to get to that. Rowena, I'm just curious, what inspired you to start this business?
I've always been organized. I was one of these strange people that was born organized. And I've been in the sales industry for many, many decades. And I had a team, and the team, I noticed that I would go to their home and they weren't that organized and they didn't have systems and they didn't have things set up. And so I would start helping them with that. And then they said, oh, well, okay, you've helped me in my office. But what about my clothes closet? Look at this, it's a mess. Or look, I can't get my car in my garage. And so it morphed into that. And it's so interesting that it started out in a sales industry and then morphed into really more of a service industry now. And really selling people on the idea of being organized and staying organized, because it gives you so much more time. Oh my gosh, you have so much more time the more organized you are.
Yeah, that's a great point, because then you're also decluttering your mind, right? You're freeing up that energetic space. Do you notice that happens with your clients?
Oh, yeah, most definitely. When I'm working with them, they say, oh, it feels like I've lost 40 pounds in the time that we've spent together today, because it just feels like this weight's been lifted. Because quite often at the end of the day, my vehicle is full to the brim with all the things that I'm going to take to the thrift and donations and so forth. And so they can't believe it. Holy smokes, that's all gone. Because when people try to do this themselves, Stephanie, what happens is they get very distracted and they sidetrack. And they'll come into their office and they'll say, okay, I'm going to, conquer all of this paper clutter today once and for all. And they pick up a piece of paper. I've got one on my desk here in my pile of to-dos, and it's, I've got to back up and restore my files. So then, rather than staying focused to clearing out papers, a non-organized person would then say, oh, okay, I better back up my files. Then they get onto their computer, and then you know what happens from there? It's a spiral, and oh, let's click over here, let's click over there. Oh, I better check my emails. It's just a disaster from there. So I really help my clients stay focused and to the task. And I might even leave them with a little bit of homework.
As every good coach and advisor should do, right? There should always be some to-dos to keep working on. Rowena, so that your services are, I'm sure you are accessible remotely, obviously, and then physically. For those who are 1,000, 2,000 miles away from you physically, what is the difference between how you, well, I think we can infer how you physically help someone organize going into their homes, but just a few nuggets of how you would approach helping someone virtually.
Well, that would be done online. So we would have a face-to-face. They would show me their space. I would then give them some tasks to do with the timeline. And then we get back to face-to-face. They'd show me or face-to-face on Zoom. And then they would show me their space again. But I'm not opposed to being flown in. There's somebody on our Zoom meeting today that lives in another province. And I flew to her home and helped her declutter. And we just had so much fun decluttering. So I'm not opposed to being flown around. You can send me off to all kinds of destinations. This destination in particular was Regina, Saskatchewan. San Diego would be fun. New York would be fun. So, hey, I'm open.
That's great. I love that. All right. So I want to talk about some of the key indicators that people who are needing help with organizing in their future, like what are some of those flags of, oh, it is time. It is time to call Rowena.
Well, if you are missing appointments, if you don't have any white space, if you can't find what you're looking for in 20 seconds or less, you are considered disorganized. Now, I know that's harsh, 20 seconds or less, but I like to say if you can't find what you're looking for in 20 seconds or less, you're disorganized and you probably don't have the right system set up for yourself. For an example, your keys. If your keys are always in the exact same place, you're going to find those in under 20 seconds. But if you come in and you drop your keys here, there, they're in a pocket, they're in a purse, you don't know where they are, then you're not going to be able to find them in 20 seconds or less. So those are some key things. If you are having some challenges with relationships and you're finding that people are getting a little upset with the fact that you're late all the time or that you forget their birthdays or, all those sorts of things, that is a sign that your life is somewhat out of control and full of clutter. If you have challenge sleeping at nighttime, and I know Joanne, our sleep expert, would concur to this, then your mind is probably full of clutter. And there's ways that I coach my clients on how to release that mind clutter, because that's a big one for people. And that's when their mind starts to really work, when they're, getting ready to fall asleep. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh my gosh, I didn't do this. And what about that? And I got to go here. And, it's just crazy making. So those would be some really key indicators. If you can't get in your front door, well, then that's more than clutter. That would be considered hoarding. And that's a whole nother subject.
Yes. Those are some really good indicators. and very helpful just as a mental checklist. What's going on in my life? So thank you for sharing those. As we kind of round towards the end of our time, Rowena, what are some final points or some key thoughts that you would like to share with all the women here?
I like to give business women what I call my 15 minutes to freedom. And my 15 minutes to freedom, there's a lot of them on my website, but the 15 minutes to freedom for the 262 sisters, the busy entrepreneurs, the successful women, is that you take 15 minutes at nighttime, just before you're closing your office door, whether it's your home office or you've got another office, but you take 15 minutes and you just quickly make your office space nice so that it's ready to step up and greet you the next morning. Just like you would do with your kitchen sink. It's awful waking up to a sink full of dishes, dirty dishes. So this is the 15 minutes to freedom. Take a quick look at your schedule for the next day, know that what you have, line up some of the things. I work with a binder, 1 to 31 binder that Deborah has loved and used for many years, and many other people have. So you check your binder and see what's in there for the next day, and just tidy away some papers. So this would be if your office is already organized and you are doing maintenance. 15 minutes to freedom to make your office step up to greet you for the next day.
That's great. That's right. Because then that just having that physical reassurance is a mental reassurance, right? And then I'm guessing we can fall asleep a little bit easier and get that good sleep quality that Joanne always talks about.
Well, yes. And the other thing too is that, how many people walk right past their office because they just go, I can't go in there. Oh my gosh. And they avoid their home office because it has become a dumping ground. And so, of course, that's not productive either. And that is not helpful if you're running a business. So you want that office space to be really just so pleasant.
Well, thank you, Rowena. What amazing tips and advice we just got from Rowena. So let's give her some love. Feel free to use your react button at the bottom. If you haven't used that on Zoom, there's balloons and rounds of applause and love that we can, and appreciation we can show Rowena. Rowena, thank you so much. This was really helpful. I personally enjoyed this. So I hope all of you got a nugget. And now what we'll do is we will move to a question about what Rowena just spoke on. And I'll make it pretty easy for you. She said the number of seconds it should take for us to locate an item. And what is that threshold? How many seconds? So drop in the seconds and your email address. And someone today is going to be the lucky winner of a 1-hour online private session with Rowena. All right.
Amazing. Make sure you put your email address. Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. And everyone gets a 15-minute conversation with you, Rowena. I mean, I just got to throw in there, I've known this woman, like I said, a couple of decades, and her last name is List. So that should tell you she was destined for this. But even myself, who teaches top performance, when 262 started to really rock and roll, and people couldn't get into my calendar for weeks. And one of the indicators for me, because of course my son was launching a business, 262 authors, all the things that we want our calendars to be full. And I remember calling her going, you need to come over because I needed tweaking. Right. So and my indication was, I know when Rowena talked about taking 15 minutes and making sure that your office was clean for the day, that was life-changing for me. But the other thing, the key, and when you talk about key points, is that my office wasn't ending up being the only office that I had. My office made its way to the kitchen counter. It made its way to beside my bed. It was making its way onto the couch with me. And so if your office has grown and multiplied, like bunny rabbits, that's what was happening for me. And it was just an indicator for me. And thanks to Rowena, 2 things have changed in my life, in my family's life, was when she used to talk about using things. Like if you have multiple things, that you should be using them. So if you come to my house, you literally will be eating off my grandmother's gold china. because I'm like, why are we keeping the china to special holidays? Every day is special. You will drink out of our crystal. Do you know what I mean? And that was just such a big shift for me. I was able to give my other grandmother's dishes to my daughter, but just realizing that, you know, maybe from a what we have in our home kind of thing. So I just thought I would just throw those things in. And on the planner launch, when we launched the planner, now look, I go to Rowena's house every 6 months, and a bunch of goddesses get together and we bring clothes that we don't use anymore and those kind of things. And we do a big swap party and donate. But I loved that when you were on the planner launch, you were talking about that if you don't know whether to get rid of an item to wear, how many people are like, well, and you keep it, right? And you keep it and you keep it because you keep it, because you keep it, because you love it, because you keep it. And then you turn the hangers the other way. Tell us about that before we go up. I just thought that was brilliant.
Oh, yeah, Deborah, it's just such a great indicator to see what you really are wearing, because we do only wear 20% of our clothes 80% of the time. So you know how you normally hang your hangers this way. If you're looking into your closet, you hang them all this way. So what I suggest is that you flip all your hangers around. So they're now facing outwards, an opposite direction. And as you wear something and you hang it back up, you put it the regular, quote, normal way. And at the end of 6 months, if you're in a seasonal location like we are in Vancouver, then at the end of 6 months, you take a look and you go, okay, what did I wear? And then you take a look at, oh, what didn't I wear? How come I didn't wear that? I didn't wear that because I don't feel good in it. I didn't wear it because it doesn't fit me. I didn't wear it because I don't have the right shoes to go with it. You know, the list goes on and on. And so then you take those items out. It's about being ruthless. Now, there's going to be the odd thing in your wardrobe, like a long black dress, or, you know, the fancy dresses that Deborah has that she wears to the book launches and the Oscars and the Emmys. There's going to be things like that that you're going to wear once a year. Those, of course, there's exceptions to the rule. But if you've got 6 different summer tops that you've never worn in this season, then really, why are you keeping them? And I'll tell you why, because it's a fear-based mentality of the 3 deadliest words, just in case. Just in case. I might want to wear them another time, or just in case I feel the mood, or just in case it comes back in style. But no, you wear 20% of your clothes 80% of the time.
Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much. Lots of love, lots of love. I see that people have won prizes. What a morning it's been already. I don't know about you, Stephanie, but we're 2 hours in, and I am feeling so full, from cameras to girls to, you know, how to self-love ourselves with reaching out for a friend, like what Cheryl talked about, even on the little stuff, and just all that, you know, Joanne doing the behind cycle, changing people out there, helping people read, and it's just been so incredible so far. We talked a lot, and you see a lot of people showing this book. So if you don't know about this book, you need to know about this book. And we just talked about how you can be in this book. So if you still want to be in the book before we go to the Oscars and the Emmys again, please just reach out to us. Just put, I want to be in the book, and put it in the chat. But if you'd like to purchase the book, we'd like to gift you today. So you can go on to Amazon and you can do all that. Just let us know that you've purchased the book, and we're going to gift you. Look at matchy matchy. We're going to gift you, because we have these incredible journals that you can purchase. You'll see them on the 262. If you go to debdrummond.com, open up the 262 tab, and you'll see all sorts of ways, including the wine. So if you like to wine while you journal, we talked about the wine, but we're going to gift this to you for free. So if you purchase your book, just contact us and we're going to send this to you separately, just because we've been giving so many cool things away today. All right. Now I see that Miss Carol is in the room. Hello, darling. And we were having a conversation this week as well. So it's interesting that Rowena was talking about clothes, and you are Miss Accessories, and we were talking about, you know, Denise around photography and branding, and people, you know, getting photographed and being comfortable being photographed, the things that you can do to be comfortably photographed, and photograph around your brand. As anyone on my 262 on my Facebook, you would have seen me getting branded around that. And you are in the world of jewelry and accessorizing and making people feel comfortable, picking the right things for them, for the right events and what have you. And we thought, let's talk about that a little bit. Because if there's anything that people probably have, it's a bunch of accessories that they can gift and more accessories that they can bring in that really is where they are at now in their life. You want to have a little chat about that?
Yes, yes.
Let's chat about that. I'm going to pass it to you. You're the expert. So really, that was unfair. Carol, can you chat about that with us, please?
Hi, my name is Carol Koppelman. I'm a branch director with Park Lane Jewelry. I would say jewelry has been around for centuries when you think about this. And it's often, right nowadays, it's mostly for your personal brand, your personal, maybe your business brand. And my personal feeling is that your business brand and your personal brand need to be in sync. So you look in the mirror, what is it? What do you want to project? What do you want to project to the world, to your clients? If you're kind of boho, kind of a hippie and stuff, you can have strands, some long earrings, maybe some bracelets. Or if you're button up, you can wear some pearls, some diamond earrings, a very simple necklace. I'm kind of in the middle today. I'm wearing some Park Lane jewelry from a couple seasons ago. And I'm projecting, I think, I'm just kind of a old hippie in this situation. But it has to be in sync. What do you want to feel when you look in the mirror? Because your client or the people who look at you are going to feel the same way. They're going to, and it's a first impression as well. The first impression, as they always say, might be the only impression. They want to see that your personality come through. Do you have any other questions?
No, but I think it's really something to be talked about, Ral, that we can express ourselves. We know we can express our personalities in many different things that we do, in what we wear, in how we decorate our home. And for someone like myself and many people, we change what we wear depending on the environment we're going to be in. And I think it's just a really great reminder to have you on to like have it reflect who you are, be comfortable with who you are. There's some jewelry I wear that I've had, I don't know, 20 years because I still like it. And it's current for me because it's still part of that personality. And I just think that it's important to have you on to highlight that and just remembering whether it's our glasses. I think we've all gone into glasses like, oh, those glasses and just feeling comfortable and choosing selectively on where we're going to be and what room we're going to be on, but also that it does represent ourselves. You know, I'm a big bracelet girl. I'm like, I tend to wear quite a bit of bracelets, but it's what I like and it's who I am. And I just wanted to have you, as we're talking about photography, and I know Reno organizing with clothes, just not forgetting about our accessories, and to change them. Here's one thing, as I used to own a jewelry company, which is why, I thought it was important. A lot of people have the most beautiful jewelry and they don't get rid of it, but they don't wear it. And I always say, if your jewelry's in a jewelry box, that's tough because if you don't see it, now, if you walk into my bedroom, you'll see like these different bowls of jewelry, but because I see it, I wear it and I change it. And a lot of people have beautiful jewelry that they don't wear, not because it's not there, it's just because that, not seen, it's out of mind.
Absolutely.
Do you have your jewelry out?
Do I have my jewelry out? No, I have it very well organized in one of my drawers.
Okay, so she has never gonna. So you're closer to Rowena than I think. I'm the other way around. I got an hanging in. Who am I today? But thank you, honey. Thank you for just throwing some fun into the mix of our conversations. And Carol, if you can put your information in, that would be fantastic into the chat and converse. And again, you know what? Just showing up. Rowena's laughing. I just love everyone that shows up today. They sponsor to be here. Please, if you hear something from a speaker that you think a person you should be connecting them to or what have you, please do. And please send them your love, whether privately or not, in the chat. And with that being said, Stephanie, I am going to pass it over to you if you have any comments about that at all, but I know that you're going to be bringing in our next speaker.
Yes, well, I love jewelry. So that was fun to hear. And, holiday season is coming up. So let's get in touch and see about Carol's jewelry, because No, I don't know a single woman that doesn't love a thoughtful gift of jewelry. All right. So now I have the honor of bringing onto stage Kathy Holt. Kathy, are you here?
He is.
Yay. I got to know
Yes,
Kathy. Hi, Kathy. So good to see you.
Good to see you too. It's been a while.
It has. So Kathy and I got to hang out in person at the Emmy gifting event a couple months ago in LA. And I tell you what, our community of sisters here is incredible. You can feel the energy here online, right? As we're all together, but nothing beats the in-person interaction and getting to spend time with our 262 sisters in person. So Kathy, so good to see you today. So Kathy is a very special woman. She is the international best-selling author. She's a global thought leader, and she's a private coach to all women who seek higher levels of entrepreneurial success. So we have a lot of entrepreneurs here today, a lot of aspiring entrepreneurs, and that is Kathy's jam. Kathy, what I always love to share a fun, what you don't know about Kathy is that she opened her first natural food product store in Brazil. So I think that's amazing. That's quite the international expansion there, Kathy. Comment on that really quick. I have to hear just a little more.
Well, actually, I was married to a Brazilian for 25 years, and we moved to Brazil, which was supposed to be forever, but circumstances changed. And I've never been one to sit still. And I realized my original background and degree is in biochemistry. And I went to the Amazon, I kept hearing about all these incredible natural resources in the Amazon and the medicinal properties that they had, and how they could really make a difference, and got more into the homeopathy of natural products. And there wasn't one in the city of about 1.2 million people where I lived. And so I decided that was what I wanted to do, because here they had all these resources available to them, and they didn't really understand how they should be using them, or that they were even available. So that was that first entrepreneurial thing of, well, somebody's got to do it, so I guess I will.
That's fantastic. That's true entrepreneurial spirit, and why you are a coach to entrepreneurs. So it's a perfect segue. And I also want to share the music that Kathy is listening to, which is jazz. So if we have any jazz fans here, do some jazz hands. And it's Stan Getz. Is that right, Kathy? Is that
Yep.
That's the
Yeah,
artist?
he does a lot of Latin music, and I lived in Brazil for 5 years, and I really became enamored with their music.
All right, so everyone check out Stan Getz. Put it in your playlist. All right, Kathy. So let's get to the heart of the discussion. And again, for those of you who are new joining us just now, pay attention to all of Kathy's amazing tips and advice for entrepreneurs, because I will ask a question at the end of her session. And she has a gift, a VIP gift for the winner who answers that question first correctly. And again, you can only win one VIP gift per summit. So don't hesitate to pop in your answer in the chat, even if you don't look like you're the first person. So Kathy is going to be giving away a 90-minute private session and 262 journal, which is an incredible value of over $400. So thank you for that, Kathy. One lucky woman is going to win that today. And then her gift for everyone is 10 strategies to awaken your inner leader. So she'll post that when we're done, and I want you all to grab that. That sounds amazing, Kathy. So Kathy's topic today is yes to opportunity, all tides rise. What a great topic. Kathy, when you become a leader, how does your life change?
There are so many aspects of stepping into your leadership. I think one of the big ones, it's like we always want to know what's in it for me, because it is a little bit scary sometimes to put yourself out there and take on a leadership position or even just lead something in your community that you see you want to change. But I think the personal growth that comes out of that is, and stepping out of your comfort zone for sure, but you learn new skills, you acknowledge what you're good at. You really start thinking about, what am I good at? And then you also, it's not about you're trying to prove your worth, but it will also help you when you figure out your strengths and your leadership capabilities. It'll help you kind of focus on or create more space for those things that you think are really important to you. And you kind of get rid of some of the noise around you and just start really focusing on what you want. Where do you want to go? What are your dreams? Because I think as women, we so often are challenged to find that space because there's so many demands on us. We're trying to multitask and juggle so many balls that sometimes we forget that it's all about it. We need to be all about us also and pursue our dreams. So I think it's the growth, the personal growth. You also gain confidence. You know, like I said, at first it's scary and you're out of your comfort zone, but as you do it and you see that people go, wow, yes, she knows how to inspire us to do something. You gain confidence, and then you also, it gives you influence and impact. And whether how you use that obviously is up to you, but when people start seeing you as a leader, then they start coming to you because they value your opinion. And I think we all need to step out of the shadow and into our power.
Well said. I love how you said the phrase influence and impact, because we're always being watched, right? Someone's always watching us. And if we feel that calling, that inner calling to be a leader, it's probably because there's a good reason behind it, right? Could you elaborate on that, about that calling to be a leader?
Well, I think, like I just said, if you really do some self-reflection about what are you passionate about, what really makes you happy, what makes you angry, what do you see that you think you could change for the better, or you have a better way of doing it, but you're afraid to voice that opinion. And I think because of, like you said, people thinking you're being judged or worrying about that, when you really step into your leadership, you find those people who want to follow you. I mean, being a leader isn't a position or a title. It's inspiring people to get together around a dream or a passion or a goal. And when you have a passion and want other people to step into that, then it's powerful, and people also appreciate it. You're always going to have some naysayers. We all know that. But what you'll find is that people really appreciate it. The first time I really kind of, I guess you could say, experienced some kind of leadership, I wasn't being a leader. It was a friend of mine in college who was being a little, you know, she was not part of the in crowd. And she was being a little ostracized. And somebody said something to her one day, and I was like, whoa, did I just hear that? And I just turned to that person and I said, I don't think that was very nice. I don't like what you said. I use my I statements. I don't like what you said. It didn't make me feel good. And I feel uncomfortable. And all these people all of a sudden started kind of modeling, I guess you could say, what I was doing. They started saying, you know, not immediately, not that same exact moment, but there were people that came up to me afterwards and says, I'm glad you said something, because that person is just mean. And I was like, then we all need to say something. That is leadership. It's those everyday actions that really are leadership.
Oh, that's such a great story, because you're right. Sometimes we put the word leader on a pedestal and we think, oh, I've got to take on this big group or step into something that I'm not ready for. And just that everyday practice of how can I show up and be a leader in life when I see an injustice or hear something, or be a leader within my family, teaching my kids to be a leader. That's really good stuff, Kathy. I believe you've used the term inner leader before. I've heard you speak about that. Could you expand on what inner leader is?
Yes, I think and it's, sometimes it's the social messaging, it's the expectations of women in our society. We don't realize that some of the skills we already have are leadership skills. Sometimes, in the past in the workforce, they've been referred to as soft skills. Well, now those soft skills, the paradigm for leadership has changed so much that those soft skills of like empathy, caring, effective communication, empowering others, helping others to be their best selves, which women we tend to do because we're the caregivers and making sure everybody feels good and is comfortable. Those things are now leadership skills, but they're inside of us already, but we don't recognize them as skills. So we kind of do ourselves an injustice of thinking, oh, I'm not a leader, I don't have those skills. But I think once you start looking at leadership traits, which is part of the handout that everyone gets, you see that you have these things. They're inside of you. So that's that inner leader. That's that ability that's waiting to burst forward if you just want to use, put it to use and become actualized, become authentic, be yourself.
What would you say to someone who feels the call like you did in that challenging situation where you stood up for somebody and you said that's not right, and in demonstrating leadership? How does someone get over the hump of finding that courageous moment? Because I think that dovetails into that inner leader, right?
Yes, it does. It definitely dovetails. And thank you for that question, because it's kind of like the sportswear company, just do it. I mean, the first time you do it, it's frightening. I mean, even to this day, when I speak at a lot of global conferences and speak in front of different groups, there's that fear factor. I mean, if you're not getting nervous, then you have no feelings, I think. So, but I don't let that stop me. I just say, okay, I'm going to do this. The worst that can happen is somebody doesn't like it. The best that can happen is that I can actually maybe impact others and maybe encourage others to step up and speak out.
That's a great answer, because you're right. When you look at, well, what is really the worst case here? The worst case is someone doesn't agree with me. Okay, we're all strong women on this call. We've all encountered many people who don't agree sometimes with what we have to say. So once you realize what the worst case scenario is, it makes it so much easier to find your voice and stand up and be a leader in that situation. So that's fantastic, Kathy. I'm gonna shift to another kind of more challenging topic, because we're going deep today. We want everyone to really feel a life-changing moment on these calls. And I want to talk about how the individuals you work with, they each have different needs, right? Either the group you're speaking to or the individuals you're coaching, they all have different needs. And how can you give us an example of how it can impact us or affect us when we are not necessarily in full leadership of ourselves? What does that mean? How do we work through that? What's the impact?
Well, I'll give two. One that's probably more well known just because it's happened, in the US basically. And that's the woman Shannon Watts, who founded Moms Demand Action. And that's a group started out to be just mothers who were scared to death after Sandy Hook. And that's one of the first big school shootings that happened. And it was in an elementary school. And she was afraid for her children because they were that age and they were going to school. So she just started a little Facebook group. Well, first she just started talking to her friends, and they said, oh, let's do this on Facebook and see if there's other people. Just what are their fears? What could be done? What seems like logical solutions to dealing with these issues. And it is now a nationwide organization with headquarters in every single state. She didn't start out to be a leader. She just had a concern, a fear, a passion, that she got others inspired to follow her. And one of my clients, for example, she was working for a financial firm that was really more into generating new clients rather than, as she put it, servicing those clients. And that did not resonate with her values or what she envisioned of being her job of a financial advisor. She really wanted to get to know the people where they were, what were their needs, how could she help them fulfill those needs by helping them with planning their finances. And it took her a little while, but with us working together and me supporting her in discovering her leadership capabilities and finding her her potential, which to me, potential is just unharnessed power. And she started realizing that she was good at this with the clients she was already doing that with, even though the company was kind of like, no, you're spending too much time with them. And she finally went out on her own and now has a thriving financial consulting business where she can do what she feels is the value she can give to her clients. And so I really get chills when I think about it, because I'm so proud of her for really taking that step. And as she said, it was a bit scary. I mean, she was going from, an income she could count on to one that was potentially there, but not immediately there. But what she found is, once her clients found out that she wasn't at this firm anymore, they found her and they wanted to work with her because she was creating a service and a relationship that fit their needs. So I was very proud of her for doing that.
That's a great story, because we have to go deep, right? And we have to be in alignment to be a leader. And sometimes it takes that contrast. It takes, oh gosh, I'm in a job and I'm not in alignment. I can't be a leader here. It doesn't feel good to even try to be a leader here. So thank you for that insight, Kathy. As we wrap up, what do you want to impart upon all these wonderful women here today? What kind of parting thoughts would you like to impact?
Well, I think, I look at having had the journey I've had, and I've changed careers many, many times and, enjoyed all of them, but realized that there was a next step for me, that if that is the way you are feeling, or somebody is feeling, then that, I think, is where I'm a key part of what I do, is really creating that relationship to help people, and women especially, find their inner strengths and their inner abilities and blossoming with them, and becoming their authentic selves and leading them to a journey where they are more confident, happier, and being a leader that they can be. I think all women have what it takes to be a leader. It's just a matter of awakening it.
That's really good, Kathy, because you step into a community like this, 262, and you think, oh, maybe you're just new. Maybe you're joining us new today. And you think, oh, I don't know if I could be a speaker or I could be in a book. And then you realize, gosh, when you're around so many women who have something to say, all of a sudden, isn't it funny how you find something to say? Like your inner voice just wants to come out. And that's why communities like this are so important. Would you add anything to that, Kathy?
Oh, yes. I mean, you definitely, so much of being a leader, and especially a woman leader, is having, I call it my posse. I have my posse that when I'm feeling down, and this is part of that group, there are so many women, you, Stephanie, and so many of the other women that I know I can reach out to and call, or just say, hey, I need a dose of encouragement, or I need sometimes I just say, I need a kick in the pants right now because I'm wallowing and I got to get out of this state. And that's so important. And this 262 community is just, it's an incredible community. There's so many women with so many different skill sets and so many different areas of expertise and to be able to tap into them whenever I need it. It has made such a difference in my trajectory, even in my entrepreneurship and in my leadership, actually, too.
That's great. What a way to bring it home, Kathy. So let's give Kathy some love. Use your react button, use your jazz hands. Kathy, will you put into the chat how everyone can get a hold of you, because your leadership coaching is invaluable. And then Kathy will be sharing her giveaway of her 10 strategies to awaken your inner leader. So look for that and grab that. And now I have to give you the question to answer for Kathy's big giveaway. She quoted a 3-word phrase when it comes to just sometimes finding the courage to stand up and be a leader. It comes from a sports company. So type in that 3-word phrase that you heard Kathy say along with your email address so that you can be possibly a winner of her VIP gift today. Thank you, Kathy.
Oh my goodness, that was amazing. Kathy, thank you so much. Well, look, I wanted to comment. There was something that you said that I thought was that I wrote down. I always, you see my head down, I'm actually writing down when speakers. I love your definition of potential. I've never heard you say that before, that it is unharnessed power. I absolutely love that. I'm writing that down. That's a good hashtag for anyone that's on here today that loves to do hashtags. I wanted to highlight that not only was Kathy Holt at the Emmys, but she wrote the foreword to this wonderful book, the book that we've been talking about all day, that if you purchase today, we're going to gift you one of those journals that she talked about. So this is the gift that comes with it, but also you're going to be able to choose between like 9 different journals. Kathy's going to gift that to the one person who wins, which is also an initiative to this project to keep it going. But that just really took me back. And I need to do a shout out because, there's something about starting a business. There's something about starting a venture. There's starting about all sorts of things. And I think we forget about the word mentor. And when I think about you helping women tap into their inner leadership, it's almost like you're mentoring, because let's face it, this entrepreneurship thing, it's funky. Who wants to agree that it's funky? Like, it is unforeseen and thank you for holding your hand up there. I appreciate you, Piper. We're transparency today, but it is a funky journey and it is unfolding, and who knew we'd be here and who knew we'd be there, and we show all the things and we cheer on all the things and on the sidelines. And if you've ever been behind the stage of an event, like I'm sure, Joanne wants to talk about how we were there at 10 o'clock the night before and figuring stuff out, and the mic not working and blah, blah, blah. And Cheryl's lost and needs to get found, and all sorts of things that were going on behind the scenes, that when we opened the doors the next day in Ireland to the book launch, we looked flawless. But there's the behind the scenes part of being an entrepreneur as well. And I think what you do for people is you allow them to be like, I don't know. And as you get stretched to that next level of significance, you need mentorship. You need community, but I've always believed that we need a mentor, we need a coach, we need an expert, we need someone for 3 hours or 3 years, right? And so I just really love the work that you do. And I love the transparency of how even leaders need other leaders need other community. So anyways, I just wanted to thank you for everything that you do. I know that you're in New York, and thank you so much for being there. And for those of you that want to hear more from Kathy, she will be back on the March 7th and 8th summit. We are doing this all over again. We have 50 spots for women to come and share 5, 6, 7 minutes, or take a full featured spot. And Kathy's going to be talking about, and maybe she's going to talk about her own stretch to significance, because by then you will have, and also Stephanie, you guys talking together, you both are launching your solo books. How incredible is that? How incredible is that?
Yes, thank you so much. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, well, we look forward to listening to that. You can talk about that stretch when you come back in March on how you made that happen. So that's super incredible. Okay. Well, I'm sure someone's won a prize, and just a reminder around the prizes that every speaker today, let's do a big shout out for them. And I also want to do a shout out for people that are not here that you can't see. We stream everywhere. So when we say that there's hundreds and thousands and millions of women that are hearing the messages, women and those that support women, you're just not seeing them on screen today. So let's do a shout out. So thank you for those that are listening, or maybe you're listening on our YouTube after you hear this, or this is, kind of wrapped up for a couple of days and there you are, but we appreciate it all. And I want to do a shout out to the speakers and authors as well. Please support, share them on, even if you're standing on the sidelines, go on their social, tell them it was great, go into the chat. If you listen to somebody and you're on YouTube watching this later, look them up because they've put their information there. Most people are Googleable, and tell them how inspired and motivated you were, because that itself is support. That itself is giving back, is those words that we need. So fantastic. All right, Stephanie, anything else before I see that our next speaker is in the room?
I'll just add, we can help lift each other up simply by following each other's socials, like you were saying, Deb. But also, if you hear a speaker and you're maybe in a different phase of your life, but it makes you think of a girlfriend or a man in your life, or someone where you're like, wow, they could really benefit from what this person does, take a note of that and do that act of kindness, right? Pay it forward, reach out, say, I thought of you today, because we all love it when someone close to us thinks of us and provides a resource for us. So really excited because this afternoon is going so well, so inspirational. Love the chat. Thanks for everyone who's popping into the chat. If you're new this afternoon and joining us just within the past few minutes, don't be shy about putting your contact information in the chat. Tell us where you're from. And we love keeping it interactive. So I'll turn it back over to you, Deb.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Well, hello, Eleanor. How are you today? We're so excited.
I'm so excited.
I know, it's good. For those of you that there's a lot of women that are excited because this is Eleanor's not her first time on our stage. So let's bring back yay to speakers that show up again. Stand up, speak up, show up ×2.
Yes, absolutely.
This is Miss Eleanor Pan, and she is one of our featured speakers today. And we had a lovely chance to meet you when we were in LA for the Emmys gifting. It was so lovely to meet you in person. But let me tell you a little bit about Eleanor. She is an award-winning independent producer. She spoke a lot on our summit the last time about women in film and what it's like to be a woman in film and holding space for women in film and your personal walk-in when you walk into a room and how you posture yourself. That was really inspiring. She is a highly sought after media plus technology sector person, and we're going to get into that a little bit. And she is very active with the Asian art history scene. So Eleanor, welcome back to the 262. Nice to see you, my friend.
Nice to see you. It was such a pleasure to meet you in person. And again, biggest shout out to this community. I just met such incredible people through you and through kind of the chat we have been going on, and obviously want to support and show up and speak up, and to see and meet so many women who share the same values here.
Absolutely. And so for those of you that are new to the 262, we've been doing this since March 7th, 2023. There has been upwards of over 6,000 women come to the summit and have access to the summit. So thank you for coming. Thank you for participating. And if you did a donation, we appreciate that as well. So let's talk about, because this is new, when people say media technology, I mean, a lot of people are just getting their heads around media and what that means, what it means for their business, what it means for their voice. So maybe just elaborate a little bit on what you're doing now, girl.
Yeah, it was actually very fun for me to hear other women talking about entrepreneurship in this platform. I think for any woman in business, regardless of your sector, at some point in your career, you will realize entrepreneurship is almost the key element for success in every single industry, of finding that unique spot within the industry that you can occupy. And for me, I came from more of a kind of a narrative background in the media space as well. As a producer, I was working with directors, writers primarily, kind of really thinking about how to produce content that has a voice, that has a message that can get to people. And working primarily in the literary space actually gave me really unique insights on the technology side of the things. Because as we are moving forward, especially in an industry like Hollywood, that is even till this day, very old school, very male dominated, and things are done in a very traditional pipeline. The introduction of technology is actually more about democratizing the process and making it more accessible for content creators. And then, you know, like when we're thinking about, oh, Hollywood films of the Dune of the world, the HBO of the world, we love those characters, but what people do not understand is the timeline that goes into the development and the cost of even doing early like artworks, those kind of storyboarding, and some of the tech element of producing content that are enticing in the culture that we see today. And it's only getting more expensive. It has posed a major barrier for a lot of the younger and more independent content creators tapping into the space. You're like, oh, like, can I produce quality content with less equipment? And we've already been seeing that quite a lot across the board in the social media space, where you see really talented influencers or younger independent content creators who are using even sometimes just their iPhone, but with still expensive, but still reasonable camera gears and things and lighting to improve their production quality. So on a smaller scale, that's not something that's really new to people. But where I'm coming in, having background in working with, you know, like kind of reading more the Warner Brothers, Sony of the world, the network of the world, when you're looking at bigger budget productions. I'll give you an example, like a virtual production stage in LA to shoot like one single testing sequence can cost anywhere around 20 to 50K a day. The stage rental itself is 10 to 15. And then with the people and with the gear and the different elements, it's very expensive to iterate ideas. And I'm a big believer, as someone who came from story background, best idea should win. And we do live in kind of a more democratized creator economy in the content space where, you know, like projects like this would not have been possible 50 years ago. Like there's a lot of more self-generated media and different ways of tapping into content creation and connecting with the audience that are empowered by technology. Social media itself is a technology. And those are kind of the things that I was all learning about, like as a producer who was more focused on the story side of the things. And now I'm like, especially when we are in a economy, political environment that is very turbulent and people need more positivity, people need more opportunity, people need more jobs, people want to see higher quality content at a cheaper price. How do we make that happen? That's why I feel like for me, the past 2 years and now going forward, I'm looking a lot at the intersection of technology and media, because it is about empowering people to be able to do that. And to put it in business terms, that you got to come up with those either software or hardware or possibilities to bring down the cost of this type of production. Even like, you know, like for Deb and when we were brainstorming, oh my God, how do we put together like a party like in LA? Even there's a cost attached to that, relationship attached to that, platform attached to that. All of this is about how do you make the exchange of information and of access more affordable to a bigger general public. And that's something that like I'm very passionate about as a producer, because, you know, I work with sub 1 million projects a lot, and just because I love those artists, and that's something that I see them struggle with across the board a lot. And, you know, that like there's a huge gap of, you know, like people are struggling of producing something for 500K, and there's so much money wasted on those $100 million productions. Like, where is the in-between space where technology can help Hollywood to get into the next generation of content making?
Wow. I know, right? Carol's like, Jeff. Well, and thank goodness it's very pioneering. Like what you're doing is very pioneering. And I think when we look at the word of pioneer, where you see an issue or you see a challenge, and how can you adapt that? And how can you adapt that not just for the people that need that, but for people coming up needing it, so that it gives us more accessibility. And when you create accessibility, you create availability. And content creation is not something that we don't think about. And putting productions forward, that's quite interesting. And I can feel your power when you're talking about it. And your inspiration and motivation. What pops up to me is a question that's completely side that there is a lot of women that are authors. There's a lot of women talking about doing a documentary about their book or about their life. I hear that in a lot of conversations we had when we were at the Emmys. You know, Kathy Holt shared a number of a woman who's like, I would love to make that book a documentary. Wait till next year, people. Don't ask me today. But because there's stories to be told. And I'm kind of going off in a different direction, and I don't know if it can be answered with a technology solution of what you're talking about, but what would you say to women that are about to embark on that? Because women are like, what does it take? You know, how expensive is it to be able to produce a documentary? Can we just divert a little bit and talk about that as someone who's a producer?
Yeah, absolutely. It's very interesting because I got approached for questions like that quite a bit as well. In Hollywood today, the majority of the titles is in like, we use the term titles is in like describing kind of the overall IP. So like the IP can come from like from like a book into a film, into a TV show, into a comic strip, into a game. So like all of this kind of housing like a same under the same IP. And there's a very, very high tendency within Hollywood of resorting to existing IPs. Because it's all about risk management for any business, right? That like for them, if there is existing traction in the book space, like Dune was a book, like Last of Us was a game. That like if there is already existing a fan base that that they already know are speaking to the audience, they are more likely to make it into a piece of motion picture-based content, because the production timeline is long and expensive, and people don't want to lose that money. But when it comes to documentaries, it is a little bit tricky because historically speaking, documentaries are harder to fund in general out of the profitability standpoint. And I would say another reason why documentaries are really hard to fund from a content standpoint that I can actually think can be addressed is normally when you're pitching a piece of narrative or live action, whether live action or animation, but a narrative-based piece of content, you always talk about producing a pilot, a proof of concept, some kind of a mini version of a thing, like an MVP, right? Like of the idea of the show. But in reality, a lot of the documentary content, the narrative only starts in the cutting room. Like that's the nature of documentary. You're out there collecting information. So imagine if you're going to the network today, I want to pitch you an idea. They're like, what's the idea? Well, I have this book that have, 100,000 people have already read it. I think there's some traction to it. I want to do it. And then naturally going to ask you, so how are you gonna make it? Like, what is the visual story of it? You're like, I don't really know. I think there's a lot of stuff in this book. I'm gonna go out, I'm gonna shoot a lot of footages, and I'll figure this out in the editing room, which is the real answer, but it's not an answer that's gonna, get the project funded. And so much of it is like, how do we introduce a proof of concept version of that into the documentary space? And I think people are already, so much of it is already empowered by mobile shooting devices. I've seen a lot of documentary filmmakers would just kind of film little things along the way. And it's really rough and, production value is really low. But like, just to know that if you have an idea of making a documentary about something, documentary is all about like this side of humanity that we get touched by. We as humans with empathy, like we couldn't see other people suffer, or we feel happy when other people like get something done, and we find inspiration from that. Capture those little moments with your cell phone, with something even super low fidelity that capture that emotion. And then like when you're in the pitching room, like instead of telling people the show not tell, like instead of telling, hey, I have this idea, instead of pitching that verbally, showing them, hey, I made this like 40-second clip that shows this like a pivotal moment that really touched the people. And I would love for you to give me more money so that I can spend more time with the subject matter to produce something of higher quality. That is just a much more approachable pitch than like telling people an idea, because in the world of business, an idea doesn't really like mean much, because anyone can have an idea that cannot be realized. Like, it sounds a little bit mean, but that's a reality of the things that we live in. Like, we're looking for people who's able to bring ideas into realities. That translation is the power. So like, don't just tell people I have an idea. Show people what you are willing to and capable of doing for your idea.
Ooh, that's powerful. Are you all taking a deep breath on that? Leslie's like, oh yeah, I'm taking crappy footage right now, right, of your book that you're building. But I think that is opening, because a lot of times when it's our book or our story and there's a strong emotional attachment, it is really difficult to hear it talked about in terms of a commodity.
Yeah.
And I really love how you talked about, does that book, does that story, is there already a commodity weightings? Because if you're going to people to fund you, they're going to want data. They're going to want data. So, how many people have bought the book? How many people are in this sector? Have you done your research? How many people are buying books in that sector? How many people have watched movies in that sector? I loved what you said last time when you were here about supporting movies. It's like, get off your couch and get into the movie theater, please. Right? Get off your couch and get into the movie theater, because that's how films continue to get funded, by ticket stubs. How many people got off their couch and went into that theater? Because if it was your movie, that's what you would want it to do. So I really love you laying it out like that, because that's just really the truth. And better that you know now. And who can't make a 40-second piece of crap on a phone to talk about, really, right? It's like, okay, well, they're like, well, she definitely needs money. There's no question there, right? Look at that quality of the footage. And who do you have as your team, right? I think it's the same thing when you have a sponsorship package, or you really, really want your project to flip over into something bigger. It's like, who do you have backing you? Not only just necessarily financial, but who's taking care of this, and who's helping you with marketing, and who's helping you with social, because you can't do everything and be everything. So, right. I mean, most of us are octopuses at the best of time, trying to, but when you're going into a project like that, talk about it. So you have been, and you talked about, you're talking about Hollywood and corporate Hollywood, and you've been in production and what have you. And you talked last time, and if you could highlight again, because I know we have a lot of new women here, about how you hold space in the film industry, which traditionally has been a traditional playground for business.
Yeah, absolutely. Kind of circling back to the industry being very male dominated these days, and I'm not only like a woman, I'm a minority woman, and so much of this, I know that last time Kathy and I were talking about taking professional equity in the environment that you're in, and I really couldn't emphasize enough walking into a room demanding the respect that I need has to be grounded. Me knowing what I'm bringing to the table, and to know my own value first, because so much of like wanting your it's not, maybe not the best like analogy. It's really funny, people will say, oh, like chihuahuas or like teeny dogs, they would yap a lot, but like when you see like those kind of golden retrievers, they're as kind, but like they know their space, that they're just there like chilling. And it's a lot of like a space of, first of all, I don't walk into a room assuming that people will be rude or mean to me based on my gender or my race. I don't make that bad assumption to start with. I walk into a room as is. It does happen though. Sometimes you're like, oh, some people are just kind of macho, and you just get that right off the bat. But a lot of the times in the world that we live in, at least for me, like I'm lucky to be in LA, in an environment like California, day to day, I don't walk into a lot of rooms where right off the bat, I feel like there's hostility or kind of belittling energy. It doesn't happen at that level, but it's really that like when you are speaking about something, are people really listening to your opinion, and people are really taking your input seriously in the decision-making process? So much of it is backed by your actual knowledge of the matter. That's why I think professional equity is really important, because for me, I also couldn't really support whether you are a man or a woman, and regardless of your ethnicity, I flat out don't like people who walking into a room talking about things they don't know about. It has nothing to do with your gender or race. Like, take the professional equity in the role that you play in this room. And then I find a lot of confidence when I speak about something because I actually know it. And why should I be fearful of other people's treatment when I know that I'm speaking from a place of experience, research, preparation, and they couldn't really poke professional holes on the things that I'm saying? You can respectfully say, hey, I don't agree with where you're coming from, or I see it differently. To me, that's not attack. That's not belittling, right? Like, I allow room for that kind of differences, but it's really, hey, I don't want to listen to you talk. Then that's a problem. But if I'm here like saying things that does make sense, why would people not listen? And I feel like so much of it in the prep, especially for any woman who's listening who struggle with like demanding respect in a professional setting, I find it helpful before a meeting just to do a little bit of kind of a bullet point breakdown. What do I want to cover today? What is my action item? What are my objectives? Like, what are the things that I do and do not know about, and be very open about it. I don't have trouble saying, I don't know the answer to your question. I need to take a little bit more look. In that way, I find actually people give more weight to my word so that they know that when I'm saying something, I'm not just blabbing. And then it's kind of a cumulative process that would allow people to respect your opinion a little bit better over time, and getting to a point where for the people who have worked with me before, it just has never been an issue. And when I meet new people, that's kind of a standard I always hold myself to, that am I taking accountability for my professional share in this room? And if I'm performing, why would I let other people's attitude, if it's not warranted, to affect my sense of confidence in my contribution?
Well, I saw the chat going crazy when you were talking, and Kathy, I agree. Professional equity. What a beautiful way to put that. And I feel empowered just from that last conversation that you had. And yeah, I'm not speechless because I know you, but I thank you. So look, you are an inspiring woman. You've broke ground. You've done many beautiful things. This summit is the Women of Inspiration. So no doubt that you're on here. How does a woman like yourself stay fueled? How do you stay inspired? How do you stay motivated? I mean, you go at it, right? You do it, you go at it, you break a lot of boundaries. I know you, we've had dinner. So how do you stay inspired and so women can maybe use some of that for themselves?
I think that's a really beautiful question. I always, for myself, and encourage all of my girlfriends or friends in general, that like, we gotta build a system for you to find ways to recharge. You gotta fill the tank. And we all have a tank to fill. Like, you cannot be in a constantly giving mode. And I think I have two insights that I learned, both for myself and also things that people told me that I find really helpful. Number one is like, really take the time to like find things that you can always return to consistently. Like, don't rely on things that cannot be in your life in a consistent manner. I think that's why when you end up on a toxic relationship, then so much of your like mental sanity is dependent upon the other person's response. Or you're like, oh, my sanity is based on my performance in certain social settings and all of that, that you are giving away agency of your ability to recharge upon a result that you couldn't control. Like, for me, like, I'm kind of boring actually, in the sense of I I've been practicing yoga for like 15 years, and I do my little hikes, and I have my personal days where like, hey, like I'll get all the work stuff aside. I do my hike, I do retreats. So like, I guess my method is not as unconventional per se, but the key piece for me is I do yoga either in a studio or at home. I have things that I follow. I don't do it out of competition of needing to finish certain poses or be the best person in that room. If my expectation for myself is today I arrived at my mat and it's me building a relationship with my mat, and my mat is not going to tell me that they don't like me today. And that relationship with my mat is very consistent for me. And like building that consistency helps me a lot. And another insight that I learned is it's equally beautiful to give and to take. And I feel like I've always been, like growing up in an Asian household, so much of like the environment is about act of service, doing things for other people. You just keep giving and giving and giving. And sometimes we feel guilty when we take. We feel like we're wasting other people's time. We're taking other people's attention. We're being a bore, that like, but it was really insightful for me to hear that like, when I see my friends suffer or in a bad spot, I would feel so much pain. I want to be there to support them. And they would feel the same way when I'm in the bad spot. And it's okay to take a little bit. And I feel like learning to remove the guilt of taking is actually I think it's more of a woman's struggle than men's struggle. But like to remove that was actually really helpful for me to like, me reach out to people like, hey, I'm actually having a bad night. Like, can you give me an hour and stay on the phone with me? Or like, can we do something this weekend? Can you move to ask like, hey, can you move something that's not important for me? Because I kind of need that right now. I struggle to say that in the past because I feel like I'm always bothering people. But now I'm better at asking and standing up for myself. It just gets easier. And now when I need either a personal recharge or group recharge, I have those kind of communities and things that are consistent there for me. And it just makes my life so much more sustainable because in my work environment, things can change overnight. And I think for anyone, you as well, like that being kind of in a more entrepreneurial environment, that like there's so many things you couldn't control. But I want to position myself for my own sanity. There are things that are always to a certain extent within my control that I can return to.
I love that when you talk about agency and being consistent. And I was like, one of the things that I do is I have an intimate relationship with comedy. Like I can probably swear on a stack of important books that in the last 5 years, maybe 10 nights out of 5 years, I haven't listened to comedy before I go to bed. Even in my exhaustion, if I go to sleep, I listen to stand-up comedy because that is my consistency. That's my relationship. You have a relationship with your mat, and I love it. And I love your sharing of the word consistency so that you can fall back on it. You know how it makes you feel. You know it's your recharge and something personal that isn't reliant upon somebody else. That's what I heard when you were sharing that. Look, I know we're going to be wrapping up soon, and can you tell us maybe how you broke into this market? I know you have a love for film, you have a love for art. Maybe you can tell us one of your favorite movies to go watch. But how did you break into this industry? What was it that inspired you to get in here?
Can you please rephrase the question? As in like,
yeah, so when
like
you just
professional move or the passion side of it?
Your professional move. What got you into the profession you are in now?
I started out, well, my story might not be as inspirational in the sense because I did start it out in an agency space, which was pretty common in Hollywood. But a lot of people started out in agencies as a way of, they call agencies almost like kind of the entertainment graduate school. In a way, this is where kind of as a powerhouse, you see all the moving pieces. And for me to slowly grow into more of a producing role is also a journey of through professional relationships and situations to see where I excel at. I've always known that I have a passion for storytelling. I've always known that I want to be a media kind of industry. But maybe when I was younger, I was like, oh, maybe I could be a director. Maybe I could be a producer. Maybe I could be this. I could be that. I know I want to be involved. My role was not as defined. But that's kind of the beautiful thing about humanity, that like our intuition and our sense of being knows our place in a professional setting more than our mind does. And it's really our mind learning to be in sync with who we are. And I feel like when I was in the agency space and saying, oh, like it's kind of cool to be an agent, it's kind of cool to be a manager. Like it would be cool to be like a lawyer too, I guess, for the brothers. Like the possibility is all out there. But like so much of my role as a producer is learning that, hey, I actually don't enjoy working 12-hour days on set. I actually, and also take ownership over that, right? Like admit that for myself, that like, I also don't want to read like legal paperwork like for 8 hours a day. That would also drive me crazy. So what doesn't drive me crazy? Like I'm a people person. I love narratives. I want to be in roles where I'm in touch with IPs, with scripts, with people, and it just kind of all falls into place. And on the note of this, we talked about ikigai last time when I was on. For those of people who are listening who don't know this Japanese term, which very much encapsulates my approach in life in general. Ikigai means kind of finding the intersection and balance among what you love, what you excel at, what the world needs, and what you can be paid for. And I think my passion and love is like film, media, entertainment. What I excel at is really kind of the people, the IP element of the things. And then like, you know, kind of when you start filling out that chart, you're like, what does that equate to like a job title? And for me, it's just kind of was a slow things falling into place type of journey.
I love that. I'm so glad that you went there because I remember that from before. And I loved how you talk about the non-definition, because sometimes we get really stuck in it, or we get stuck in the money part, or we get stuck in the love part. And sometimes it's hard to put it together. So I love that so much. And I didn't tell everybody yet, you know, the thing that you don't know about Eleanor is, and it was so interesting because I was like, I'm gonna leave this to the end. So just because it makes, you know, it's human. A lot of times when people are in industries that have so much attention focused, it seems untouchable. But let me just tell you, this thing that you don't know about Eleanor is that she's obsessed with all things dairy. I was like, what? We're on the phone. I'm like, what? What do you mean? And she's like, she's obsessed with trying new dairies and new yogurts and ice cream and milks. And I just thought that was awesome. So I'm just kind of throwing it in on the back end here. And do you want to tell us the music that is inspiring you right now?
The music, yeah, I just think I'm obsessed with Charlie XCX new campaign over the summer and over the fall. I thought that was the best music organic digital marketing that has been done in a long time, and just to kind of see her growth as a music talent. And that's something that, like, you know, on that note, like I think both for artists like Charlie XCX, Chaparro, and the younger generation of pop music artists, and listening them talking about their journey, I actually find it especially inspiring for anyone in the creative industry. Those are all artists who started in like a very specific niche. And they're all like, hey, I'm happy with my niche. I just want to do my niche thing. I don't care about money. I don't care about the music industry. I just want to make the music that I love. They're all artists who started out like that. And now they're some of the biggest pop stars. And if you just watch their kind of interviews and stuff, they talk about how it just clicked for them at some point that like to be able to do what you really want to do, at least in the world that we live in today, you have to find a way for it to be business viable. Otherwise, you're just staying in your head. And, you know, I kind of grew up watching a lot of art house cinema. And I was that kid when I was like, okay, I don't care about the Hollywood industry. I just want to make really artsy films. And now look at me, like I'm kind of, you know, working with a lot of San Francisco VCs on like tech products over here. And it's really, I thought there was this interview actually Law Roach talk about his relationship as a stylist with Zendaya. He said this thing that I find it really inspiring. One of the best ways to show love and support in the creative field is to be able to change your own and your loved one's financial situation so that they can focus on what they want to do better. And I see a lot of artists struggle to pay the bills while they're making content that like really nobody was watching or listening to, but they're crazy talented. And so much of it, like me as a producer, now I'm always encouraging young artists to step out of your sense of self for a second, like ego death for a second, look at the thing and think about what is a business viable way of packaging it that is still integral to your intention, so that you can actually keep doing it. Because if you couldn't pay the bills, if nobody is listening to the thing you're making, it will eventually die. The best way to do what you want to do is to do in a way that people can see it. And I just saw, I think Charlie's music, that like, she's just that girl, you know, I've been playing in raves since I was 15 and now I'm still making party music, but now her party music is some of the biggest, like, you know, pop music. And then I admire like a woman like that so much, of sticking to a goal, but grow it in a way that makes sense financially.
Right on. Well, let's show some love for Eleanor. Thank you so much for coming on. If we're doing jazz hands, if we're doing hearts, Eleanor, please put whatever you want in the chat. If there's a show that you're working on or you want to support or what have you, please put it in the chat. As well, people, please chat back to Eleanor. We will be seeing you again in February when we are there for the Oscars. We're so excited to see you again. She is also in the book, absolutely. And she's accessible, and we're just so happy for you and all of your success. Thank you for sharing that with us today. Stephanie, I'll pass it over to you if you have a few words about, you know, Eleanor and her dairy crave. No.
Eleanor, it's so good to see you again. Saw you in LA, and I just wanted to comment about how you said you walk into a room and you assume goodness. Right? You assume that they're going to see you for your whole person, your whole gifts, not just a segment or an ethnicity or a woman, because I think we need to assume the best, because we carry then a different energy into the room. We carry in an energy of abundance and not fear or lack. And that can change the entire feeling of a meeting, of an interaction, personally, of a date. It can set it up for success. Let's believe that good is coming out of what we're entering into. So thank you. That really stood out to me. Loved your insights today.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Thank you so much for having me. And yeah, I'll be seeing you guys in February.
Yes, yay.
Right. Yay. Thank you so much. Awesome. Well, look at that. I have been looking at this beautiful goddess all day in this beautiful white room with this heart on the wall. Hello, Sue. How are you?
I'm doing really well. Boy, that's a tough act to follow, I'll tell you.
Well, look, we're just going to chat for a few moments and I love it. And thank you all for being so brave. When I call on you, you're like, yeah, sure. Thanks. Gee, okay, good. Let's do that. It's all perfect. It's all perfect. And I know that that is a big part of how you run your world. And for those of you that don't know, Sue is a recent 262 sister. And we talk a lot about being grounded. We talk a lot about intuitive. And when Eleanor was talking about intuitive, I wanted to reach up to you. And because I was talking about listening to music every day, she was talking about being consistent. And I know that one of the things when we talked, you were like, one of the things that you love to do for yourself is about being magical every day.
Yes, well, I just waved my magic wand here.
See, I told you, like some people take it, they're all in, right? They're all in, right? Yeah. So there's a lot of women that make a lot of decisions every day. And we're so happy that these ladies made decisions to spend time with us today. But I know that you talked about there's so many different ways to make decisions, and it's something that's really important to you. Can you share with us when you talk about where you come from when you start making your own decisions?
Well, there's four things that I always think about when I'm making decisions. One is, am I grounded? I know that was something that somebody mentioned earlier about being grounded. And what it really means is being present in your body. And one of the things that really happens, right, is that, if we're trying to make a decision that's going to really change our life, it can be really scary. It could bring up something old. So we need to really be able to drop in and get grounded in that situation. Another thing that I think it's really important is to be referred from the inside, doing our business from the inside out, not from the outside in. I was actually having a conversation with somebody yesterday, and what I saw was she was so used to being conditioned, and she was having to make a decision about selling a multi-million-dollar company, and I could see that she wasn't coming from the inside, and that's one of the things I really wanted to guide her into, like bring awareness into that. So I think it's really important to make our decisions from the inside rather than out. Another thing that I know is about human design. It's something that I've just in the last 6 months have just tapped into, and I'm like, oh, this really makes a lot of sense around the work that I do. And I think because being authentic is really important, we know in this pain scale of emotion that it's the highest vibrational frequency, but how do we become authentic? But we need to learn how to know who we are. And so knowing who we are can help us, make that decision in such a way that we can know how our body is actually telling us that we're making the right decision. And it's interesting because human design has this thing called not self, and then the signs of when you are in yourself and how you're supposed to, what your strategy is. And it's interesting because I've found that even though I intuitively, because I have a really deep intuitive knowing, and I have a defined intuitive center, which I uncovered in my own human design chart. And I can tap into that and get really reference, especially for other people, to help them make intuitive decisions. But I think the one thing that I use a lot is this tool that it's actually a transformational process. And I call it the emotional alchemy. Sometimes I call it the feelings and needs list or resistance remover, but I use it almost every day because for me, when I'm trying to make a decision or trying to get clarity, it is one of the most powerful tools that I've ever used. So I just wanted to share those things, right? And the other thing, right, number 4, which would be to avoid limiting yourself to logic, to the pros and cons list, because we can look at the pros and cons list, we're working with our logic, but we need to have what I call bring our body back online so we can bring our brilliance back online. Because if we're struggling with being, anxious or scared, if we are not fully grounded in our body, we don't have access to our brilliance.
Whoa, that's good. Let's sign off on that note. That was amazing. I love that. Thank you. Thank you for popping in. And I was thinking about you because I did a TV show yesterday, the day before, and of course it was about music. It was ironically, so I knew I'm doing this show on music and how 262 plays into music and all the incredible women and supporting music, blah, blah, blah. And and then they go, oh, we're going to do movie shows today. We're going to do musicals. And the first one was Wicked. And I thought of you because you're like, I'm Sue Goodrich, the Good Witch, and she's got her little wand. And I'm on this TV show thinking about you. So anyways, thank you for that. Stephanie, I'll go to you if there's anything that Sue said to inspire about, and then we'll continue on with our summit. And Hun, if you have anything that you want to gift or information, please put it in the chat.
Sure, absolutely.
I think it's Sue's words are so brilliant, but I'm sure everyone noticed it's Sue's body language. It's her presence. You can tell she is in her authenticity because it's glowing from the inside out, even on a camera screen. So Susan, thank you for that. I got goosebumps, and I love the word alchemy because we can make something out of nothing. We can create magic from our lives. We are creators. And I agree with you. We have to be rooted in our bodies in order for all of that to happen. So thank you for bringing your powerful presence to us today, Susan.
Thank you. My pleasure.
All right. Well, now, Deb, do you have any announcements to make before I reintroduce you?
Oh, it's my turn. Announcements. We've been a day of announcements. If you're not in the book, get in the book. If you don't have a space on our stage booked already for March 7th and 8th, which we are starting to fill up, get there, right? Come play with us. I know that you've been telling everybody all day about the 262 public Facebook group. Come meet, and we're over 500 women there. And on Turning Up Tuesdays, you can put you don't have to be part of the 262. You can put your information about what you're doing, why you're doing it, how you're doing it, your classes, whatever it is that you want. Please tap into what we got going on here. And next month's Ask Party, which is your name, where you're from, and one thing that we could help you change in your business or your personal life, is always kept to the 262 sisters to keep this solidarity alive. It is open, and we are gifting for people to come. So if you'd like to come, I'm not difficult to find. If you put your name in the chat, which I'm not in the chat today, by the way, so please don't send any personal individual messages because I won't get them. Just put it out there and we'll make sure we get in touch with you. But other than that, I don't think so.
All right. Well, everyone, be sure you're hanging on till the end if you can, because Chef Mary is launching the book. There are so many of us here who are authors, and to get support for a book launch is a huge, important thing and something we do in this community. In fact, Deb is opening up generously in 2025 exclusive spots for authors who are launching their books. So again, it's another good reason to get in touch with Deb or myself, and we can help orchestrate that for you. All right, so without further ado, I want to reintroduce Deb because she has an important message to share with us today. So Deb is a pioneer in entrepreneurship, as you're all picking up on today. She's built 7 international companies, inspired thousands around the globe, and she has been recognized in Success Magazine 48 times. It's incredible. She's been given numerous nominations. She's won many awards for her accolades and her personal and business achievements. And she has been serving as a judge at the 2024 Stevie Awards for Women in Business. And if you haven't heard of the Stevie Awards, they are the world's premier honors for female entrepreneurs, executives, employees, and the organizations they run. And in breaking news, Deb has just won her first Stevie Award in the category of women supporting women. So congratulations to you, Deb. And I think our very own Kathy Holt is about to fly to New York for you tomorrow to accept the award on your behalf because you are generously here with us instead. So thank you for that. So let's all give Deb a round of applause. All right, so I am so excited about interviewing Deb today. Her topic today is Welcome the Yes. We're going to learn about sales from Deb today. But first, something fun you didn't know about Deb. And a lot of us know Deb pretty well, so she had to dig deep. Her favorite childhood meal is a grilled cheese sandwich and tomato soup. That's good timing for fall. Carol's like, yes, me too. So that's a fun fact about Deb. And the music that's inspiring Deb right now is Love Song by Simple Minds. So make a note, add that to your playlist. And today, Deb's giveaway for everyone. So everyone, you always get a perk. You get multiple perks for joining these calls. Her free giveaway is a free 50-minute intro class on how to successfully profit call. So it's called profit call, and follow-up close. So if you are interested in that, put free class in the chat along with your email. Again, that's Deb's free class. Put it in the chat, put free class and your email address in the chat so we can grab that. And then her individual gift is a private call plus a free sales tracker. And there is one lucky woman here who is going to win Deb's amazing gift valued at over $450. So I will again be listening for a nugget. So you want to listen to a nugget of gold wisdom from Deb today. And I will ask that question at the end, and that will be your chance to win. So you're going to drop in your answer with your email address when we are finished. All right, Deb. So let's move to some questions on your topic of welcoming the yes. Let's start with this. Why do you feel it's important for someone to get serious about learning a professional way to open, nurture, and close sales?
Well, thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you for those that said congratulations. And of course, it's a pleasure to be here on the other side. And it's nice to be interviewed. If you've never been interviewed, I suggest that you do it. It's so nice to have that conversation. I think we all know that I'm really empowered to empower people around sustainability. And I've been doing the entrepreneur thing for, a couple of decades now. And one of the things that I see, and it saddens me, it almost, like someone talked earlier about something pissing them off. It kind of hurts my woman entrepreneurial soul when I see a woman who is capable, has products to sell, has services to sell, has something to give to the world, and there's nothing they need to change about it, but they run up against not making sustainability. They're not able to sustain themselves financially. And then I see them do this number on themselves. And then I see them do this number on their business because they're probably an amazing coach or a healer or a practitioner or an artist or whatever it is that people do. But they're not able to close the sale because most entrepreneurs didn't want to, and sometimes still don't want to be a salesperson. But unfortunately, it's a package that comes together. And most people go, oh, when Deb talks, she kind of Janis Joplin's you. Well, if I don't, who's going to? Because you need a friend to tell you that as unsexy as it is to learn about sales, it's really difficult to learn about sales in your first 3 or 4 years of business and have the results come up not where you want them to be, and then to start picking things apart. And I talked about this earlier pre-show. A lot of times when people are not getting the sales that they want, they start to take a look at their offer and they start making, I'm not going to say uneducated guesses, but guesses. So it's like, well, if my program's not selling, maybe it's not the right price. If if the word's not getting out or something's not getting picked up on social media or whatever, maybe my logo's the wrong color. Maybe, or maybe I need to learn how to do a funnel, or maybe I need to learn how to do this, or maybe I need to learn how to do that. And it tends to be external. And one of the things that I would say put on that maybe list is to learn how to do sales. Because one of the hardest things that I think we have to learn and own as women is our gifts and the value of that gift. In the quote, if any of you have the planner, you'll see one of the videos that I did, and they're supposed to be 90 seconds, and this one's about 5 minutes. And it's about, when you can pay someone what they're worth, they can pay the next person what they're worth. And we know what we're worth. I could have the best business meeting. I could have the boardroom of all boardrooms in my kitchen, because the best parties are always in the kitchen, and people open up their heart in the kitchen and they tell you you're their soul in the kitchen. And it's fantastic. Next to a bathroom, it's the best place to have your business meetings, right? And what they will own their value. They will tell you what they can do, right? But if they're not getting a response, they start to change their price. And by nature, they don't go higher, right?
Agreed.
By nature, they're like, maybe my prices are too high. That's why I'm not closing. I just want women to stop and put on that maybe list. Do you know how to sell? Do you know how to open the conversation? Do you know how to nurture the conversation? And do you know how to close the conversation? And that is an important piece as an entrepreneur, even if you're pitching, like I know Kathy Bushnell, one of our seasons 262 goddesses is on here, and she has an incredible story. And right now she's pitching, she wants to turn her book into a movie. And so what is the process that you need to take someone? What is the sales journey that you need to take them? And sales is not a bad word. It might have 4 letters in it, but it's not a bad word. Right. And it's something that we need to own. And it actually sometimes comes up as a piece of deservedness. So if you've got all the other pieces to your business, and I'm not saying that your logo is the best logo, right? But if someone's like, oh, I need to change my logo, or I need to review things, or I need to that. No, you probably just need to make some more sales. And so let's help you there. And so I get fueled up or fired up about it because I see women with the ability to ask because we know how to ask, but the uncomfortableness about asking. And what does that look like in that transaction? Or this, Stephanie, I know some women, because I used to go on to trade shows, and how I got into Success Magazine and 48 Times was I used to do live media shows. That's what I call them. That's what a trade show is. If you don't think it's a live media show, have a conversation with me. So I used to, people go, I really want to make, the same success you're making. I'm like, get on a show floor with me. Let's see how you talk. And so those that braved up, which was awesome for them, I would see the best information givers. Oh my word. So many women can talk about their product and the information all day long, but it's very difficult to ask for the exchange of further information with you. So anyways, that's why, because if we're going to be sustainable, we have to be financially taken care of so that we can do whatever it is that we're supposed to do on the planet, right? Okay, but I'll just get off that stage. I'll get off that kind of,
No, we want you. We want you on that stage. Everyone's leaning in because you're right. We can have the greatest offer in the world, but if we're not building those conversations, those relationships, and making the ask, right? It's time. It's time. What do you think? And you're right, because we'll start to diminish ourselves. We'll start to diminish our offer or lower our price. When you make a point that when we're dreaming it up, it's big. Like you said, people sit around the kitchen table and they could just tell you with passion, this is what I do. This is the value I bring. But then the minute they have to put the sales hat on, some women can find it very intimidating and like, well, who am I to ask for $7,000 for this particular package, right? Or the service that I do. And so you're right that we have to get comfortable with selling. So that leads me to my next question of, I've heard you use the term profit calling. And that's a unique term. I've been in sales, or I was in corporate sales for 25 years, Deb, and I've never heard anyone say profit calling. So what do you mean by that?
Well, people hate following up. If I said to you, we're going to have a follow-up class tomorrow, and all the business cards you have on your desk, and all the ones that are in your purse, all the ones that are on LinkedIn, and let me guess, Messenger and Instagram and all the things, or the pieces of paper, or if you hang out with me long enough, you probably have, well, even if you're in the success tracker, even if you have all of them in there and all of it, their phone number and where you met them and all the thing, you have it digital or you have it on paper. Even then, if I said, okay, everybody, let's grab our books, let's have a call tomorrow. We're going to support each other and be accountable. So from 4 to 6 tomorrow, let's all get on a Zoom and let's follow up. I bet you half of you will find something else to do, even if that was empty in your calendar, because that does not sound like fun, right? And what happens is kicks in is some of the stuff that Kathy Holt talked about, like shame. Like literally people will feel ashamed they haven't called people. Literally people will feel embarrassed that they've had calls. Now, Rowena List was one of our first speakers, and she was in the top 10 for Mary Kay when she was 19 years old, and she built her business on the phone book. Okay. And then she had people that left her team in direct sales, and they said, do you want these leads? This was a trade event or an event that I did 2 years ago. She's like, absolutely, bring it on, right? She had no qualms about it, but these people had not been calling them because they were feeling bad. So profit calling is a philosophy and a methodology and a mindset that you need to put on, because when you're profit calling, it puts you in a different state. A lot of people, and look, I work with a lot of sales, and I'm trying to give you my 6-hour class in, 18 minutes, but a lot of people will continue to put seeds and never harvest their garden. So it's super easy to call someone once. It's super easy to call them twice. And on the third time, you almost sometimes for some people, they're like sick to their stomach. They're like, oh my gosh. And the rejection level goes up. But here's the unfortunate thing. Like let me pull one of these up. Oh, this is the other journal. So in the success tracker, there's 14 check boxes for following up. That would make people like check out right now. They're probably like, oh, I'm going to go do the dishes right now. I don't want to listen to Deb. How could I possibly have to talk to the same person 14 times? You don't. You have to have a point of interest. You can text, you can send a newsletter, they can be on your email list. You don't have to call someone 14 times. You don't want to call them once and then do the other 13 without a phone call. But most people won't get themselves past the third because it feels like I followed up. Okay, who hasn't said this? I followed up already. Oh, and then I followed up again. And if I follow up a third time, they're going to really hate me. I'm being salesy. I'm being pushy. I'm being that person I don't want to be. I just want to heal people. I just want to cut their hair. I just want to sell them beautiful jewelry. I just want to help them publish their book. I don't want to go through this process. But if you really truly understand that money starts at 5, like if you just like check out the rest of my conversation, money starts at 5. And it is really, really true, because at 5, people start to trust you. And I'm not like they get to know, trust, and blah, blah. And there's a thing, trust, know, and it's all over the world. But let's make it actual. So at 5, people start to go, okay, you're going to know or not know. One of the biggest dangers that I see people get through. So in our class, we go through the 14. And I'm just going to say some of the mindset stuff that comes up is that this might sound really harsh, but honestly, if you haven't followed up with somebody and it's your 3rd time, they're not thinking about you. I mean, you're amazing and you're special and you're spectacular and you're all the things, but they're not thinking, damn, we're feeling ashamed or embarrassed. We'll get on the call and go, oh my gosh, Carol, I'm so sorry I didn't get back to you. I said I would last week. They didn't stop their life. They didn't stop your life unless you had a booked appointment and you ghosted them on their calendar. Yeah, they might be a little pissed. But the truth is, if they didn't, they're cool. So first of all, stop saying, I'm sorry, I didn't call you. You can say, I apologize. My business has been abundant. We've got so much stuff going on here. I'm sure you've been abundant as well. I wanted to circle back. Just if you say it like that, it's different, right? And so if really they're not, until they see you 5 times, 87% of the sale closes in the 12th to 18th interaction. Now, I'm not saying that you can't close a deal on the first time. I've done it numerous times, right? Because when you start to understand this formula, and if you really have something that can help somebody, you're always going to run into that person that's literally out there looking for you. Those happen, and they happen more than you think, right? So I just encourage people to go along. So profit calling is looking at every time that you go through that cycle, or you think of them, or you actually, here's something cool. Can I tell you? So in whatever you have, I'm going to talk about Success Planner because someone's going to win this, by the way. So when you go in that process and you see that they're at 5, you actually start to relax. You actually start to relax because I've just told you, and it's true. Go ahead and check it out. On the 5th time, when people see you, know you, and you've done it, right? You've done it. You start to relax so much so that when I'm working with a client and they're up against a deadline, they're like, I have a financial deadline. It could be a dental bill. It doesn't matter what it is. It doesn't have to do with business. If you spend all your money that you make on your business, that's interesting. So you may have a bill outside of business and you have a deadline for that, or you're doing a website build, or you're doing whatever you're doing, right? And so they're like, okay, I really need to close some deals. I'll go grab your book. They're like, okay. I go, who's at 5? Who's at 5? Why are you starting at 1? Why are you, I need to go build some business. I'm going to go onto my LinkedIn. I'm going to go into my social. I'm going to go onto this, right? At the very least, call your friends and ask for referrals, because those are probably a 2 or a 3, but call your 5s. I don't want you talking to anyone that's not 5 to 14. And if you've got people that are 10, 11, and 12, you should be getting super excited because you're really close to the yes. If they've hung in there with you that far, they haven't unsubscribed your email or this or that, you're very close to, and it is profit calling. Those calls bring you profit. That's how you continue. And so when you're close to the game or your back's against the wall, and if you've been in entrepreneurship for a long time, you can't tell me there isn't times in your entrepreneurial life you have not had your back against the wall. You've had your back against the wall and you need to make a financial something, then call your 5s, your 6s, your 8s, your 10s, your 12s, but people don't. They go to the 1s and 2s. Why? Because it's less risky and it feels better. It feels better. It's so much more exciting. Oh my gosh, I'm going to go do a post on LinkedIn. I'm going to go do a thing. I'm going to do that. I'm going to go into a networking group and I'm going to talk about myself. It's a whole new group of people. Do both. Do both. But if you're up against the wall, 5 and onward.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's good, Deb, because it's the familiarity. Sometimes they just have to see your name a few times. So here's the thing. You're thinking about that prospective client far more, like 99% more than they're thinking about you. And that's okay. You have to come into their awareness. And that's your point, Deb, is as you get to touch 5 and 6 and 12, if they're still in communication or they're liking you or they're giving you some kind of feedback, you're drawing them in. You are increasing their awareness of you. So I love that you have coined the term profit calling, because that makes it so much more exciting. It makes it like, wow, I'm going to profit call today. I'm going to look at my fives. So thank you for that. And you gave us a hint on how to be a little more systematic, right? You showed us the planner, but can you just take a minute to dive a little bit deeper into how we can make this more systematic?
Yeah, so I mean, I do top performance and I do profit calling, and I like to merge them together because it's super difficult. And if you saw Rowena this morning, it's super difficult when you have unorganized systems to kind of what I say, play in the cream. So first of all, take a place where all your leads are floating. They're floating. Some are in your head, some are in all the places that I talked about, some are on your kitchen counter and what have you. Even if you have a box, right? So even if you have a box, when you come in, if you came from an event, throw your business cards there because it's 11 o'clock at night and maybe you had a hot dog with Carol or something. No, that's an inside joke. Or, you know, a glass of wine with Kathy, and that's not an inside joke. We're doing 262 wine, but just have a place to put them. But then I use a paper planner. One, I taught brain health because I believe in writing on paper. You might have a digital, but you have to have a place where all those leads go. You have to have a home. You have to have a home. And here we have all the way up to 14 to help encourage you past that. But you also have in here, it's where did you meet them? Like, where did you meet them? Did you meet them in a networking group? Was it social media? Was it a live event? Was it? So all the different ways that you met them, and then information on, you know, their name, their phone number, and what have you. And the other thing that it has in there is the communication that they like to receive information, not how you like to receive it. You know, I always say if people email me, God bless you. Because if you know me at all, if you text me, you'll get an answer. If you WhatsApp me, you'll get an answer. And if you email me, I'll see it the next day, right? That's me. But look at, if I want to do business with Yvonne and Yvonne wants email, I'm going email. And how do I know that? Because I'll naturally default to my own natural way. I'll text her. I mean, when I first met her, I'm like, okay, I'm going to text you some stuff because I got a call I'm late for, and then I'll email you because that's her gig. So I've got it written here. Here's the secret. Here's the secret. You have a conversation with somebody. So I'm going to use this. Okay. So I'm on follow-up number 7. Ooh, look at me here. Okay. So now follow-up number 7 is going through renovations. So she probably doesn't want to talk to me next week. And so I'm going to say to her, and this is, we also go through this, we go through the weave of the sale, because the sale is a weave. It's an experience, right? People say it's all about relationships. It is about relationships. It is the business relationship, the personal relationship, the sales relationship. Your sales interaction, please don't look at that like not a relationship. People are like, I don't want to be salesy. I'm like, well, sales is a relationship. Is there people you want to purchase from? When you walk into, no offense to IKEA, if anyone owns any shares, but when you walk into IKEA, don't you want someone to walk up and go, can I help you? Yes, you do. Are you choked when they don't show up? Yes, you are. You can't even find someone to help you get out of the maze in there. So you want people to be able to service you. We all have services that we want, right? When we're looking, can we have a referral for somebody? So if someone stays on top of it with you, that is a relationship. Some of my best friends have been started off in sales. So as you do that, so now let's say I'm talking to Yvonne and Yvonne's like, I'm renovating. I'm like, okay, good for you. I'm not going to say, or do you want me to call you in 3 days? I'm like, Yvonne, is it better if I call you in a month from now when that kitchen's in? She's going to go, yeah, it is. Cool. So I take that and I go to and I should have it here. So that's cool. I'm going to call her, I don't know, December 12th. I'll call you December 12th. I'm going to go into my planner. Now I have a paper planner because I'm a paper girl. You may have a digital planner or a paper planner. I'm going to December 12th. I'm going to put her name down. I'm going to put her information. She's there. She's here. No offense, darling. I love you. I'll talk to you December 12th. I don't think about it. Her name's not on my desk. I'm not like, oh God, I didn't get back to her. Or I met her through this person. And when I hear this person's name, I think of her and I think about blah, 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 and all the shame and all the guilt and all the ridiculousness that Yvonne's been sitting around waiting for me. But then it's clean, it's organized, and you are now continuing to build your business, continuing to build your friendships because it's handled. And guess what? When you look in your calendar for December and you look that week, you know you're going to be contacting Yvonne. So that's what I mean about systemizing that whole profit calling, because it's one thing to profit call, and we're never going to say the F word again when it comes to sales on many levels, right? We're going to say profit calling, and it's systemized. And when you know you're systemized, it makes those calls so much better. It just does, because then you're not apologizing. Sorry, right? Or you ever found someone's business card and you're like, oh God, I didn't.
Yeah.
Or, you called them once or whatever. So that's it.
That's great. And I love how you said earlier, Deb, about, if you did get busy, if you did miss a call, not if you missed a reach out, not a call, but a reach out, that, hey, business is abundant. I hope your life is abundant too. That was really good. And that, Deb said you have to have a home for your prospects. So if you're digitally savvy, or if you want to create a Google Docs, or you want to use this amazing planner that Deb has published for 2025, have a home for your prospects and your contacts. And then to put that system around it. If they say I can talk in a month, great. Create that follow-up, put that on the calendar. So Deb, you always offer both energetic ideas, right? And then you offer the practical tips. So thank you for your coaching and guidance, because we can all up level when it comes to our sales activities around our businesses. Sales is critical. So thank you for bringing that point home for us today. All right. So Deb, any final thoughts before I put up the question?
No, I just think I want to go back to the beginning of the conversation on, why would I choose to talk about sales on a Women of Inspiration, Stand Up, Speak Up, and Show Up International Women's Day Summit? Because I feel that it's part of my commitment to sustainability and to help women be able to do that reach out and stay sustainable, particularly because this room is full of self-funding women predominantly, right? And that can be, as we talked about earlier, funky and challenging. I call it rice and peas to steak and lobster, and those can fluctuate in between. So if I can create a platform for women to share, which is why I'm like, absolutely utilize the services and connect with the people that are sharing today, but also teach those things that might seem a little dry, might seem a little boring, might seem like not the topic that you put for the subject that you're going to go spend that time with. And why would someone want to spend a whole day doing this? You're like, oh, you have a proper calling class. Groovy you. But right? Ooh, sounds like fun. I'm going to go clean my garage. But if you actually spend time doing this and do it right, then your sustainability factor changes. And then also so does the guessing, because you probably are doing everything right. You just need to do it a different way.
Beautiful way to conclude that. Thank you, Deb, because show of hands, do some jazz hands, hit the react button. We love practical guidance on our 262 calls. We love how do we actually do this? So thank you, Deb, for that amazing insight. And now I'm going to pose the question for Deb's wonderful, generous giveaway of a coaching session with her and a planner. Deb, and I saw some time, I see like a couple things in the chat. Susan, you said, love the 5 and onward and 14 check boxes. Deb called out a number and she said, it's at this attempt that most people give up on their sales calls. There was a specific number. So type that number in the chat along with your email address so we can contact you if you are the winner. And I see the pop. Yep, they're getting populated. All right. Fantastic. Thank you as ever, Deb. And I will turn it back over to you because I think we might have a shout out.
We don't. We have the Amanda May coming in. We have the Amanda May because I talked long. Oh, no, yes, we do. We're talking to Amanda right now. We're not doing a shout out. I shouted out.
Well, welcome, Amanda.
All right. So thank you so much. Hello, Amanda. How are you?
Good.
Good. So nice color of, nice color that you're wearing today. Nice choice. For those of you that don't know Amanda May was down with us in Dallas, live for the book launch. You may see her in the pictures. She's also in the 262 book. She's also graced the stage again, just like Eleanor Pan did. And we're so grateful for you to pop in for us today. When we were talking, it was last year, because I don't think you had baby yet. I think we were talking to you, right? I think you were past it. You're a couple of days overdue. So
yeah, I think I was supposed to have the baby on the date we decided to do the podcast. And then, I was like, well, I'm not having a baby today, so I might as well film a podcast. Why not?
Now, there you go. That's a 262 sister. So look at Amanda's going to chat today. Let me tell you a little bit about Amanda. So first of all, she is an international professional speaker. She is a co-host of the Spinozo podcast. She is one of 4 people that sit in an executive role in a 9-figure medical business. She has an incredible story, and I hope if she doesn't touch on it today, I hope you get in touch with her and listen and follow her. I kind of call you from the lash lady to the 9-figure medical business lady. She's going to talk a little bit to us today about the stretch, the softness of stretching. The music she's listening to right now is Post Malone, I Like You. That's such a great title. Her favorite, the thing that she loves that you may not know about herself, she loves to spoil herself with gourmet donuts. I love all these things that we get to find out about each other. Everyone, she's going to be giving you a beautiful gift. Everyone's going to get the Beauty Boss blueprint, which she is most famously known as being called the Beauty Boss. And gift to everyone is 4 chapters of that book. And one person is going to win a beautiful beauty product, which is a concealer, corrector, and primer. And so one person who answers correctly, and I think you all know by now how you do that, is put the answer in your email in the box, or in the chat. I'm talking in the box. So Amanda, I'm just going to hand it over to you. You do this professionally. Share with us on this stretch to significance, but doing it softly.
Awesome. I love it. Thank you so much. And just to confirm, do I have 30 minutes? What's my cutoff time? So I know
You're
how
20
much to get in there.
minutes-ish? 20 minutes-ish? Yeah.
Okay. We'll see how much I can get through. I'm so excited. Thank you so much. I'm honored to be here with all of you. I really appreciate the opportunity to come on again and have this great conversation, Deb. So thank you as always for asking me to be a part of this. I think as I like settle in and take a look at the women that have joined today, or all the women that are going to be listening over multiple streams and however and whenever they might hear this, I think about how powerful each one of us are and how driven this group of women are. And it just helps me reflect a little bit on my own journey, one that really hasn't always been easy, as we all know, but it's been deeply fulfilling. And like many of you, I struggled at times to lead in a male-dominated world. And in doing that, staying true to myself. So it's like this tension that we all probably have felt at some point. We don't want to lose our femininity, the things that make us us, our softness, but we want to succeed and we want to be powerful. And so that's part of what I want to do today, is share how I've navigated that path, how I've embraced my power as a woman and done it without sacrificing my personal authenticity. I think as women, we don't have to live by someone else's rules. And quite frankly, I'm the opposite. If somebody has rules, I typically want to do the other thing. Anyone else can, I see some heads shaking and hands going up. So jazz hands to that. If somebody has rules or a box that they want to put me in, I'm often the one to go, let me see if I can do it a different way. And in this case, it's understanding that we can lead with grace and empathy and connection and still be a very strong, powerful woman in our roles, whatever those roles are, whether it be a stay-at-home mom or a working woman or a little bit of both. I'm not a stay-at-home mom, but I do work from home. So I have a lot of those hugs and kisses in the middle of the day with my little baby girl. And you may hear her laughing in the background. Her dad is downstairs playing with her, so you may hear that. So, I mean, it's hard to be on a meeting and hear the laughing and not want to go down and be like, oh, what's happening? But recognizing I can have that femininity and still be in a very successful, powerful position in my work life. So the first concept, which is the most important lesson I've learned in leadership that I want to share with you, is this concept of velvet covered steel. That's what I call it. And what does this mean? This is about leading with grace and compassion on the outside, but having an unshakable core of strength. This is knowing when to be soft and empathetic while still being firm and decisive when it matters the most. One of my favorite examples of this is a character that I deeply connect with. Her name is Wendy Rhodes, and she was on the show Billions. She was the yes, exactly. I mean, that is how I feel when I think of Wendy Rhodes. And when I think of this concept, velvet covered steel, she fits it perfectly. And her character, for those of you who haven't seen it or maybe just know a little bit about her, her character is one where she lives in this world between two titans. It's like her husband is on one side, and he's in like the legal field, and then her boss is on Wall Street, and they're both equally powerful men. But she has this sense of like knowing what they need. She is the performance coach at Axe Capital. So she runs the performance of this massive company on Wall Street. But because she knows what they need, it gives her this competitive edge. And she's got this way about her that she like appreciates that hardball world. You can tell that she enjoys swimming with the sharks, but she has this ability to step back and connect and find out, why are people acting the way that they are? And she pulls that out in the show with her husband and also her boss and the people that she leads within her organization. She has a lot of power with people who have a lot of power. And she lives between these two worlds where there's a lot, of course, it's a TV drama. So there's a lot of drama associated with it, but she's got an incredible moral compass. And she is a woman that leads unapologetically, but knows when to be strong and knows when to be soft. And so she is definitely somebody that when I think of her, I think that's a reflection of velvet covered steel. And in my own life, at times when I've embodied this balance, I remember the CEO that I have at the medical group, Alex Spinoso, he's the one I have the podcast with as well. And the company that I work for is called Genesis Lifestyle Medicine. We work with a marketing agency, and I'm involved in all of those calls. And I had asked for some really important data. And I waited and I waited and I didn't get my response. I waited a little longer, and then I gently touched base like, hey, do we have that information? And they replied. And immediately Alex jumped in and said, this is absurd. It took you 10 days to get her the information that she needed. Why did it take you so long to respond? If she asks you a question, it is just like if I ask you a question. So he was able to come in with this strength and say, listen, she is just as valuable as I am. If she asks you for something, 10 days is entirely too long to get her the information that she needs. What that allowed me to do was stay in my softness, stay in my femininity. He came in kind of the more direct, decisive approach, and it allowed me to stay in this place of strength and connection. But it also taught me that at times being assertive is not a sign of weakness. It is a sign of strength. And that was a time that I felt like I could have been a bit more assertive. Why did I wait 10 days to get the response that I needed? Why did I wait so long to get to email for that follow-up? And so recognizing that being soft doesn't make me weak, and sometimes being strong is what is necessary in order to kind of be that velvet covered steel. And the balance of both the strength and the compassion is the leadership superpower. That's what we want to find, is that balance between both of those. And I think as women, it's something that when we can tap into the strength side and we don't suppress that, it's a real gift. The compassion side, the empathy, the heart, behind our leadership is something that we do naturally. But when we can find the balance of both, it's really, really powerful and it's really magical. So before I launch into like my key points, there's two things I want to share with you, and I'll do these kind of quickly. These are a little bit more personal story side of things. One of the things that I learned early on is that if you want to be everything that you're meant to be, you cannot do everything and you cannot do it all alone. And that's the value of this type of connection with women and the 262 project and everything that Deb is building here and this ecosystem of incredible women, because mentorship is so important for growth as a woman alone and then also as a businesswoman. And it's interesting because we're a group of women, and I would have to say there have been a lot of men in my life that have been mentors and very powerful mentors. And so even if you're surrounded by women, it's not always the people that you pay for or you're looking for mentorship from that are awesome mentors for you. So know that you don't have to do it all alone. And actually asking for help doesn't diminish your strength at all. It actually enhances it. It's something that as women, when we ask for help and we receive, it's really good for us. So be open to ask questions, find out if there's an area of growth that you can embark on. If you need help in something, you don't know something, tapping into resources like what we're doing today, super, super valuable. And one of the most, this is the most pivotal story in my career when it comes to this topic. I was running women's events with another woman that I knew. She did fashion and I did beauty. And so we were like, we're going to go have these women's events and go into women's homes and do these like makeover sessions and like clothing audits and makeup bag audits. We'll do it all together. It'll be great. And so we did. We started these in-home kind of parties. And I thought it went great. And in my desire to be ambitious and to really kind of, I guess I would say, go-getter, that feeling of being a go-getter and being ambitious about what I was doing, also led me to be very disconnected from people, very self-centered. I was very much in it for what was I going to get out of it. And I had no free attention. So, you know, when you're talking to somebody and you're like, they're not really here. They're somewhere else. They're not present with me. It was like that. That's what it was like to talk to me. And it was because I was trying so hard to prove myself and prove that I was worth something or that I was valuable. And so it was all about, oh, I've done this or that, or, you know, all this glitz and glam or whatever it was that I thought was going to make people connect with me, but I was doing it all wrong. And so she called me after that event and she said, if this is the woman that's going to show up at these events, I do not want to do business with you. And of course, at first, I was like super defensive and I was like, what? You're crazy. But I reflected on her statement and it actually became one of the most transformational moments in my career because it led me down a path of personal development where I got tapped into different groups and sessions and personal development courses and leadership courses because I knew I had so much to learn about self-awareness, how to be rational, how to be authentic, how to be connected. And I knew that I wanted it. I just didn't know how to go about getting it. And her saying that left me on a path to try to figure it out. So mentors are super important. And oftentimes the ones that you're not paying to be your mentor, those are the ones that are going to speak the most truth in your life because they don't care if they're going to get paid or you're going to hire them again. They're going to say what needs to be said. So watch for those people and really take in what it is that's being reflected back to you. One of my favorite quotes from Sheryl Sandberg is, "We cannot change what we are not aware of. And once we are aware, we can't help but change." And so that was a super important time for me to change. So that was the first thing. Second thing that I learned was that a comfortable life means nothing if you aren't contributing. And I'll share something deeply personal with you in regards to this. Years ago, I was in a marriage where I lived a very comfortable life. He was a high achiever. I didn't really have to work. Things were taken care of, and it was comfortable. But I wasn't contributing. I wasn't contributing to our life. I wasn't living my purpose. And it felt very like I was settling into something that I knew I wasn't going to fulfill my calling, what I'm meant to do and the lives I'm meant to change. It felt very deep down, it felt very empty. I just was not living my purpose or adding value to the world. And one of the things that was the learning about that, and why I share that with you, is because as we were going through the divorce process, my lawyer said, "What do you want? Like, what do I want from the marriage?" Because there were assets. And it was at that moment I realized I don't want anything. Like, I haven't worked for any of this. It wasn't my doing. I didn't earn any of it, and I wasn't contributing to it. And it was in that moment I knew I wanted to make a change in my life, to start to build something that was mine, something that I could say I am adding value to people's lives, and that's why I live in abundance. And I think as women, like I know a lot of women that have been through situations where they've had kids and they've kind of pulled back from the workforce, or just haven't fulfilled their purpose for whatever reason. I think it's super important for women to know that contributing and building to something meaningful is such a powerful place in leadership. It's a place where you kind of let go of the comfort and you lead from a place of purpose. And that's a super powerful place to live when it comes to living out your femininity, especially in a world full of men, is living your purpose. And when you're tapped in and living your purpose and you're in your feminine power and your genius zone, you lead in an extraordinary way. So 3 things I've learned about leadership: seek commitment, not compliance. This is one that, when you think about people wanting something from you, we live in a world of influencers online, and so it's like being an influencer is different than being somebody of influence. So when you're thinking about commitment over compliance, this isn't about just forcing people to do what you tell them to do. If you're a leader in your business or of women, or even in your home, it's a lot different when you are forcing somebody to go along with what you say versus inspiring somebody through your feminine qualities to truly shine, to truly show up, to live in their genius zone. One of the games that I played in my personal development course, that first one I took, we were separated into 2 groups, and I was laser focused on winning. I am very competitive. So I really wanted to win this game. I was like, our group is it, we're winning, that's it. And it was a game that, as it progressed and we went back and forth, it got more cutthroat. Nope, this is what we're going to do, and this is how we're going to win. And what was interesting is, as the game came to a close, what was revealed is that had we collaborated as groups, there was a way for both sides to win. We could have created a win-win. But what I realized in that moment is I was living life as a win-lose. How do I win? How do you, as long as I win, whatever happens with you happens. But as long as I win, that's all I cared about. And recognizing that seeking commitment from people in leadership is about creating win-win situations. This is about winning without somebody else like it being at the expense of somebody else. And inspiring commitment is not the same as demanding compliance. So as I've moved into this leadership role within our company, we have hundreds and hundreds of employees. It's so important as top level leaders to inspire those people to want to make change in their own life and to want to live in integrity and with our core values of our company. And that only comes through inspiration and not through force. And that's something else as women that we can do really, really well. So the former CEO of Burberry actually did this really well. She really embodied that principle. She took over the brand. It was really struggling. And instead of coming in and like demanding results from her team, she focused on building relationships with everybody. She listened to their concerns. She made them feel valued, and she turned that entire company around. She fostered such deep commitment that the whole brand was revitalized, and now Burberry is killing it today. And it just is a show that women coming in and building those relationships and having commitment from the people around them goes really far. Two things I'll finish with. So I didn't get to go into these next two topics deeply, but as I close up, it's about celebrating, but being in your feminine energy and that feminine leadership is about celebrating freedom of expression in yourself and in others. So it's recognizing, show up wholly and fully and who you are and put it out there and be willing to be fun or quirky or crazy or whatever it is. Be authentic, be real, and do it unapologetically. Show up as yourself. And when you do, you allow other people to show up the same way. The more free you are. I've seen these videos because they pop up on my Instagram now, like of these moms dancing with their babies, and their babies will be in like a super crabby mood or something. And then the mom's in the background being crazy. And then before you know it, the baby's like doing the same thing. It's like the same, right? If we show up unapologetically, fully ourselves, just as authentic as we can in all of our complexities, people will do the same thing. So let your light shine, and other people will let their light shine too. It's like giving permission to be you, be great, and allow other women to do the same. So here's what I want to leave you with today about embracing your femininity and leading unapologetically is you do not have to choose between being strong or being soft. You don't have to choose between being assertive or being compassionate. You really can be both. You can lead with empathy and grace and connection, still make tough decisions when it's necessary, and recognize that your feminine leadership is really a strength and it's never going to be a weakness. The ability to do both, building a firm and nurturing, being firm and nurturing at the same time as being decisive and compassionate, is a sweet spot and a superpower. So if you're in a world full of men like I am, because I have 2 business partners on my skincare line, I have 2 men that I'm in business with. I work for 2 men in the medical company. And then I have 2 men. So I have 3 different aspects to my businesses, I say, in my career. And I have 2 men on the other side in the roll up that I'm an advisor on. So I'm literally surrounded by men. Recognize if you are surrounded by men, like Wendy Rhodes' character, sometimes we know what they need. And that puts you in a very strong place. And you don't have to give up your femininity to succeed. You don't have to compete with them, complete them, be a part of the big picture, bring all of your femininity to the table because it's your greatest asset. Own it and lead with it and do it unapologetically. Thank you.
Oh my goodness, that was amazing. Hello. Do your hearts and your stars and your jazz hands, Amanda. That was so amazing. Thank you. not only amazing, it was inspiring. I wrote notes. I write notes every time that someone's speaking, but I absolutely love inspired commitment. Just from a phrase itself, how when we're sharing, when we're talking, when we're in that negotiation, I just finished talking about sales, right? Having an inspired commitment, that really got me. I loved what you said. Thank you so much for sharing. I'm going to pass it over to Stephanie. Stephanie, have you got a question for us with a prize attached?
I sure do, Amanda. That was
Right.
beautiful. Thank you. And thank you for the velvet covered steel visualization. So important to be feminine and strong and not apologize for it. All right. So our question for Amanda's amazing giveaway, which who doesn't want some gorgeous concealed? It's so exciting. That's such a great giveaway. Is this. Amanda said she was talking about the context if you were a leader, and you want to inspire versus force someone into something. She said, seek commitment, not, and then what was the word? So seek commitment, not. Put that word in with your email address, and we will be excited to announce the winner after the summit. Thank you, Amanda.
Yay.
Thank you.
Thank
Appreciate you, ladies.
You too, you too. And in terms of prizes, we didn't say this at the beginning, but you will, if you've won, someone will get in touch with you, not today, not tomorrow, but at the beginning of next week, because we have 2 days of this incredible party and a lot of gifts to give. I think over the 2 days, there is thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars being given away, and we so appreciate that. So that's how that's going to work. So you will get reached out from the 262 administration. It might be Dorothea, it might be Desi. We don't know, but if you're getting reached out to, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Thank you so much, Amanda. That was incredible. And just another shout out to our speakers. You know, you sponsor us with your time. You sponsor us with funding to speak. You sponsor yourself to be into the book. Amanda's in both. That allows us to run this whole 262 party that's had over 6,000 women. And I'm just talking on stage. We can't even begin to, you know, even for our streamers out there that are listening to us right now, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. So there's people that come live, people that will see this later. We so appreciate all of it. It's turned into an incredible movement. And it's from speakers and authors as such that are allowing us to continue this project. That's how it is. And if you are looking to speak, well, you know what, why don't I pass it over to you, Stephanie, because you've done both. You've been in the book, you spoke, she was at the Emmys, she'll be at the Oscars, you're doing all the things. So let me pass it over to you to talk a little bit about before I see our next speakers in the room.
Absolutely. So Deb founded this with the mission of that International Women's Day should be every month. We are coming up on the International Women's Day, and we're celebrating March 7th and 8th with a huge virtual summit like this one, but it'll be even bigger because it's the celebration of International Women's Day. And I would encourage you, you know, as someone who just met Deb, oh gosh, about a year ago, and being, you know, approached, hey, would you like to speak? Would you like to be part of the book? You know, I had to take a step of courage to do that and to be a part of it. And I have never looked back. It was the greatest thing for my second year in my entrepreneurial journey. And I would highly recommend that you look at being one of our speakers for International Women's Day. The investment is worth 10, 50, 100-fold from what you'll get energetically, the love that you will receive, the clarity you'll get in deciding what you're going to talk about. So to be a part of our International Women's Day Summit is an incredible opportunity. And I'm just here to encourage you, as someone who did it within the last year, to really think about and consider doing this for yourself, and not only for yourself, but for all the women who need to hear your message and who want to be inspired. I know that Deb, I think, actually has a gift to give if you do decide to be part of the summit. So Deb, I'll turn that over to you.
Sure. And I think that's a big part of it too. Let's touch on that. The fact that people have been inspired by this, as they are when we do our work, right? When we put ourselves out there, when we start collaborating and whatever it is that we're doing, people receive. And that's a big part of what we're doing here, is that we are stepping up and we are standing up and we are speaking up and we are showing up and we are all the ups for women that can be inspired by that, and some that in this world are not able to yet. We talked about that in the opening round when we launched our party today, about how the movement of International Women's Day for some women can only be felt energetically because they don't have the access that we do. But we know that by participating, it is breaking barriers. It is making people feel stronger, even at times where it doesn't look like that. I think even Amanda talked about that a little bit when she was sharing about the impact, standing up with who you are authentically. And that's kind of what we do here. So yes, I have a gift for women that want to stand up, speak up, and show up. Absolutely. And if you're nervous, you're supposed to be. And if you're wondering if it's for you, you're supposed to wonder. This is something that we're going to support you in showing up your best self. And there was a woman that was on today that's already shared, so I can talk about it, was that I had to talk her all the way through. And she was talking for 4 or 5 minutes. I had to talk her all the way through. We had to practice. I had to check in yesterday. Are you okay? It is not as easy as you think. If you've never spoken on stage and you've always been on the receiving side, this is not always an easy thing to do. I mean, look at how Amanda just shared very transparently about some things. You don't have to go that deep if you're not ready to go that deep. You can talk about like sales like I did. It wasn't so deep, but it was empowering. And it takes a big deal to step up and stand up and speak up and share. And the other thing that you talked about, Stephanie, is about sorry, I'm losing my voice a little bit, but that's okay. That this is about International Women's Day being celebrated and the essence of it being every day, International Women's Day. It's a big thing. It's a big thing that we get to sit around and experience solidarity. And I don't think it's an experience that we've all very much had. I know when I've gone to retreats before and you feel super close to the people that you're at that retreat with, and then you go home, right? But standing up International Women's Day, some women participate in this. They're like, I've never signed a petition. I've never done a march. I've never done anything specifically for International Women's Day. So if I can come and share and make impact, that's what I want to do. If I can go into a book, some women just came into the book and did a quote. They didn't talk about anything other than a picture of themselves and a message to women because they wanted to participate in the movement. And that's really what this is about. So that's the ask, that's the reach out to come onto the stage March 7th and 8th, or, May or November or August, the months that we do this. But of course, the next one coming up is going to be incredible, as they all are. And so, yes, if you decide that you want to come in and be a speaker at the 7th or 8th of 2025, oh my goodness, I have it listed here. So you get to have a free quote. Now, Stephanie showed earlier what that free quote looks like. It's awesome. So in our planner, we take your quote. You will officially be a quote author. By the way, it's true. Right? It's like, it's your quote and you get it publicized. And then we do this cool QR code so that when someone hovers over that QR code, your quote shows up on their phone in a beautiful square, like an Instagram box with a signature with your words. And then an arrow pops up on their phone and they can send it anywhere in the world. Who needs to hear a message from you? Or if you've just finished talking to someone and you want to share something cool, there's a little 90-second video, because we literally can turn it into a video. And you go from paper to pop onto someone's phone digital. It's kind of the that's cool moment. So anyways, those are gifts that we're giving so that you can share in the 2026 planner as well. All right, so there's gifts galore. And Stephanie, I know that Stephanie is going to be leaving us soon. And the Emily Bassett is going to be stepping in because, the queens are tag teaming it, and Stephanie will be back first thing tomorrow morning. And for PST people, that means 7 a.m. Don't hate me. We were supposed to be in New York. Don't hate me, right? Oh my gosh. Terry's like, yeah, I'm going to be there at 7 a.m. So she's going to be leaving us soon, but not now. She's going to be presenting with our next speaker and hanging out. So if you want to do some loving on Stephanie in the box, in the chat, then please do. But I'm going to pass it back over to you, my friend.
Thanks, Deb. I'm glad we get to give your voice a little bit of a break. I mean, we all love your sexy Janet Joplin voice. So, yeah. Okay, but let's give you a talking break. So I have the honor of introducing our next speaker, Dina Kurt. Do you want to come on camera?
She's right there, right underneath you.
Let's see, where is she? Oh, there she is.
She's right beside you now.
Hey, hi, Dina. I've been loving your comments in the chat. I know you've been with us for the past couple of hours, and I love the You Glow Girl handle on your page. So it's wonderful to see you. Dina is the publisher of Divorce Magazine. She's the founder of the Life Changes channel, and she's an international best-selling author and a compassion advocate. So a successful entrepreneur wearing many, many titles. We're delighted to have you, Dina. And Dina's topic today is it doesn't end when the papers are signed. I know I can speak to myself about being divorced and that being true. I know there's a lot of women here, strong, wonderful women who have gone through divorce. So Dina, this is so timely. Before we get into your talk, I want to share that the music that is inspiring Dina right now is Country by Kid Rock. So again, we'd love to talk about the music that's inspiring us. You can add it to your playlist. And something fun that you may not know about Dina is that her first job was training horses. So we have an equestrian in our midst. All right, Dina, let me talk about really quick about what you're going to be giving away. We love our speaker giveaways, so generous. So Dina today is going to be gifting everyone a 15-minute private podcast chat. Actually, Dina, will you take a minute before I talk about your one-on-one gift? Just tell us what you mean by that.
Sure. Yes, thank you. Love being here. Rock stars, every one of you. Deb, Stephanie, you're doing an incredible job of leading us through this, and I'm really inspired and honored to be here. So the podcast chat is, you'll learn more about it in my presentation, but the Life Changes channel is a podcast, and I would love to invite people to share their stories there, as well as in the magazine. So this is like a discovery call. This 15 minutes, we're just going to learn about you, learn about your story. And are you interested in sharing this, or are you somebody who serves and helps people? And can we let the world know about that on the podcast? So that's what that's about. And I have another freebie that I'll be talking about too in my presentation besides that.
Ooh, great. So all the more reason to lean in. And we want to lean in, especially for Dina's one-on-one giveaway, which is a two-page spread, two-page spread in the magazine, value of $1,500. I mean, shout out, jazz hands for that, Dina. What an incredible opportunity. So again, I will be asking the group here a question, and it'll be something compelling that Dina has said, and you'll pop that into the chat with your email address, because that is a very generous giveaway, Dina. So thank you very much. So now I'm going to turn it over to you to talk about why it doesn't end when the papers are signed.
Well, thank you. Thank you for the beautiful introduction. It doesn't end when the papers are signed. Hi, I'm Dina Court, and I am a recovering invisible woman. Now, you might see me today as someone who is confident and speaking up and creating change, but it hasn't always been that way. Now I'm reading off another screen some of this, so bear with me. Now you might see me as visible, but invisibility is often considered a superpower. And it ranks right up there with teleportation and the ability to fly. For me, invisibility was something I needed as a survival mechanism. It was my way of coping with the environment that I was growing up in as a child in rural southern Saskatchewan, in a family that was very strict, conservative, and religious. And I went right from that into over 30 years of domestic abuse. In that situation, again, it was reinforced to play small, be quiet, be invisible, and I would be safer. I needed the environment to feel safe and be safe for myself and for my children, needing to be hypervigilant and watch for any evidence of triggering the abuse. That was not a healthy environment. The invisibility was serving me to make me feel safer. However, it wasn't necessarily the superpower that you want. More on my story later. Many people, especially women, maybe you, can relate to the invisibility that we wrap around ourselves for multiple reasons. And today I'm talking more specifically about where that shows up during major life changes, including divorce. Whether that includes any form of abuse or not. At any stage of this challenging process, you feel torn between trying to make it happen faster, doubting if it's the right decision, and somewhat terrified of the future either way. You keep holding your hopes on that day that the legal papers are signed, stamped, and delivered. And then you'll be completely free and happy. Sadly, for some, that can be many years of living in limbo. They're uncertain about what the final verdict will be, where they're going to land financially, physically, where they're going to even be located, and emotionally, especially. Being asked over and over by friends and family, hey, is it done yet? Is it over? Is it official? When the process takes years or months, this limbo can be painful. And I say can be because it is a choice. How you react is the choice. The circumstances aren't always within your control, but how you live through them is. And we'll talk about that a bit more. And I have a gift for you to help get you through that. Finally, the day arrives that you've been holding your breath for. It's final, it's over, officially, legally over, freedom. Everybody take a big breath with me. Let that breath out, drop your shoulders, and probably you're going to cry a few tears of relief and happiness. And then, just like the arrival of most major events in your life, like a graduation or wedding or the birth of a new baby, something that you've been planning for, looking forward to, it doesn't always feel like you expected or hoped it would. And the end is another beginning of an unknown new way of life that you're learning to navigate. The papers are signed, your brain registers that. So why does your heart, your emotions, your body hesitate and still doubt that it's true? What if you've put your whole life on hold in many areas? You've been expecting to pick it up right where you left off as soon as those papers are signed. What if you've been living on the down low, somewhat invisible, embarrassed, ashamed, feeling like a failure and removed from your world or your life? How can you reinvent yourself with this new freedom and feel like it fits you, like it's a more genuine you than before? That's what you've been wishing for, right? A fresh start. And now you wonder if you're ready to meet that true you. You're not sure what to make of her. She's a little wild and free, and she wants all the shiny things, and she's scared, and she's lonely, and she's worried what others will think. This new life invites you, but it also intimidates you. It's full of ups and downs that you hadn't expected or predicted, and they can sideswipe you at the most inopportune times. Someone's kindness, like a compliment on the color of your socks, suddenly feels so beautiful that you're moved to tears, no apparent reason, but you're overwhelmed with the beauty of their generosity at a time when you're feeling lost and alone. Your ex is still in your life, either by proximity and a shared community or for co-parenting arrangements. This alone can be a roller coaster ride, even after the papers are signed. You now have so many choices, options, and opportunities, and although you're excited and grateful for these, you're afraid you might not pick the right path, and you'll waste precious time of the few good years you have left figuring that out. Sound familiar? Anyone? So what can you do to get through this with less stress and confusion? Here's what I suggest. Don't give up or put your life on hold as you wait for anything. This is simple, but not necessarily easy. Especially if you are out of practice listening to your heart and acknowledging what you would love in your life. I bet you've told others to follow their heart, live their dreams, to believe that anything is possible. But do you truly believe that yourself for you? It's time to remind yourself that you deserve that too. And you can start right now. In fact, if you don't, then you'll stay stuck repeating the same pattern that's got you feeling defeated and hopeless. That you missed your chance, that once the papers are signed, you'll be free to start living again. But why wait for the when? Don't deceive yourself with the when-then promise. When I lose weight, then I'll feel more confident to start dating again. When I save enough money, then I'll buy myself those sexy shoes or take a vacation. When I figure out social media, then I'll show up on video more. When I finish these other 16 courses, then I'm going to start that job that I would really love to do, that little business that's been on my heart for years. Sound familiar? Many of us can relate. Why is it so important to start even when, especially when, you don't feel like it? Because then You will see results sooner. The next steps present themselves as you take action on your dreams. You'll reach goals that will have you ahead of the game when the big day finally arrives, instead of scrambling to figure out, what now? Where do I start? Because honestly, it's quite disorienting to leave that space of an identity of almost but not yet divorced, of waiting for it to be final. Don't get stuck there. Don't let that define you. And by starting even when you don't feel like it, it will give you something positive to wake up for every day, instead of thinking everything will magically be better when the divorce is finalized. Take the leap and grow your wings on the way. Keep the landing, that goal, in mind as you jump. The right hows will happen as you trust yourself and your instincts, and they'll be even better than you imagined. Better package, better timing, better circumstances. I've seen that myself over and over. Now you may be thinking, okay, fine, Dina, great. Sounds like a good idea. So how would you suggest I do this? Where can I start? I've written some books that will help you, where I share some simple things that helped me create a life that I love. And as a special gift to you today, I've got a free sample of those books as a download to get you headed in the right direction. There's a 33-page book that you can download, and I'll have the link. I'll drop that in the chat when we're done. You'll tap into those dreams that you've given up on or put on hold. You'll explore ways to bring them back to life and get excited about what you can make happen starting right now. Okay, I promised I'd tell you more about my story as a recovering invisible woman. Let me just say that things are not always as they appear. Here are some examples where you may have noticed things are not always as they appear. How about weight loss programs? Medicine advertisements? How many potato chips are actually in the bag? And things are not always as they appear on dating apps. Has anyone found some surprises there? Many people around you are living lives that are different than they appear. Everyone has a story. You have a story. My life was very different looking in from the outside than what was really happening on the inside. I met him when I was 18. He was 23, and I was the perfect victim. I was intelligent, beautiful, athletic, ambitious, hardworking, the oldest of 4 and only girl with 3 younger brothers, raised in social and geographic isolation and a strict religious conservative environment. Naive and optimistic, trusting, and eager to escape. He quickly recognized the double life we lived, the one my mother had created, so Dad was unaware of things that he didn't approve of. Socially, I was isolated, not involved in extracurricular activities with friends, and on a long-distance phone line with no cell phone or email to connect with others. Geographically, I was isolated on a ranch far from anything but tiny rural towns. Religiously, I was programmed to not question authority, to be subservient to males, that divorce wasn't allowed, and always forgive anything. He saw the opportunities to exploit all of this. I saw someone who was smart, socialized, competent, generous, and loyal, with the same religious values that had been instilled in me. It breaks my heart to think of that young woman and the way she was treated for over 30 years. It breaks my heart to think of the life she deserved and the scars she'll carry forever. It breaks my heart how hard she tried to make her marriage work, how hard she tried to please someone who kept hurting her, how hard she worked to maintain the facade that everything was okay, how she felt trapped and didn't know she could ask for help, how she kept herself small and invisible just to try and keep herself and her children safe. It breaks my heart to know that others are stuck in these situations because they don't feel worthy of more, and because others don't or won't ask if they need help. This has really brought me to the work I'm doing today. In this work around divorce, organic conversations are opening up where I can really address and bring more awareness to the epidemic of domestic abuse, domestic violence. 1 in 3 women and 1 in 4 men are in these type of situations. Violence is not just physical. Even the legal definition of domestic violence includes far more variations of abuse than physical. It's unsafe, unhealthy, and unnecessary. I've lost friends in brutal, violent, and senseless ways. I was lucky. I got out. I'm now into the 8th year of my victory journey of healing and growth, gaining confidence to allow myself to feel safe and to be seen and to be heard. I'm out of it. I'm safe. But there is literally an epidemic of domestic violence. This has to stop. We have to become more curious and compassionate. Everyone has a story. Can we please be more curious and less judgmental for others and for ourselves? My mission is to help create caring communities that are compassionate, where people are safe to find the support they need with the freedom to live the life they love. There are many organizations out there to help. I love being able to use my multimedia platforms where I can connect and raise awareness, bring these people together, help them get the support that they need. They're not alone. You are not alone. Their stories, your stories, can truly impact others for good, to encourage and offer hope. I'm collecting these stories to create an anthology, a compilation called Hope in Hell. There's a Hope in Hell series on my podcast, on the Life Changes Channel podcast, and a YouTube channel with stories from victors over violence and from those who support families dealing and healing from domestic violence and abuse. In my magazines, Divorce Magazine Canada and Life Changes Magazine, I share people's stories to encourage and inspire you. We need your story. All of my work isn't about abuse, but that's where my heart really lies. I'm speaking up for those who can't speak up for themselves yet because they aren't safe to do so. We need to change that. I would love to be able to work with you, to collaborate with you, to help and support you, whether there is abuse or not, whether you suspect there is abuse or not, whether the papers have been signed or not. You can start right now creating a life you love, one that is safe, happy, and fulfilling. Don't give up. Why not you? Why not now? Okay, this has been pretty heavy. I have a funny little story for you about how things are not always as they appear. I'll condense it though. There was a guy who was without work. He couldn't find a job, asked his friends, checked the newspapers online, couldn't find work. And he sees one day that the zoo is hiring. So he applies, he gets an interview. And they say to him, for the job, can you start tomorrow? And he said, oh, wow, yeah, I can. But what am I doing? Well, we can't tell you that. You also can't tell anyone you're working at the zoo. He's kind of baffled, but he's desperate for work. So he shows up the next day and he's not sure if he's going to be bathing elephants or picking up monkey poo, but he goes with them out to the gorilla enclosure and they explain that their prize gorilla has died and they don't have the funding to replace it. And it's one of the biggest attractions at the zoo. So they hand him a gorilla suit and they say, we want you to go in this gorilla cage and put on this suit and act like the gorilla because we really need people to be able to feel like this attraction is still there. And he thinks, I don't know how to be a gorilla. And they said, we think you can. We really do. We believe in you. Like, please give it a shot. So he puts on the suit. He goes in there. He feels silly. He feels awkward. And he tries his best. And every day he shows up. It gets easier. He gets better. He's moving like a gorilla. I don't know how gorillas sound, but he's sounding like a gorilla. And he keeps showing up and he's getting better. He's having fun. And word is getting out that the gorilla is better than ever. Crowds are growing and people are just loving it. And the one day he's thinking, well, man, this is fun. Like, what else could I do? And he'd noticed a rope hanging from the roof. So he grabs it and goes to the highest rock in the enclosure and he lets go and he's swinging across the enclosure. And as he's getting to the other side, he's starting to lose his grip. And all of a sudden his hands slip right off the rope and he goes flying right over the wall into the next enclosure. And he's laying there in the bushes, dazed and confused. And he lifts his head and he sees this huge male lion running at him. And just as the lion is about to pounce, he yells, help me! And the lion stops and he swats him and he says, be quiet or you're going to get us both fired. So it's a silly story, but it makes a point. It makes a couple points. Things are not always as they appear, and keep showing up, keep believing in yourself. You are worthy of creating a life you live. It's that fake it till you make it, but believe in yourself. Know that you can create a life that you live. Just keep doing that. I do want to encourage everybody to reach out to me. I have had amazing feedback from those who've been in some of my groups as far as the differences they've seen around abuse and the hope that they have for the difference they can make by sharing their story. If you need help or you're concerned about someone who needs help, please reach out if you're ready to share your story. If you have a victory story that you would like to share that can give others hope, whoever you are, I would love to connect with you. I'll be dropping my calendar link in the chat for the complimentary 15-minute private conversation with me. I look forward to talking to you soon. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much. Hearts, hearts, hearts. Jazz has jazz hands. Oh my goodness, that was amazing. Thank you so much. I am just blown away by the transparency of the speakers that continue to share for the benefit of others. Thank you so much, Dina. Stephanie, I'm going to pass it to you. I know that you have a question that entitles to a prize, but I participate in Dina's work and you'll see more of that. And I get to write in her magazine and it's all very, very lovely and she's doing good stuff. And it just 262 women are incredible. And we welcome you to that circle. So anyway, Stephanie, I'm going to pass it over to you.
Dina, that was so moving. Any of us who have experienced some of the things that you have described, there's an emotional reaction there, right? And when you said you are a recovering invisible woman, thank you for terming it that way, because the recovering is so important, because we can end up suppressing our voices. There are many women who are rock stars in business who may have an entirely different domestic life, right? Or they know a friend who's going through some of the things that you've described. So thank you for conveying that in such a meaningful, authentic, and memorable way. The work you are doing to help open and make this, remove the shame from this conversation is so important, and so important to so many women's healing. So thank you for that. Gosh, there were so many good nuggets, but I'm going to keep it light as well. Dina, you kind of did a transition into a funny story, and everyone always remembers a good story. So I'm going to ask a simple question here, that the gorilla runs into another animal at the zoo who wants to keep cover together. And what was that animal? And please put that in the chat with your email address, because Dina has an incredible giveaway. So Dina, thank you so much. We'll watch for those answers to come in, and we really appreciate you being here with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I was honored.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And if you're new and you've just popped on and you don't know what we're talking about in terms of putting your email address and your name, it's because you're winning prizes, and we've been gifting prizes all day long. There's free gifts that everyone walks away with, but if you want to win a gift and a prize, you need to put the answer and the email address. And if you're not the first one, don't worry. You can only win one big prizes, and there has been a number of them today. So sometimes it's the fourth or the fifth person that answers that ends up getting that incredible prize. So thank you so much. So appreciated. All right. Well, let's go. And I see that Amy is here. Amy Orchard, thank you so much. Hello, my friend. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you guys?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for joining us. Now, Amy was our photographer in Dallas. So she got to see live hand what a book launch looks like, and get ready for Vancouver, August 9th. And she just did an incredible job. And I have to say, and I think we can all appreciate someone who just does their work. You know what I mean? Like when you know that you're having an event, whatever that event may be, or doing whatever you need to do that is what I call a multiplex, and someone's handling something, you look over and you're like, whew, one less thing. When me and Amy were talking about how so many women organize events, so many of us do photography, and she was talking about something that was really interesting. She was talking and sharing the mistakes that people make. I'm like, ooh, can you come on to the show? Because a lot of times we know how to do a couple of things right. But then she was like, from the backside of being a photographer, particularly at events and what have you, there's some things that if women do differently, they'll have a different experience. And we literally had that. If you've been following us at all, you would have saw the pictures that we had. And I was like, oh, look at those pictures, because she just went and did her own thing. So I thought, if you could just share some of those, Amy, and we've got a lot of self-funding women here that do a lot of events and a lot of pictures. That would be so great.
Well, obviously the first thing is getting professional, and getting a professional that you're comfortable with, that knows what they're doing, that you guys click. That's so important, because And that, because a lot of times you come in and just have a general idea, I just need a photographer for this. And that professional also needs to ask a lot of questions and find out exactly what your event is, what you are requiring. All of my, before any of, whether it's event, portraits, whatever, I always have to do a consultation. I make sure that I understand where you are coming from. I understand what your brand is. We are all the face of our brand. So when we're not doing just events, but you're doing headshots or branding images, content, all of those, you really have to have a good focus, an idea of what your brand is, so that, and that photographer should be able to help you create visuals for that. So those are, being able to have somebody in there is key, that knows to bounce ideas off of you and understand exactly what you're looking for.
I think one of the things that was the most helpful, and a lot of times when we hire photographers, we may be hiring a photographer because we met them in a situation like this, or they've been referred to us, and there's an assumption that happens. Same as with sometimes makeup artistry or your hair or what have you, and you get there and they're like, well, what would you like? And you're like, oh my gosh, I'm so used to hiring professionals that know what they like. And I remember when you asked me, what is it? And I think this is important in any event. And sometimes we think about it when we're planning an 80th birthday for somebody, but sometimes not when we're planning, because let's just say that, you know, we're planning a book launch. So our focus is around the book, get the message of the book, make sure that we have books, make sure we have the, you know, make sure we have the location and all those things. But having someone who is supporting that, understand the mission. When you said to me, what do you want people to feel like when they walk in the room? I was like, awesome, right? And I said, you know, I wanted to highlight the women that put into the swag bag. And so you making sure that you had pictures of the swag bags, that those went out in social. I think it was some of the questions, because one of the best questions I think that I asked, which I encourage people, it's like, you're like, what do you want? And I'm like, what's the questions I'm not asking you?
Right. And that's somebody that has done events or doing things like this, understands what things that need to be asked, that you're, again, like you've thought about it, but maybe it's just in the back of your head. When you're doing headshots and branding images, also you're coming in and you're, you know, it's maybe subconsciously you have a general idea of what you want and what your branding is, but I'm going to ask you more questions about what your usage is, so that I know that I'm getting the right type of images for that use. You know, if it's social media, if it's websites. And the same way with at events, I wanted to find out also what your usage for it, again, what your message that you're conveying, so that I am getting exactly what you want. And then you don't have to worry about it. You trust me, let me do my job, and then we get fabulous images. And you had some wonderful stuff, and the ladies are fabulous. I enjoyed working with them and meeting them all. It was great.
Yeah. I just wanted you to come on because I know that you do retreats as well. And when you think about retreats, when you think about events, when you think about things, sometimes you forget about making sure, one, if you're going to do photos, hire professionals. So, oh, my camera's good enough. My camera's got a great camera. It's not about the picture quality. It's about the content in the picture. Yes. Which is what I found. Like when I saw after, I'm like, oh, you had a picture of everyone's boot because we had a cowboy boot contest. You had a picture of, you know, the jewelry that was gifted, like all the things that you don't think about that I think really makes more of a well-rounded kind of high profile event. It was just kind of the meaning behind, why would you have this hanging here? What would this, why do you have, you know, you're taking a picture of a seating place. Why? Well, because our sponsor gave a gift and we need to highlight that after. And, and the essence behind the event is super important. And I think it's just one of those things that gets lost, right?
And having, even overshooting a little bit, some of them, like I said, I may not have, I did the place setting, but, and whether you needed it or not, it may have been something that you didn't think about, but then you see it and you're like, oh yeah, you know, and like his hat, you know, and your cowboy hat, and your
Right.
book. So we styled that so that you had those elements together and created a great presentation.
Yeah, I think it's just really impactful. Well, thank you for sharing. Thank you for
Thank
popping
you.
on today. If you can put your
Yes.
information in the chat. I know
Sure.
you do what you do it locally in Dallas, and then you also travel and do incredible
Yep.
things. And goodness knows there's enough of us that do retreats and otherwise. And I know that you're open to just having those conversations to
Yes,
be
definitely.
advising people on how to bring a photographer into an event, why, and the questions that you need to be asking and things that you're looking for.
I'd
So
love to talk to anybody that just needs some feedback. That'd be great.
awesome, awesome. So let's do some love. Let's jazz hands, hearts, sparkles, whatever it is that you like. Please put your information, Amy, in the chat. And if my voice is losing a little bit, it's the show must go on for the last hour and a half. If you've been seeing me drink some things. And now I get to introduce once again my co-host in a whole different way, like she did with me. And we get to bring Stephanie Seek to the floor, to the stage, to be able to share with us her expertise. Now, if you didn't hear me before because you weren't with us, you might have been having breakfast or you might have been having lunch, because we've been going all day long. What a powerhouse day it's been, and so much more still to come. But Stephanie Seek is our co-host for today and for tomorrow. Let's take her out of that role and put her into the role of the internationally best-selling author of the acclaimed book called The Love Compass, which is an incredible book for young women to get a grasp on this thing called love, right? She is soon to release within weeks her next edition, which is also The Love Compass for women that are redoing this thing called love. So that's so fantastic. She is a private love coach, helping women get the love they deserve. And I absolutely love that. And I think collectively, what a great statement, getting the love that they deserve. And as we start to realize how deserved and how worthy and how valuable we all are here on this planet, getting the love that reflects that. So Stephanie, welcome to the stage of the 262.
Thank you, Deb. Really appreciate it. It's nice to sit back for a minute.
Oh, yeah, like, take your co-host, take your co-host hat off. Many of you have probably seen Stephanie in the picture. She did come with us to the Emmys. You are going to see her in that beautiful light with her book at the Oscars. So lots to do in following this woman. But let's kind of get right into it, shall we? Yes. I got some questions that I want to ask. And if you have any questions for Stephanie, you can. If you don't know how to work the chat and you want to do a private question because you don't want your love question known by everybody, that's okay. You can privately chat her. And she is going to give us some prizes as well. So is it any surprise that the music that she's listening to right now, the one that she loves, is Higher Love by Whitney Houston and Kijo? Sorry, I'm going to do it.
Kygo. It's a
Kygo. Okay. The other thing that you may not know about Stephanie is that she went to space camp to be an astronaut. Isn't that awesome? It's so awesome. She is going to gift every single one of you a 15-minute consultation. So make sure that you put your information in the chat, that you connect with her after. And then she is going to give a 1 hour to that one person who answers that one question correctly, the 1 hour life or love private coaching session, because those two go together. And Stephanie is a multiplex woman who has incredible gifts in many areas. So now let's get to it. Now that we know that you wanted to be an astronaut, now you're rescuing women's hearts. What should a woman do when she realizes that she's not in a relationship that's serving her? She's maybe not feeling that it's reflecting her happiness. It's maybe not feeling as healthy as it used to, or what have you. Like, what's your advice around that?
Yeah, and it's great timing, Deb, that I would follow Dina, because
Absolutely.
The transition's great. So when a woman realizes she is not in a relationship that is fulfilling her heart, there's a couple different facets, because we can have, like Dina described, an abusive relationship, right? So sometimes it takes time to create the awareness that you're not in a healthy relationship based on how you've been conditioned or what your belief system is. Other times it hits women like, wow, I'm just living with my roommate. And what has happened? What has gone wrong? And I always advocate for saving a marriage if it is not abusive. Okay. So if it's we've drifted apart, we don't know each other anymore, our kids are grown, it's always worth it to try to save something because the love was there, right? And the love might still be there. It just might be masked. And if your partner is willing to have a conversation, that's where you start. That's where you make sure your partner is in a good place in terms of they're not in the middle of their workday, or you're not juggling the kids when you launch the question, hey, are we still in love? Wait for or plan an evening where you can have a meaningful conversation and say, do we still have it? Do we still have it? I want to have this with you, but I'm not feeling it. And try that first. And if your partner's willing to go to therapy, to get a coach together, that's a really good sign. Now, in my case, my partner was not willing to go to therapy, no matter how hard I tried. And that's when I had to make the decision to say, it's time to go. It's time to overcome the fear of going out on my own. It's time to step up into the next version of my authentic self. And so women have to unwind the feelings of how they thought their life should be and how it should unfold, and begin to embrace that a new reality can exist and that it's going to be okay. That's what I would say to a woman who's trying to decide to stay or to leave.
I like how you reframe that. I like how you reframe that. So the new reality, I love that. And then it's going to be okay. You know what I mean? Like, it's a process through. You've talked before about when a woman is looking to do that relove thing. How does a woman move past? Because, you know, if you are leaving a relationship and it is leaving a little scar or a little stitch or a big stitch on your heart, if it's feeling more like trauma all the way to sadness and everything in between, what are your suggestions around being able to get a grip on that, a grasp on that, and getting past that so that you can open up to new love?
Right. Great question. So first, I'm a huge advocate of therapy. I wouldn't have been able to, I've been married and divorced twice. And you might be wondering, why am I taking love advice from someone who's married and divorced twice by the age of 43? Well, I learned a lot. And I advocate for therapy because therapy is important to understand, you know, why did I show up the way that I did? Did I even get into that marriage from a place of true empowerment and authenticity? Sometimes it can go way back. And so we have to heal first. Part of that healing process can be that talk therapy, because oftentimes you'll find it's a very lonely place to be, right? Some of us have been divorced, and you don't necessarily want to confide in a family member. You definitely don't want to confide in your children if you have them. And so you need to find that independent voice. Then it's time to start forgiving yourself. And even if you were in an abusive relationship, you would think, well, why would I need to forgive myself? There's a lot of guilt and shame still, even in an abusive relationship, if it didn't work out. And it's coming to that reconciling of, I'm going to give myself some grace because I made the best decision I could make at the time. I was in love, right? Or I thought it was the right thing. And we have to give time for that to unwind, to give ourselves grace, to forgive ourselves, and to realize, wow, I am the creator of my life. And we forget that. So we need to remind ourselves, I'm the creator of my life. Everything that's around us, every relationship that we're in, we intentionally or unintentionally created that. And you know, you can look at, well, how would have I willingly created a relationship with someone who turned out to be an abuser, or someone who turned out, frankly, to be a dud? It was because you were in the process. Your soul was calling in the process of learning something. And abuse is never okay. But what you can emerge from is to realize, I was in this because I had something to learn, and now maybe I have something to teach. And so when you create peace with your past, that's when you could start your present and move into your future from an empowered state. And when we start dating again, we want to be empowered. We want to be rooted in who we are. We want to be rooted in a new version of ourselves. A lot of women make the mistake of jumping right into dating, or sometimes as marriages are falling apart, we'll start looking at what's out there, starting the conversations, or maybe looking on the dating apps. And we really want to be healed, forgiven, forgive ourselves, and redefine, who am I now? And so one of the techniques I teach my clients is to get in touch with, how do you want to feel as the woman you are now in a new relationship? Because a lot of the dating advice out there is pretty superficial of, well, you should create a manifestation list, write down his height, what he wears, the car he drives, the job he has. And that actually does us a disservice, because if we focus on how we want to feel in a relationship, that's when we get empowered. We stay or we leave relationships based on how we feel. Same with career. We stay or leave a job based on how we feel. And so if we can get into a feeling of, gosh, I want to feel cherished, I want to feel seen, I want to feel heard. For some women, chivalry is important. I want to feel like I'm important and he opens doors for me. That's where we start to be able to move into successful dating and healing from the past, when we start to generate some excitement about how we want to feel in our next relationship.
Ooh, I love that. I love making the list, not the external, but the internal. I mean, I guess it's okay if you want someone who's a certain height or certain sport or certain but that's not the barometer. The barometer is, and when you hear people talk about that, oh my gosh, she makes me feel like this, or he makes me feel like this, or they make me feel like this, and it's so moving and empowering. And I love the fact that you relate it to career, because we like to be at jobs where we feel appreciated. Right. We like to hang out with people that make us feel good about ourselves, right? And those are top priority and top criteria as you're venturing back out in there. I know that there's lots of chat and chatter and yes, no, maybe, what have you, about dating apps. Do you have anything to say about online dating and dating apps?
Oh, yes, dating apps. So when I got married for the first time at the ripe old age of 23, dating apps didn't exist. I'll say my age, I'm 48. And then I got married a second time, and dating apps were kind of just starting to emerge, but I wasn't on them. So after my second divorce, I'm like, I've got to get on here. I've got to see what this is all about. And dating apps are tricky. They just are, because people present false impressions of themselves. It can be as obvious as doctored up pictures. It can be things they say that they want you to think about them, right? So they're coming from a place of ego. And it can be also, it can feel a little scary. It can feel a little unsafe. And so there are all these emotions wrapped up into online dating. But in fact, and some of these statistics will come out in my new book, there have been 70% of people who have been on dating apps have found at some point a successful longer-term relationship. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean marriage. And marriage doesn't have to be the end goal of dating when you're in your mid to late life. Marriage doesn't have to be the goal. And so that's actually a more refreshing statistic, because what we end up focusing on are all the horrible dating stories. There are plenty of them out there that come out of the apps. But what we don't always hear are the successful dating app stories. And they are out there. And it's how you show up in the app. So if you first get yourself into that place of empowerment, of how I want to feel, you are more likely to represent yourself on the dating app authentically. And you're more likely to attract, and this is the magic in the universe, right? You're more likely to attract someone who's also showing up authentically. So men or women, men get a bad rap on dating apps, but there are a lot of men who are genuinely seeking love. They really are. They may not always know how to convey it, but they are. And so we have to approach, just like Amanda May, it was Eleanor who said earlier, I walk into a room assuming goodness, assuming that they're going to see me for all of me. We have to approach dating apps that way. I assume that I'm going to be seen for all of me. And there are some nuances to what we want to post and what we want to share, ladies. We don't want to overshare on the dating app. We don't want to attract narcissists, control freaks, potential abusers. We want to attract healthy men. So there's a whole thing about that that'll be in the book. But I will say I have met the love of my life. We've been together for 4 years. I practice what I teach. And we met on Facebook dating, of all places. And Facebook dating can be a very scary place. But Facebook, Bumble, even Tinder, there have been long-term relationships, happy relationships that come out of dating. So I would say don't fear the apps. Just really think first, how do I want to show up in these apps? And how do I not get obsessed? I don't want you swiping for hours. I advise my clients to set a 45-minute timer, pour a little glass of wine or a mocktail, and make a game of it. Have fun, keep it light. And then when the 45 minutes is done, take a break for a few days, because we can get very obsessive in dating apps, and that's where it starts to get dangerous. So keep it light, keep it fun, think about how you want to show up, and go in with the belief that it's still possible to meet someone thanks to technology.
Wow. I am sure there's lots of stories. We're all going to have to get together and share stories, share love stories. Hun, as we start to wrap this up, is there anything else that you want to talk about? Is there anything someone should do, shouldn't do? Number one dating tip, if you haven't covered it, is there anything that you want to share before we wrap up today?
Yes. And if you're in a happy relationship, fantastic. Maybe pass this nugget on to someone you care about who is dating. It's really important in dating to stay curious. And I think Amanda also used that word, curiosity, because curiosity keeps you present. Don't project to, I'm not even sure I want to go on a date with this guy or this woman because I'm not sure they would be someone I'd marry. Or project, well, I don't know, they're in this kind of career and I've heard this about that and that. And then before you know it, you are forwarding into the future and you're not living presently. Instead, be curious. If you strike a connection with someone, ask them questions, be inquisitive, and realize, well, gosh, maybe there's a different kind of style that's out there for me now in version 2.0 of me past divorce or post the loss of a spouse. Maybe there is a way to connect with someone in a new way I've never even thought of. And when we approach dating with genuine curiosity, we also mitigate those red flags. Because when someone looks across the table at you and says, you know, I don't really have a great relationship with my mother. Okay, red flag, don't go past that. Instead say, tell me more. I'm curious. Why don't you have a good relationship with your mother? So we want to lean in and be curious when we date. And I'll leave you with that. And hopefully this was helpful and insightful. And I just love talking about dating and relationships, but also happy to help you with life obstacles too, as Deb said. So in our 15-minute consult, we can discuss.
Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Love, 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 love. Jazz hands, hearts, sparkles, wands. We had Sue here with her wand earlier. Oh my gosh, that was amazing. Thank you so much for sharing. Again, I just love the transparency. I love the advice. There's incredible things to be said here. Okay, so you have gifts to give, and I have a question. I'm going to make it hopefully super easy. We know that some of you have been with us from the very beginning this morning, and thank you for hanging in. And thank you. I know not everybody can turn their camera on, but it's so different for the speakers when they're sharing and they can see some faces. It just really makes a difference. So thank you. And I know some of you have come and gone throughout the day, and thank you for the people that are listening, streaming. We so appreciate you. But all is not lost. There was a great number that Stephanie shared about the percentage of success that happens on online dating apps, which was quite shocking, actually, I am sure. So what was the number? What was the percentage and your email? And the first person to answer correctly is going to win some incredible time with Stephanie. And she's going to give a 15-minute consult to everybody, but someone's going to get an hour and you can talk about whatever it is that you like to talk about. So Stephanie, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let's do some jazz hands and some hearts. I normally would be going to my co-host to ask what they think, but you think, I'm sure you thought that was amazing. Oh my gosh, let me talk for you. Many of us remember, Stephanie, is there anything else to say before I go to a fellow girlfriend here who I see in the room? No? Good stuff. All right. Well, take in the love, my friend. Take in the love. You're doing good work in the world. You're doing good work in the world. So, I was talking earlier. If you were here earlier when Rowena List, the professional organizer, was sharing with us on how to declutter our mind and declutter our homes and to have better functioning businesses. And we were all writing feverishly because we all know that it was good information. I was also sharing that every 6 months, and I think for the last 17 years now, if not more, because I think it was when I was pregnant with Ocean and Ocean's 20, Rowena has been getting a group of women together, and we talked about that, and it's called the Goddess Circle. But honestly, it used to be just everyone bring their old clothes and we drink wine. And so everybody would exchange, and Rowena would make us do a ridiculous gift that she had found online, or a game she found online. But what really happens when you go to those things is you meet the really cool women. And I met this incredible woman, and she stuck out for me because she's the only woman in the world other than my mother who officially has this name. So I see that Lucky is in the room. And so I would like to say hello. And I would like to kind of just have a bit of a conversation, if you don't mind. So this is Lucky. We've spent a lot of time together every 6 months. Who knows? We might have ended up wearing each other's clothes because that's what women do.
Yes, I
right?
think so. Yeah.
Yeah. We talked earlier, Cheryl, when she kicked off this morning, talking about how women go through so many things, little things and big things, and sometimes we don't really reach out. And I'll just let you know that Lucky has been for 35, she's been a nurse for 35 years, and she's a really big advocate of something called self-compassion. And it's something that I wanted her to have a conversation about, because we hear the word self-love, we hear be good to ourselves. But she really specializes in supporting and talking about how burnout is real. And as a woman who's been in that field of caregiving, and I think we could probably relate, I love how you talked about, you support women that are informal and formal caregivers. So women that are out there doing the caregiving thing professionally, but how many people would put their hand up to being an informal caregiver? Come on, right? Have we not informally, no one paid you? Put your hand. All right. You caregived and no one gave you a paycheck. If that's you, then you're an informal caregiver. And Lucky just has a huge heart. Well, obviously, she teaches compassion. So can you give us some insight on this self-compassion that we don't probably hear as much about, and how it can support us in stopping the whole idea around burnout?
Well, first of all, I just like to say, wow, what incredible speakers that you've had on here. And it's been wonderful listening to everybody. But speaking about burnout, I think, women today are face so many unique challenges, I think. And, they're caring for kids, whether their kids are younger, the adult kids, you're still caring for them, or grandkids, while some of them may have elder parents that they're caring for at the same time, and they're still managing work, household duties, groceries, cooking, cleaning. The list just goes on and on and on. And you're just stretched so thin. Women wear so many hats. They have so many roles. So obviously the levels of stress can lead to burnout for many of them. And of course, in many professions, especially in healthcare, and I've seen it, I've experienced it myself, and the level of burnout in healthcare, I think, is around 56%. And 27% of people are leaving healthcare because of the burnout, and they just can't do it anymore. I think in the general public, the statistic is generally 70% of people, the population, I know that's a US stat, are affected by burnout. And so it's huge. It's at critical levels. It's epidemic. Just everything going on in the world as well is causing stress for us. So what self-compassion is a practice that helps us. It can be a very powerful tool. And what it does, it helps us to build emotional resilience, helps us to regulate our stress more effectively, which supports us in staying more balanced. And that helps us keep more grounded, more clear-headed, and especially in critical moments when it really matters the most. So self-compassion is about choosing strength and self-support over criticism and judgment of ourselves, which we tend to do a lot. We're just always so hard on ourselves. And I'm a person that's a pretty independent woman. I've had my own businesses. I've been nursing for all these years, and I never imagined in a million years that I would need self-compassion. I thought, I fell into this, it fell into my lap. I saw it, I thought, whoa, there's a lot of misconceptions about self-compassion, and I had them myself, that it's something that is self-indulgent, it's selfish. Like, why would you sit there and think about yourself? And you're supposed to think about other people. And my whole career has been thinking about other people and supporting people with compassion. So what we need to realize is that self-compassion is not those things. It's not weak, it's not self-indulgent. It's actually necessary to help us to function and fully be and realize who we are. So self-compassion is a practice of treating ourselves with the same kindness, care, and understanding that you would offer to a close friend. When we're going through a difficult time, we judge and criticize ourselves and try and figure out what we did wrong. But instead of doing that, it's leaning in and approaching our own pain with empathy and support. So we don't need anybody else to do that for us. We can actually do that ourselves, because it's a practice of going within, choosing to go within. And I know I get the question a lot of times. People think that self-compassion is just like self-care, but it's actually quite distinctly different than self-care. And the way that it differs from self-care is that self-care is an outward action. And so self-care is something we do physically, maybe go get a massage. And, we're feeling a little bit run down, we're a little tense, or we'll go exercise, burn off some stress, right? Maybe we need to take a vacation. And, they're all activities that help us to rejuvenate. But the thing is that the impact or the effects of self-care is temporary. Whereas with self-compassion, it's an inner practice. It's about how we respond to ourselves, how we deal with difficulties, maybe some challenges that we're going through at a specific time. So self-compassion teaches us how to nurture ourselves from within. And research has shown that self-compassion builds lasting effects, emotional resilience, helping us to manage stress, stay balanced, as I had said before, but ultimately reducing that risk of burnout, because it's very powerful.
Sorry, I thought you were there. Thank you. I was just like, thank you. I mean, what do you say when you hear those words? And I love that you've defined it differently, Lucky, between self-care and self-compassion. And self-compassion, I would imagine when you said talking to yourself. I mean, not that we don't need other people, but honestly, should we not be our own cheerleader? Wouldn't it be great if you can look in the mirror and give yourself empathy or sympathy or whatever is needed at the time?
Well, I think the most important thing is that we include ourselves in the circle of compassion that we give to others, so that we are important, we matter, how we feel matters. And it's important to acknowledge it. It's important to be mindful of those things. So I do follow the work of Dr. Kristen Neff, who's a pioneer in self-compassion research. And she defines it like this, because this makes it simpler and easier to understand. Mindfulness is the number one foundational piece of self-compassion. And it's about being present with your emotions without over-identifying with them or letting them define you. And then the second piece is common humanity, is when we recognize that suffering and imperfection are part of the human experience. And it's normal. It's normal. Imperfection is actually normal. Perfection is not normal. So I always say I'm a recovering perfectionist. And I know there's a lot of those in here too. But, and recognizing common humanity, that other people suffer as well. Other people have gone through these same challenges that we go through, helps us to feel less isolated. And then the last piece is about being kind to ourselves, is about being gentle with yourself instead of being self-critical. And that's the piece that I think a lot of people feel that when they're more critical and judgmental of themselves, it actually pushes them to succeed. So they like having that critic, and they like, but that's not necessarily true. Self-compassion actually pushes you forward with kindness. And so it pushes you forward in a different way, a much gentler way.
Thank you so much for sharing. Han, can you put your information in the chat so women can continue to have that conversation with you? Stephanie,
Yes.
I'm going to pass it over to you for a few words, and then we'll just continue with our day. I see our next speaker is here and excited to share. Thank you, Milka.
Thank you so much. That was beautiful. Compassion is so important, self-compassion. All right, so this is where I will be leaving you today, but I'll be back for all morning tomorrow. It has been wonderful being with all of you. I'm so inspired and so moved. And Deb, thank you for having me as your co-host today. I do want to congratulate Deb one more time because we've had a few new joiners here this late afternoon, evening. And, you know, we all see how hard Deb works for this community, to give us a platform, to create a safe space for us to cheer each other on and support each other's businesses and learn and grow as entrepreneurs. And it just warms my heart because Deb has been volunteering as a judge for the Stevie Awards, that here she has won her very own award and has been recognized by the Stevie Awards, is receiving an award about her work for women supporting women. And what a fitting award for Deb. So Deb, so happy. Congratulations on your Stevie Award. That is a really big deal. It is one of the largest, most recognized international institutions for women entrepreneurs and leaders. So Deb, congratulations to you. I believe Kathy Holt left us because she has to fly to New York to accept the award on your behalf, because you're generously staying with us for tomorrow. So thank you so much, Deb. Thank you all for your time and participation today. And I'm going to listen to the first few minutes of the next speaker, and then I will see you all tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And fear not, Emily Bassett is stepping in to take over for Stephanie. We've just gone from one rock star to another. Thank you, Stephanie. And excuse my voice a little bit, but we're going to make this go. Heather, nice to see you. Thank you so much for being with us today. I'd love to introduce to you Dr. Heather Bartos, and you may have seen her before. She spoke at the Dallas Book Launch Live. It was so nice to be able, and different to be able to meet someone first and then see him on the stage. It usually goes the other way around, where we see someone online. And she had the room laughing and smiling, and she's raw and beautiful. And according to Oprah and Maria Shriver, she is one of the 5 top in the nation experts in menopause, and she has an incredible circle of women. Thank you. She is going to talk today about the biology of women and what the heck is happening. The thing you may not know about Heather, if you don't know about her, is that she accidentally shot her boss in the privates with a pink paintball, and yeah, she got fired. She got fired, and right now she is listening to Tracy Chapman talk about a revolution. She has a gift for everybody that she'll be putting in the chat, and that is 10 rocking biohacks for midlife. And she is gifting to one beautiful woman who's able to get that answer with her email, a 6-month membership to the Menopause Mothership, and that is valued at $600. Heather, thank you for joining with us today.
Thank you. I am so happy to be here. Now, I know everyone's a little nervous because I'm a gynecologist, and you're worried we're start talking about things down there, or the JJs, or womb energy. But you know, Deb's kind of already forewarned what I'm going to talk about. I want to talk about how amazing you are. You know how amazing women are, right? And I want to talk about a different kind of inner strength tonight. So Deb knows this about me, but I love to talk about what makes women tick. and how we connect as women to the larger picture of the universe. And I love kind of cool medical facts that you can kind of share with your sisters when you meet them at spin class or the water cooler or wherever. And so I want to talk about a different kind of inner strength for us as women tonight, which is our voice, which Deb has already admitted she's losing a little bit. And our voice is more than sound. It's our essence, and it's shaped by our biology, our spirit, and our stories. And so we're going to talk a little bit about the anatomy of a woman's voice, something you never thought you'd be listening to at a summit, I'm pretty sure. So a voice is not just sound, what I'm doing right now. Our voices are actually produced by a blend of muscles, nerves, and breath. And our vocal cords right here in the neck vibrate 150 to 250 times per second. And that's what gives women's voices their unique pitch, range, tone. And our vocal cords are shorter and thinner than men's vocal cords. And so our voices have a higher pitch and a naturally a lighter sound. So think of our voices like an instrument, because it is the only instrument made by nature is a voice. So men's voices tend to be more like cellos. They tend to resonate through the concert hall. They're deep, they're lower frequency. Women's voices are more akin to violins. So the result is a tone that's very rich in emotion, nuance, and empathy, which is going to play into a bigger point here in a minute. But guess what also is hormones. Hormones, you know, I wasn't going to get by without talking about hormones some way. They play a huge role in shaping our voices by day to day, month to month, year to year, decade to decade. So during our menstrual cycle, hormone shifts throughout the month can cause our vocal cords to swell, which makes it harder to maintain vocal control. Things you never thought, right? Pregnancy changes your vocal cords because fluid retention and swelling. And then in menopause, when we kind of have no estrogen levels anymore, it can actually thin the vocal cords even more. That's the one place, you know, I don't want to be thinner. And it loads lower pitches and deeper resonance. So like a fine instrument, a Stradivarius, maturing over time, the voice gets richer. And that's why older women tend to talk with a lower vocal range. And so what's interesting is that our voice is not by accident. Our voice actually activates different neural responses than men's. Our voices as women spark emotions and empathy. We actually can connect emotionally through our voices. They don't do this as much, which allows us to mediate, empathize, and build community. So like a beautiful violin, if you try to shred that thing like AC/DC, it's just going to sound shrill. So you don't have to scream to be heard. We use the power of our anatomy to our benefit. And the voice is also a powerful tool for wellness. So chanting, humming, everyone just kind of give me a little hum right now. I know y'all have been listening all day. So just a little and you can go lower. So that stimulates the vagus nerve. And the vagus nerve runs from the brain all the way down to, yes, I'm going to say it, the vajayjay. It goes all the way down to your vajayjay. So when you, that is all of your chakras, ladies. It hits every single chakra by humming or chanting. And the vagus nerve is a key player in calming your nervous system, AKA stress. And it promotes well-being. So when you use your voice, you are quite literally calming your body. And this is super important when stress regulation, like everyday for women, is crucial. But the voice is also spiritual. And I would be remiss if I didn't say, I'm also an energy healer. And so I really believe in the voice is a spiritual tradition for women. It's a sacred channel. It allows us to connect with the divine. And when we chant, we sing, we pray, which we've been doing for eons and eons as women. When we speak from the depths of our soul, it reaches other levels beyond words. We've done this in fire circles for forever. And our voices carry intentions, energy, inspires, uplifts, and heals. So when a woman speaks her truth, she creates a resonance that connects and empowers to all those other women around her. And Deb knows, and whoever was in Dallas knows, I'm a huge fan of whales. And whales do this also. So female whales will call out. That's what that whale sounds. Oh, I can't even do it, but they do it. And that's how they communicate to other female orcas and pilot whales and narwhals. I know I'm a huge whale person. So now the voice is also a metaphor for empowerment. If we've been silenced or discouraged from speaking our truths, we'll feel it in our neck. So if you ever feel like I'm getting a sore throat or gosh, I feel so tight in here, it's probably because you need to be using your voice. And voice just isn't always speech. It can also be any other form of expression. It can be writing, art, action. It's a way of you saying, I'm here and I matter. Because you find your voice, you claim your space, and you take your stand. And when we speak up in spaces that we're not expected to, that's very, very powerful. A woman's voice is an act of love for ourselves and for others. That's how babies first learn their first intonations, is from a mother's voice. There's a reason we sound higher voiced, because children respond to that. You ever hear a dad talk, he talks real low and the baby's like, ooh, but they hear mom's voice and that sounds almost like a baby's voice. So every time we use our voice, we join a long lineage of women who have courageously spoken up and shaped the world. So your biology lesson for the day is that your voice is not just a medical instrument. It is complex, it's dynamic, it's a tool. It's a blend of biology, spirituality, and courage, and it carries the potential to inspire change and create connection. So I invite you to consider, are there parts of yourself that you've been silencing? I know when my voice gets tight, there's something I need to share. How is your voice a gift to others? But more importantly, how is it a gift to yourself? So the world needs the voices of us as women, voices that are wise, empathetic, fierce. And as you age, your voice actually gets more powerful. We heal, uplift, transform, we build bridges, we challenge norms, and we break down barriers. So let's use our voices, ladies.
Oh my goodness. Claps, 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 claps. Thank you so much. I mean, everyone was just like, uh-huh, uh-huh, uh-huh. It's like if we were sitting in a room, Heather, they would be like this, right? And what a cheers, what a message. I'm inspired. And I think that's what this is. It's about women of inspiration. And I love how you talked about that. It reminded me of when in our holistic studio that I had, we used to do talking circles, and how there was this talking stick and everyone that had the talking stick. And it was almost like some people didn't want to take the stick and were like, but it gives you permission to speak. And it was like they had to give themselves permission to speak. Right. And sometimes that's all it takes, is another woman to encourage another woman to what are we doing here? Standing up, speaking up, and showing up. And I talked earlier about how some women spoke today, and one woman I had to talk to like off the cliff last night, because she was super nervous about her 3 or 4 minutes on the stage and what it takes to be able to claim that. That's incredible. Is there anything else that you would like to share before we kind of go on to your gift and anything else? Is there anything else that you want to share with us today?
Yeah, I would say that, it's hard to practice this. It's really hard because we are used to kind of being told to sit down and shut up. So a way to do this is in your car, I will throw on heart or anything. And there's days where I do not hit notes. And that is metaphorical and literal. I just do not hit. Cats are crying somewhere when I try to hit notes. The key is you just kind of reassess, clear your throat, and start over.
Awesome. So we expect everyone to be singing March 7th and 8th. We're all gathering again, and you can sing your introduction, but thank you so much for that. Look, we're going to do a gift. And if you could, Heather, put your information in the chat after we're finished chatting. I know that you have this powerful, one woman's going to win an incredible membership, but she has an incredible membership for women that want to learn more. And I love that it's called the Menopause Mothership. I mean, I think it's just about, as you start to get wiser, things start to change, and there's different allowances. I think it's a very powerful place to be, to allow yourself that wisdom, to own that wisdom, to share that wisdom. The question that I'm going to ask is super simple. I know some of you have been with us from the very, very beginning, and we talked earlier in talking about music. So if anyone wants to win this prize, please put the answer and your email. And I was saying earlier that Heather's listening to an incredible woman sing, and the song is Talk About a Revolution. So if you can put the artist in your email, you get to win that prize. And if we could just show some love, some jazz hands, some hearts, the reactions that we do. Everyone's been jazz handing all day. We so appreciate you being here. We so appreciate you sharing. And I'm going to go to where we go. Oh, Stephanie's gone. Stephanie's gone. I was going to go to see if she had a few comments, but if you want to comment, if you're not familiar on how to use the chat and you have something private you want to say to Heather or any of the speakers, you can message them privately. And I know that not everyone is used to using the chat. So please feel free to do that. Thank you, Heather. Thank you for being with us today. So appreciate. Yay. Awesome. Now I see that there is a woman in the room who is so used to music and so used to voice and sharing, and that would be Carrie. Hello, hon. How are you?
Oh, good afternoon, evening, wherever you are.
Wherever you are. You're so used to being on the show. Good morning, good evening, good
Good
afternoon.
evening.
So
That's the
if you're not
problem, is because my show's always in the evening. So it's like, oh, I get to speak at a different time. And even tomorrow I'll be earlier in the day. So it's going to really throw me off.
well, there you
which
go.
is
That's
fine.
what we do. We throw women, we throw it off here. Look, we talk about
Exactly.
standing up and speaking up and showing up. And for those of you that are part of the 262 family, you probably know Carrie Hansen already. And we do a lot of things together because we like to talk about media and we like to encourage women to take that bravery to go that one step out. It's one thing to step on stage. It's another thing to step into podcasting. It's another thing to be a podcaster and to be a host. And Carrie hosts and holds space for women that want to come and be seen and heard on the radio. And it's interesting because when we talk about radio, sometimes people really know what we're talking about in terms of streaming and the availability and the accessibility and why would we do radio. And some don't. Some have a very, I'm not going to say older idea of what radio is, but we get visions of, I remember, turning the radio on in the car and, when that changed, so did your industry. But I know that we talk a lot about the difference between when women really want to get a word out, when you have something to share. And as self-funding women that have messages, as women that have messages, and you're passionate about things and you want to share them, just like, look, I went on to a TV show and I didn't talk about my business. I talked about loving music because we're everything. There's all many parts of us. Can you share with us a little bit about the difference between a podcast and a radio show? And I just want women to meet another woman in media, which is not always the case, that's out there in the world of radio. So do you want to share a little bit today?
Well, absolutely. So a lot of people, like you said, they think of radio, you turn on your stereo in your car and you're listening to music. So things have evolved since that day, obviously. Now radio is available online. You can stream it just like we're doing right now. YouTube, of course, is another outlet. I think the latest now, I want to say, is Roku, is kind of one of the later technologies of bringing radio onto a streaming platform. So the shows that I do on Saturday nights, it's called Connected with Carrie. It streams through the NCG television network in Italy, literally across the world, which is pretty cool. Roku TV, so it's called 101, that's channel on Roku. And then you have to download the app on Roku, and then that's how you can get it. But you'll see there's lots of different outlets on there, which is pretty cool. And then, of course, your usual Facebook, Instagram, all those regular social media outlets, which is great. So the only difference I would say is, you can also take your radio show and put it to Spotify and Apple Music, just like you would a podcast. Some of the ladies that are in our 262 book, they do have podcasts. They've been on the show. But most of the time, their podcast is generally one topic for the most part, right? Sometimes they can go into different subjects, but mostly a podcast is usually one topic. So when you come on to a radio show, like Deb, she may go, okay, I want to talk about the 262 book, but instead, we had her son on and we're talking about his business, with Ocean and his products. So, it doesn't have to necessarily be one niche. And you can actually take a radio show and you can actually break it down to 3 different segments even and go, okay, well, we'll talk about Deb's business. We'll talk about Ocean's business. We'll talk about the 262 book. So there's different ways that you can utilize a radio show. And I just want to give stats real quick as well, because generally over time with a podcast, it accumulates over time to have listeners come in and they have to look for and they go, okay, and they may listen to a show over and over again. So with my radio show, I'm just going to give a brief example because I had Dr. Sophia Yen on just the other week. and she talked about menopause and hormones and birth control and all that. So, and I was like, this is going to be an interesting topic because it's more geared for, our age, right? So it's one of those things where you're like, oh, I'm not really sure what the audience will do. But to our surprise, just in about an hour of the show, we had 31,824 tune in for that time. So that's live. Those are the stats for live. And then overnight, within 17 hours, we got feedback. And just through the Facebook page, Jess TV Facebook page, because that's who streams out the show through the radio, is Jess FM, which is a Lethbridge station. So I forgot to mention that. But it also goes through their Facebook page. We had over 3,000 plays just in 17 hours. So that's on top of her 80, what did I say, 81 or, yeah, her 31,824. So add that on. And now her show's continuously there. She can go back, she can share it, she can make reels, she can do all that kind of fun stuff because it is virtual and it's also audio. So she can take a clip and she can put it up on her website or do whatever. And she can go right down to a clip where it talks about just the business or just one section that she has to offer. Maybe it's hormone therapy or whatever. So she can take those and quickly put it out there. So those are just some stats. And I welcome you ladies to come on. It's a great way to promote your business. And I did put up a few posts over the last little bit about pricing, because what I did was for Emmys, it was like the coolest thing. I was like, oh, our buck's going to the Emmys. And I was so excited. And Deb's like, she gave this great idea. She's like, why don't you make an Emmy special and get the ladies on and get them excited about their businesses and get it out to the world? We got the opportunity to do that within less than an hour, right? Why not? So I had locked it in for $262, but instead of just, because I know ladies, you're busy and you can't, book it or you don't have time, which is okay. So I extended it for the 262 ladies that actually I just locked it completely in. So anytime you guys want to be on, whether it's well, now I'm booking into March. So whether it's in March or a year from now, you guys are going to get that 262 price, which is phenomenal because any of the media outlets out there, like Deb can vouch for this too, but you're looking at $60,000 for media slots for like a month of like a 30-second commercial twice a day or something, like on AMP Radio, Virgin Radio, all those guys. So those are some benefits.
So,
for sure.
well, thank you. I
Yeah.
wanted women to really, I love to, and thank you for the special and thank you for treating the 262
Yeah.
women as well as you do. I really love the fact that you talked about, and we all know Dr. Sophia Young, she's awesome. But when you talk about the difference between a podcast, and look, I own a podcast. So
Yeah.
I'm all about mixed media. When you hear the word multimedia, right? It's like being seen on different platforms and then media stacking them. But I think it's a surprise for most women to hear that you're able to track 31,000 and go live. There's something very powerful about having a radio station that's live, ready to go, that it's more impactful, and then watching that happen. So I really wanted to highlight and bring you on today so that women can see that mixing their media can be a really powerful medium. So
yeah, absolutely. Even if you have a podcast, I mean, of course I welcome that because I want to make sure that you guys also get the word out about your podcasts as well. Because that's just as
marketing
important.
podcasts for podcasters on the
Exactly.
radio. Yeah, no,
We
really
got to
good
work
idea.
together, guys. We got to work together. So
Gotta
yeah.
work together.
Thank you, Kathleen.
Carrie, thank you for popping on and sharing that information. Can you put your information in the chat? Because I think you're going to spark a lot of conversation. And it's just that not radio isn't talked a lot about, right? And even streaming, when you say streaming into Facebook, there was a lot of people who went, what? Like, I don't get it. And sometimes you don't get it. That's her job. That's her job. Just go share what you want to share.
It's different than hitting live, Facebook Live. It's different.
Well, yes. I think we all know that. It's being on a radio show is different than Facebook Live, right?
Yeah. So there's a different way to stream it. Exactly.
I think we got that.
Awesome. Yeah. If you guys have any
Okay.
questions, let me know. I'm around. Thank
Go
you,
in the
Deb.
chat. Put your stuff. Thanks, darling.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you. I mean, some hearts and some jazz hands. Like, was that information for you? I think that's a really good media drop when you want to get the word out, right? All right. So we are going to talk to Mrs. So talking about podcasts, talking about shows, talking about getting things out there. I love that, Kathleen. Ooh, look, that's a new one I haven't seen before, is the rocket ships. Woo, that's awesome. Let's talk about accountability and all that and all that. So if you don't know Carol Patrizzi, well, you will now, because she's all about, she's got summits going on. She is an international speaker and author. And we just say that she's an authority on all things accountability. There you go. That's how you can encapsulate. She's got an incredible show called Untreated and Unleashed Conversations with Carol. 2 R's, 2 L's, if you 2 R's, 2 L. So she's a powerful show. Look at the music that you're listening to right now is Foster the People by Sweet Friends. I mean, honestly, that just sounds so good anyways. I'm sure we're all gonna be adding that. Okay, look, we talk all the time, and Carol loves to be healthy. She's an advocate for taking care of yourself. And we talked on the show today about everybody being transparent and sharing those deep-seated secrets. And she's going, and the thing that you don't know about Carol is that she admittingly can't stop eating hot dogs.
I can't.
So she decided to share that. Yeah, imperfectly perfect. Oh my gosh. She's going to be gifting a step-by-step accountability checklist for all of you that love the word accountability or need to love the word accountability. And look at her one gift to everybody. We talked about that, getting the word out about what you do is a powerful thing. And she's going to gift that one person that wins a spot on her show. So that's rock and roll. That's rock and roll. Keep the media flowing. Hello, my friend. How are you today?
I'm so well, Deb, and even better, the speakers. Oh my goodness. To follow up, actually, my mind has untreated and unleashed, right? My ADHD brain has just said, whoop, whoop, okay, we're going to do this. And I'm so excited about it. I want to thank everyone for the beautiful sharing. And I also want to thank you, Deb, for your work. This is big, great stuff, community. And, I don't necessarily love the word deserving, but if I was going to use it, I would say, man, did you deserve that award? And I'm just so proud and thrilled for you. I cannot stand it. I want to read something to you that I think about you when I read it. It's beautiful. Pema Chadron, and if anyone knows who that is, but she said, what you do for yourself, any gesture of kindness, any gesture of gentleness, any gesture of honesty and clear seeing toward yourself will affect how you experience your world. In fact, it will transform how you experience the world. What you do for yourself, you're doing for others. And what you do for others, you are doing for yourself. And I think that's kind of a cool, everybody's talking about how do we take care of ourselves? And, as here with these wonderful women and this beautiful community and your listeners, I think that it's so important that when we care for ourselves, we're actually gifting others. And then all this other cool stuff we get to do and offer, it's a gift to ourselves, right? So thank you, Deb. I mean, I really appreciate you.
Oh, no worries. Thank you. Okay, let's talk about you because, I'm just getting emotional and more emotional as the day goes on. And it's been that kind of time, right? So look, you talk a lot about accountability, and just like how I talked about sales, it's not the sexiest word in the dictionary, right? People are like, oh, you're going to teach me how to be, yeah, because sales equals sustainability. So you can take care of yourself. And accountability also helps as well. So how do you address accountability in your show? How do you address accountability?
So I'm going to say this, leadership is thrown out a lot, and people like to talk about leadership. And unless you're in that space with yourself, it's accountability is absolutely, it's like, oh God, are you kidding me? We're going to talk about I'm accountable to make these sales, exactly like you said. If we're trying to grow something, if we are trying to be more and do more, we have to do more and be more. And that's not the fun part. This is the fun part. Meeting and learning from great speakers and speaking with Deb. This is fun. For me, for the speakers that it's the first time that you've ever done speaking, way to go. I mean, way to go. And that's a gift to all of us, of course, but you are being accountable. And like we're all here, stand up, speak up, show up. That's what you did. You wanted to do something, you took accountability for it, and you showed up. That is going to make the next time easier and the next time easier. If we are not accountable and if we don't figure out how to be in integrity with ourselves, we cannot step into leadership for others. And if leadership is to inspire, and it was talked about today, it is, how we walk the talk is being accountable. And the moment we have said to do something that we are not willing to do and don't do it ourselves, not that we're perfect at it, but progress, not perfection, right? But the moment we are sharing advice, whatever you want to call it, from, oh, what if it's a product? Are we taking it? Because don't be selling it if you're not taking it. And it's the same with advice. Why would we share something with people we do not believe in? And if we're saying this is a good habit to build, are we building that habit? And then are we sharing when we completely messed up? Like the hot dogs. I can't quite give them up. And, and to be completely honest, I'm not trying to. That's my indulgence. But really and truly, accountability, it's freedom. If I become accountable for what I'm lacking in a relationship, I want something, I need something. Am I actually sharing what I want to need with that person? Girlfriend, spouse, kiddo, any relationship. My sister, beautiful nurse, she said one time, if there's more than one person in a relationship, it's dysfunctional at some level. We're only human, right? Imperfectly perfect. So let's take accountability. Let's bring that person into what do we need to change to get a different outcome? Everybody's being so transparent. I'll go ahead and share because I believe that's only fair. I was married, my first marriage, and let me tell you, I could justify a whole long list of a grocery list of things that I could get y'all to buy in. Yeah, you're right. And that was good. And then we're dear friends now because we've learned a lot. I remarry and I see that same story coming up, same feelings. And I said, oh my God, the only common denominator here is moi. And so, and this is when I bought in all into accountability, I decided I would take responsibility for where we were, which then, of course, the next thing you know, you're receiving what you're giving. And everything changed because I decided to be accountable and change rather than getting him to change. And 28 years later, I mean, I don't know, it could blow up tomorrow, but as of tonight, it's good. And I think it's due to accountability. I cannot, for me, it's freedom. I'm not waiting for somebody else to make that call. I'm not waiting for somebody else to make me feel good. Let's surround ourselves with people that make us feel good. And let's practice what we know makes us feel good. And that's being accountable mentally, physically, spiritually, emotionally, and financially to ourselves first. So yeah, I'm all about it. I love it. I think it's freedom and I'm kinder to people. I don't have unrealistic expectations for other people to take care of me. Hey, they're not showing up. I waited. Nobody's showing up, y'all. But it's really, I'm covered in chills. It's such a gift. You didn't get that award because somebody else did the work. Just saying.
Sam, thank you, sister. So there's a lot of women here that are self-funding, and there's a lot of women doing a lot of things, and the list can be never ending, right? And can you share some things around for that entrepreneur, for the self-funding woman, for the multiple list woman, on how to get some kind of grasp on accountability? Where do you decide what's more important than others? Like, do you have a barometer? I mean, you talk to women about this on your show all the time. There must be some themes that you hear, or maybe some solutions. Like, what is it for me when I've got something that's really important, and, you know, take it, steal it, have it, make it yours. If something is really important for me, I go to my bathroom mirror, I take my red lipstick, because I don't tend to wear red, and I put it on my mirror. Like, that's how I keep it top of mind. It just, you know, some people use stick-it notes. That's cool. Post-it notes work too, right? But can you give us some actuals around accountability? Because I think when I hear you say the word freedom, I mean, sign me up. Maybe because I'm a Sagittarian, we live for freedom, but but freedom from being accountable. Sometimes people don't put that together, but even if it's just a little bit, even just makes their life a little bit better.
And I'm going to promise, if y'all will practice some of this consistently, let's also start with that consistency. How to be accountable. Yes, this self-funding, you know, it gets your attention when you're in charge of the finances, what you're going to invest in, right? And I'm going to say number one is for entrepreneurs, and for actually for anyone on the planet, stay present. Let's stay present, because this evening that we all, day, morning, wherever you are, this is the only moment we are absolutely positive that we're going to have. So let's make the most of this. And if you're an entrepreneur, you've got a gut instinct, you have got a message, you have got something that is going to make a positive impact, and it's important. Now, I'm going to step out here and a little bit on that. So get present. There's a book, Gap in the Gain. It's not like an exciting read. Yes, one more thing, not fun about accountability, but you've done a lot. You've shown up here today. You've invested your time. You've done a lot. So go ahead and congratulate yourself on that. And there might be a lot of investments and a lot of shows and radio shows and podcasts and summits and all the things we need to do and books to write and things to write. Whoa. What is your next best step? One step. I'm just going to tell you, one step, be appreciative of the present moment, have a little faith, allow yourself faith in yourself, because that energy is transferred to whomever you're speaking to. And I'm going to add something in here that the accountability to spirituality. And I am all for any faith and belief that's of love and light. I just want to say that right here and now. My faith happens to be in God. And there is a little short book, Nehemiah. That fella had a cush life, cupbearer for the king, trusted, living in palaces, all the things. But his people, very far away from him, everything had been destroyed, everything. He could have lost his head for going to the king for anything. So he didn't. He threw himself down. I practice surrender in prayer. I surrender it all. Day-to-day life is a lot. It's a lot. A lot goes on. Great things, hard things, scary things, political things. Stuff is just coming at us. And it is because of all the media, right? Which we love and we can use as the social platforms. So I do practice prayer. I surrender, surrender. It's the practice of surrender because it all keeps coming back up, right? But if I stay present, surrender, next step, it is unbelievable. And like this man, he was scared and he was crying. He was sick about it. And he prayed and he prayed. He was just going to dinner at a banquet. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, and I know Deb and I don't believe in coincidences, so no quink, the king brings it up. He said, "Why are you so sad?" Well, first of all, why in the world did the king care about him? He's a cupbearer, right? He's drinking wine to make sure the king isn't going to die. And as one lady said, I wonder how long they waited for it to get to him. But anyway, when a door opens as entrepreneurs, if we are staying present and people, you will feel almost a nudge. I believe it's the Holy Spirit nudging, say it, answer. He answered, he told the truth. He said, I need help. That's been talked about all day today. We're in this incredible community where we get to ask for help. Heck, Deb has a party. We get to ask for anything we want. Well, lo and behold, first of all, it was weird. King asked. He told the truth. King sent him over there, and he gets there. He waited 3 days. Y'all be patient. I don't know the day you started your business. I don't know when it was. But if it was today or if it was 4 years ago, think about everything that has happened that you have worked for and you have persevered and you've done it. There's been opposition, there's been roadblocks. My practice is accountability, that it's all bigger than I am anyway. So I keep surrendering it and asking, and I wake up the next day and I try to be aware. If we are present, listening to these speakers, how many pearls did we get today? I mean, come on, how many offers did we get today? If we are here present, we are being given gifts, shoved in different directions, gently nudged, I'll say. And so I really believe it is honoring yourself in each present moment and just looking at one step. And I appreciate the question because I love to share because it's a reminder to me. I mean, it's such a reminder. So the accountability, get present, be good to yourself, be patient. One day, one step, one day at a time. Do the right thing for the right reason, and you watch what happens.
Ooh, I feel like take a deep breath, right? Take a deep breath. What a power. Well, you just took us on a journey, right? You just took us on a journey into not only just a journey of accountability, but I think when you talk about the next right step, I think many people I've heard that before, taking the next step, the next right step. What does that mean? But I think it's interesting when you talk about it, it sounds very individual when you share it, right? About taking the next right step for ourselves based on where we are, what we're doing, taking that pause, knowing those answers inside. And I love that you ask people to reflect back, because if there's anything that I know about women in passion, women on path, it's about many times we don't look back and go, seriously, how much have you accomplished in the last 30 days, 60 days, 90 days? Like, how much have you accomplished? Just to stop and take that break. I think it's an empowering step because it acts as fuel. Like, it acts as fuel. And I think it also layers in the courage. Do you know what I mean? When you really look back and see what you've overcome. I always say to women, if you could take a look at the things that you accomplished in your life, in your business, and then put the life stuff beside it. Because in spite of what was going on in your inner world, in spite of what was going on in the outer world, in spite of your kids, and all, in spite of, you still are here.
Mm-hmm.
And when I hear you talk about that, that's really what I think about. I think about the power in spite of.
Yeah, kind of another area of it. Somebody said, your kiddos are so wonderful. And I said, thank you. In spite of myself, by the grace of God, those kids are pretty fabulous.
Right.
And, I just think that, again, and in honor of where everyone is and comes from, everyone is a child of God in my eyes. Your stories matter. I think that so often we forget, each of the speakers in different ways have said, you're powerful, you matter, reach out. And, do we have enough cash just to invest in every single solitary thing? No, but if there's something that keeps coming back, I want to invest in, I want to be in that book. I want to fund, do again, I do believe this. Pray about it. I believe that. Surrender it. And I think the nudge will be there to what is the next step. Hey, the next step might be walk around the block. It might be take a shower. Sometimes it's 4 o'clock and I'm like, well, okay, I think it's time to go take a shower, eat something. I mean, life just comes at us, y'all. So I just, with all my heart, accountability. You're in a relationship. It was so cool. I'm a yoga fan and I love it. And I feel like I'm practicing well if I show up at the mat. And I loved how she shared earlier, she's in a relationship with her mat.
Mhm.
Y'all, the most important relationship we've got, in my belief, is God first, but it's with ourselves. We're told to love others as we love ourselves. Well, guess what that means? You got to love yourself. That's how we honor others. Everybody. How nice if somebody comes to you and said, what are you going to do? Say, well, hold on right now. We're just going to sit down and breathe. Maybe you're just going to sit and be quiet and hold their hands. Tell them to put their feet on the ground and ground, just ground. Take a few breaths, miraculous breaths. Get present. I love accountability. I'm so appreciative of it. Am I 100% great at it? Heck no. But the more we practice something, the quicker it comes. What could I have done differently? When something doesn't work out, my very first question is, oh God, I don't want to ask this question, but what in the world could I have done differently here?
Yeah. Thank you so much.
It's free. It's freedom.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I feel like my cup is overflowing with inspiration. That was really beautiful. Thank you. Do we want to do some jazz hands, some hearts, some rocket ships? I just feel like you took us on a beautiful journey. And I know that this is super important to you. And I know that anyone that is wanting to have that conversation or talk about what accountability means to them or all of that, you have a show where women can do that. So
Yes.
Please put that information in the chat. And if you want a chance and opportunity to be on these shows and to share your nuggets, share your message, share your meaning, please, that's what's happening today. You have a wonderful gift to give of someone having a spot on the show. And I know that you're going to put in that accountability checklist in the chat. And while I'm thinking of that question, I'm going to have Emily. And if you don't know Emily, we gave her a big shout out in the beginning, her and her team. She is the Chief Marketing Officer to this project, my business, and many more. And many more. And all the kids, and all the kids.
I came to a wonderful show that Emily did. We talked about marketing and she was awesome. I'm not happy to see you, Emily.
Hello,
Emily's
Carol.
stepping in as
Happy to be
co-host.
here.
Oh, I wish I had on my ocean hat.
Yeah, now tomorrow. So Emily, I'm just going to ask you as the co-host, as Stephanie co-host, any words about what Carol shared? Any inspiration? But while I'm thinking up a question for people.
No, I just definitely want to say thank you, Carol. I feel like even I don't know if you guys all get this, but Carol, your voice is just like relaxing. Like I feel like it's been quite the day, and coming to like a women's summit, you're just like, oh, so much to fill up the cup. But even just like as you're speaking, it's just like a very sort of like calming, like beautiful voice. So thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you.
It's very melodic. So look at Carol's giving a beautiful gift away. And she talked a lot about taking the next, what's the word, step. put that answer of your next step, put that word and your email address in the chat, and the first person that answers it correctly is going to be able to share some wonderful time with this woman. Thank you so much, Carol. Love, 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 love. You will see Carol. Carol will be rocking it out at the Oscars. This is our post Emmys pre-Oscars. Can you believe that? The next summit that we have, March 7th and 8th, you're going to see a lot of these speakers come back. A lot of these women come back talking about their experience. Tomorrow in the summit, we're going to have all the Emmy goddesses come back and talk about what it was like to step up, stand up and speak up and show up and be in that arena. And what was it like for them? And how did it happen for them? And so Carol will be doing the exact same thing. So we're super excited to spend some time live, right? Live together. So thank you again. Let's do a round of applause. Shake, shake, shake. Shake, shake, shake. Rattle. That was amazing. And so look, if you hadn't heard, we're doing something really beautiful over here at 262. There is a lot of women that are not only standing up, speaking up, and showing up. There's a lot of women that have put their name in the book. If you don't know and you haven't heard, we made the announcement when we came back for the Emmys that we still have about 40 spots left in the book. Those pages are being held by incredible women of history, and they are holding space for you or a woman that you think that needs to be here. How incredible to be in a book that's being given out at not only the Emmys and the Oscars, but all sorts of book launches that we're doing. And what a gift, right? What a gift to share pages, powerful pages with the women that you're seeing here today. All the speakers that have shared, if you go back up in the chat, you're going to see all these wonderful free gifts for you for the taking. Please take them. Please thank them. Please share with them. Please go on to the 262 Facebook page. We have one that's open for public. There's over 500 people there that you can share time and business with. And please do a reach out to the speakers and thank them for spending their time with us today. If it has filled you, and there's been so many prizes given away. But one of the most exciting things that we're doing now is because all these crazy, incredible women are standing up and speaking up and showing up and changing the world. And they're like, thank you for giving me an opportunity to be in this book. And I'm going to do my own. And we're like, yeah, you are, sister. Yeah, you are, sister. So at the end of every summit going forward, not tomorrow, because it was a day that was cut a little early to be in New York, but Kathy's going to New York for us. Woohoo! Thank you, Kathy Holt. You know what I mean? So we have a incredible event that's going to happen in just about 2 minutes. And if you are an author of a book, if you have written your own solo book and you want to utilize the power of the 262 world to be able to have your book launch, well, at the end of every summit going forward, you have that opportunity because it is a big deal. It is a big deal. I wrote that today. I was like, what's my message want to be? You're kind of a big deal. Like every single one of you, you're kind of a big deal. And people need to know what you think. People need to know what you know. You know what? It's crazy how much we all know and we don't share it. You hear these incredible women going, oh my gosh, my grandmother this, my mother that. People need to know those things. They need to write that down. They need to share them. And so I'm super excited because I have had the opportunity. I haven't known Mary for a long time, a year plus. I guess we started this party in 2023. Some cool woman put us together. Probably was Carmel. I think we hit it. Probably was Carmel. I don't know. Maybe it was Joyce. I don't know. I'm seeing your family all pop up here. And I'm not talking about your blood family. I'm talking about your family. I'm talking about your support family. And I had the opportunity to meet Mary, and we've had lots of conversations, right, about what to share on stage and and I have just seen her blossom and grow. And it's been incredible. So let me introduce you to Chef Mary, who is going to have her formal book launch right here, right now on the 262 stage with these incredible women that are super excited for you. And we're excited for you. It's a big deal. It is not easy to do your book. You know why? Because you got to be accountable. You got to make the time. You got to write it. You got to ask people what they think. You got to put the words, and then you got to change the words, and you got to do all that stuff. Even in an anthology, I'm in an anthology right now because I support the industry. So I'm like, just say yes, right? So just say yes. And I'm like, how many words do I have to do? Right. And you're like, oh, wow. Okay, let's stay up later. Let's get up earlier. That's good. You know what? Some people go, does it bother you to take planes everywhere I go? No, I can get my stuff done. The stuff you say yes to that you shouldn't be saying yes to. But congratulations, Miss Chef Mary. And So, she cans, da, 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 da. Let's look at, this is your formal book launch. And let me tell you, Miss Mary Lummerding, Kitchen Chaos. Look at this beautiful book, Culinary Bliss. When you sent it to me, I was like, oh my gosh, it's so beautiful. Maybe tell us a little bit about yourself for those that don't know you. Tell us how you got into cooking. Give us some story, my friend.
Thanks, Deb. Thanks for having me here. And hi, everybody. It's great to see so many wonderful women here. And how did I get into cooking? Well, my mom didn't like cooking every day. She had 5 kids, and the day-to-day cooking was not her thing. She did have some wonderful special meals at New Year's. She used to enjoy making cream puffs. They were really good. And she'd make double size pork chops that were stuffed. And so she had her specialties, but she didn't like the day-to-day. She had 3 daughters, so we ended up cooking a few times for her. My dad wasn't always pleased because he wanted his meat, potatoes, and vegetables. When my sister turned out some yellow potatoes, he wasn't too thrilled. They were supposed to be white, but she put some food coloring in it to liven it up. Yeah, and so I developed my cooking that way. My summer jobs were cooking. I lived near a beach resort in Southern Ontario near Grand Bend. So I started out flipping hamburgers and making milkshakes and soft cones. Then I got to move on to a local playhouse and cooked all day for the actors. That was a lot of fun. They were great. And then I was figuring out what to do after high school. I decided I could make a living with cooking, and I moved to Toronto from the country and attended George Brown College, took culinary management for 2 years, had some time at the Sheridan Hotel in Toronto and also at Banff Springs Hotel. Got to do a summer there, and it was just a lot of fun. It was really interesting. Then I moved from Toronto, lived with my sister in Victoria, and worked for 10 years professionally cooking, and learned a lot. Worked at the acclaimed Herald Street Cafe in Victoria, and they made everything. They made their own bread, their own pasta. It was Mediterranean based. So it just blossomed. And then I had time off to raise my son, and I taught him to cook. And if his Zoom is working, you might get to hear from him later. But yeah, I just developed ways to make cooking easier because you're busy when, and I don't always want to cook every day either. So I would figure out ways to make it easier and more fun. It has to be fun. It has to be interesting.
Awesome. That's a great story. That is a great story. And I know that when we talk about, let's talk to you about your book, Habits. So we talked about your book, and we've talked many times, and you've spoke on our stage a number of times. And you have a real passion for why it's important for people to cook for themselves. You may not want to cook every night. Apparently you don't either. Thank you for sharing that. We'll appreciate your honesty. But what is it that happens for someone? What happens in the process of when they're making their own food that you can share with us?
Well, you have to be skilled. You have to know how to cook. You have to have the food in your refrigerator or on the shelf, and you have to have the space to work in the kitchen. And if you don't have that kind of thing, then you end up not feeling like cooking. And we do takeout and delivery, and that's just, there's generations of people now that don't cook. They're just starting from boiling water. They don't know how to do anything. So it's a way of helping people to get started cooking. You can't just hand them a pile of recipes and say, okay, go home and cook. And they open the cupboard, or there's nothing there. So you go back to ordering in.
Right. Well, I would imagine learning how to cook would make you feel more confident. I think learning how to cook so you can teach how to cook, you know? So like you said,
Yeah.
there's been multi-generations of people that don't know how to cook, and that's just kind of gone down the pipeline. I would imagine it would be healthier. And my goodness, I imagine, I don't know because I don't go out every night for food. Yes, when you did this, it must be very expensive. And I would imagine it takes a toll on the body, not only from a nutritional standpoint, but from an accessibility standpoint, like, you know, being able to feed yourself when you need to feed yourself and all of that. So can you talk a little bit about the nutritional part of why it's important to learn? I mean, this is really a teaching book as well. It's not just, it's about organizing. It's about supplies for mealtime. Like this is really a fundamental book on that.
Yes, the nutrition part, the food that you buy has a lot of salt. It has a lot of chemical. That's how it stays preserved. And if you can buy original ingredients like fruit and vegetables and you know, a little bit of meat if you cook with meat, and it's just much healthier for you, and your energy is going to be much better. But also the process of cooking, you know, going into the kitchen and cutting and dicing and slicing your food, you have a connection with your food, you know, and then you share it with people. You invite neighbors or friends or family, and also the kids, and invite your kids in to cook with you, you know, whether it's your own kids, grandkids. It helps them to be independent. It helps. And then if they go off and live on their own, they can invite their friends in and have like an appetizer night or for their movie night, you know, instead of going and buying everything at the store. It's just a way of creating a community for ourselves, which, you know, we're losing. We're getting very nuclear, and we want to be able to include other people in our lives, and food's the way to do it. Just feed people.
When you were talking, that was, I was exactly thinking about that community. I know that, you know, I've done a lot of years of Ayurveda, and my Ayurvedic teacher is an incredible woman. And I remember I used to have 18 staff, and it was a tough year. And I was like, you know, I'm not going to be able to give them the bonuses that I thought that I was going to give them. So instead of spending the money to go out, I want to still be able to give them the same bonus, but I'm going to have to cook at home to do that. And she's like, Deb, in our world, the biggest gift is cooking for somebody else. And I never stopped cooking from that point on. They loved it because they got their bonus. And but it also created this really great community. And like I was sharing earlier, some of the best parties are in the kitchen, but I think they're also around the table of food that's happening at events, not only because the food's good, and I imagine your food must be amazing, but I mean, there's something very communal about gifting someone, making a meal for someone. Someone's going through a hard time. I remember in our neighborhood when someone had a baby, we'd be like, you know, someone would make their dinner this night, the next house would make the dinner the next night. There's something really beautiful and kind that happens around food.
Yeah, when you find out that someone's really sick or just under the weather or just had a baby, you know, imagine showing up at the step with a casserole or, you know, a bag of groceries for them. How welcoming that would feel. And it's a wonderful gift for people.
Well, talking about wonderful gifts for people, I think this is a wonderful gift, but tell us the kitchen chaos to culinary bliss, organize and enjoy cooking. Can you share with us a little bit about what's special about this book? What's different about this cookbook?
I developed the concept for the book from the fact that people are given recipes and they still don't cook for themselves because they're not organized in the kitchen. And my book is based on getting organized in the kitchen, making sure that there's workspace available. I think you mentioned before the keys in the mail goes onto the kitchen counter. And I said, well, get a tray, put the keys in the mail on the tray. And then when it's time to cook, you just pick up the tray and move it. Not all the little bits and pieces that are on the counter. you know, and someone else told me, well, I have all these bowls and platters that I don't use very often in my kitchen, and I don't have room for the food I bring home from the store. I said, well, move those things to further away from your kitchen so that you have room for the tools and the food and be able to store it. Because once again, it has to be simple and easy. And that's why I wrote the book, to, you know, a lot of entrepreneurs, they're teaching things that are normal for them. But other people don't think of that, you know? And so I just put together all these ideas. I did include a few of my recipes because I want to show how easy it can be. One of my favorites is the fish in a packet. And you just take a piece of parchment paper. You can put some greens like spinach on the bottom with some chopped onion and garlic. Put the piece of fish on top, close it up, put it in the oven on a tray for probably 20 minutes at about 325 Fahrenheit. And I don't know what that is in Celsius, I'm sorry. But, and then when you open it up, just smell it. It just smells fabulous. You know, and on top of the fish, you could put a sprinkle of smoked paprika, a little bit of salt and pepper, maybe some garlic powder. And yeah, just smell it when it comes out. You know, and while that's cooking, just cook a little bit of pasta and then toss the pasta in the juice from the fish. And you've got dinner. There's your protein, vegetable, and your starch. And there's almost no dish. Yeah, salmon, halibut, cod. I think just about any fish you could do that. And it would be about a 1/2 inch, 3/4 inch thick. And if it's a little bit thicker, you can make it thinner or just give it a bit more time cooking. But yeah, that's in the book.
Yeah, as you talk about it, and she described it, didn't you guys like experience it? Like when she went like this, didn't you experience and feel like you were smelling it? And I think you talked about that very much, like the relationship to your food when you make it yourself and nutritional. You know, I know people that have like, you know, chanted. Someone talked about chanting earlier, chanted while they cook, sing while they cook. And when he's talking about, you know, the idea of like people that put their keys and their paper on their kitchen counter and just putting a platter, that was me. I'm like, I come in and I throw my mail on the kitchen counter, right? And then thank God I have 3 counters, like, you know, not big counters, but enough that I can make my meal. But she's like, that, you know, don't use your kitchen as your office if that's you.
Possible. Yeah.
But look, let's hear about some cool things about you from some people. I'm going to pick on someone that I know knows you. Hello, Miss BC Bike Race, Mrs. Carmel. Like, what?
I can't rename myself, and I don't know why.
Well, it's okay. We look at, if you look behind you, it's kind of appropriate. It's not a big guess for us. We're not like, oh, who could she be talking about? But Carmel, I know that you know Mary, and you knew her before the book, and you know her now. So I just thought I'd give you an opportunity to share something about Mary or share something about the book, or you go do you. I know that you love her too.
Well, I had the privilege of editing to some degree Mary's book. I know she got assistance from a publisher as well. And what I love about the book and about Mary generally is like it's very practical. It's really a guide to someone who, you know, to help you organize your kitchen, to help make things efficient, to, you know, and as a single parent, efficiency is something that I have learned to treasure. And so I love that the guidance that she offers in this book is really how to make cooking fun and easy. And it goes right down to, yes, organizing your kitchen. What do you keep in the kitchen? What do you keep, you know, a little further away? You know, planning out your meals, figuring out all of that stuff. Like, it's just, it's a really lovely guide that probably I wish I'd had earlier in life. I had to do it the hard way.
No, that's awesome. Thank you. Thank you for sharing. And Joyce, you had to know I was gonna tag on you next. I'm sure you knew that. I'm sure you knew that. And I know that you know Mary as well. So maybe share a few words. This is such a congratulatory evening.
Yes, congratulations, Mary. This has been such a something that you've been working on for the past year. I know that there's been ups and downs, roller coasters, like any entrepreneur, especially writing a book. So kudos to you for just completing it, getting it done. It's on the Amazon booksellers list, so that's wonderful. Something about Mary is that I don't really like to cook either, or maybe I'd like to cook, but I'm just not organized. So this is something that's great. And when Mary offers these simple tips, it just makes it sound so easy that anybody can do it, right? And so that's what I like about it, because I don't think I'm just not a very exciting cook. I just like simple things, get the food there, and that's all I want to do. And Mary provides a lot of these tips that can help people do that. So I'm excited for you, Mary. So congratulations again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations. And now I don't know if Mark's here, Mary. I do see a Zoom user. And I don't know if Mark's here, if he wants to come on.
I don't know either. Mark,
Mark, is that
there.
you? Is that you? Yay, waving. Mark, did you want to say anything to your mom or tell us any stories she doesn't want you to tell us? Are you? Oh, we can't
Unmute
hear.
again.
Unmute a little bit there.
Can you unmute him? There we go.
There you go. He's
Oh,
unmuted
there.
himself. Hey, nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you too.
All right. So what was it like growing up with your mom? She said that you guys did some cooking together?
Oh yeah, I started with her, and then she finishes it. That was the best way to go when you're a kid, right?
Yeah.
Parents start with the parents, and when the hard work comes, you run and watch TV, and ding, ding, ding. Oh, dinner. The cookies are done, or the cake's done. Oh, that was a good cake. Oh, yeah, that was good times.
Awesome. Do you have any cooking story or any kind of story that you want to share about your mom that's kind of cool? Was there a favorite thing that she taught you how to make that you haven't forgotten about, or?
One was turkey surprise.
My face.
Tough
Well,
one.
tell us what's turkey surprise? Tell us turkey surprise.
What was that? That was a long time. That was back when I was in Victoria.
You don't still make it?
Oh, onions, mushrooms. Oh, that's cool.
Hi, Grandma.
Oh,
Auntie
that's
Pat.
a long time.
Pat, Grandma.
Oh my God.
Well, turkey
Yeah,
surprise started when I would start with ground turkey. And then, of course, the basics are celery and onion and mushroom. And anything else was a surprise, whether it was served with rice or potatoes for a starch, and any other vegetables that were in the fridge. So that's what we called turkey surprise.
Oh, well, that's a great title for a parent because it lets you off the hook, right? It's like,
yes.
How many other surprises did you eat, Mark? Like,
I made too many. I made a lot of them because it was efficient at work to eat it quickly. So that's what I used to make all the time. But I never got bored of it. So just kept doing that. And it worked. Then I just changed to here, this and that. And in Quebec, I tried the ham and eggs, onions, mushrooms, rice with the frozen vegetables. That worked out great for work and eating at home and eating at work. That was quick and efficient. Just shove that down the throat and get going and back to work, or get stuff done at home. I don't really aim for flavor too much for the sauce part. I just find foods that go well together and just eat it and go. I don't really think of much of anything else.
no, but that's amazing. I think we're all proud when we know that there's something that we've taught the next generation and they can handle that on their own. I think that it's fantastic. And Mary, you talked about there's a lot of families that are doing the whole takeout thing and they're not sharing that time together or passing that on.
That's right.
Well, the funny thing about that, takeout and stuff, my old job in Victoria, there was a few people that would get sick and they would say, oh, maybe I got food poisoning. Maybe I shouldn't do takeout.
There you go. There's a testimonial. Thank you so much, Mark. Okay, Mark, before we let you go, what is your favorite meal that your mom made for you? Put the turkey surprise aside. And it could be a cake, a cookie, or what have you.
I go with ribs.
Okay.
That
All
was
right.
good. Ribs and chicken thighs.
All right.
That was
Ribs and chicken.
delicious. Yeah.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you so
Yeah.
much for sharing. And stay on. Don't leave. Mary, is there anything that you want to share with us around the decision about writing a book, or what you had to do for yourself to make that happen?
Yeah, my she's
I'll
gone.
come right back.
She's coming back.
All right, we'll see you when you come
visiting
back.
her. So the book, it was a way of putting down all of the information that was scrambling around in my head. I call it a big brain dump. I'm surprised that only 3% of people really write a book, because I just found it a release for all of the information that was running around. Now I can move on to other things and expand my repertoire of recipes, or use the book as a starting place for talking to people and getting the word out, sharing the word about the value of cooking, and back to the entrepreneur thing. It's a good break from work. If you're taking a break from work during the day, go and chop your vegetables and do some preparation. And then when it's time to make dinner, half of the work's already done. And you can just toss it into a fry pan, toss it around with a bit of meat, cook your rice or potatoes, and you've got dinner, So for entrepreneurs, it's very easy. So.
Fantastic.
Oh,
well,
Pat's
yeah,
back. This is my sister-in-law, and I'm
well,
standing in her
Pat, come on,
quilting room.
tell us some stories about Mary, and we're congratulating her tonight. She's
Well,
probably, talk to us.
I bought Mary's book and I've read it. I've been married for 52 years. And I just thought there was so much in it that was so interesting. And I would be going through it and I'd go, oh, I do that. Oh, I do that. But when I started cooking, I didn't do those things. It's all hit and miss and things you learn as you go along and stuff. And I bought 4 more and I'm giving them to my granddaughters for Christmas. And they're going to get it so that they, because they're all just learning to cook. And there's some good ideas in it. So, yeah. And that's what I'm doing. And I was talking to a few ladies at my Quilt Guild meeting today, and I was telling them about it. And they said they were going to go to Amazon and get some for their grandkids. So just, putting a little plug in for my sister-in-law here.
No. But I'm hoping that someone's putting in the chat your Amazon link, because that's important. It is the holiday season. I imagine some people are going to be cooking or attempting to cook.
Mm-hmm.
So, and of course, we just love to support sisters supporting each other. I kind of want to open the room a little bit, Mary, if you're comfortable with that. If there's anyone that wants to say anything, either about writing a book, giving Mary a congratulations live like this, or any cooking question or what have you. Carol.
I just want to say, first of all, Mary, congratulations. And this is so very cool. I loved that you shared. You're so glad you did it, because you were able to get out all this wonderful information, share it with people. And now you get to do another book, maybe. Very cool. Congratulations. And there's nothing like gathering for a meal.
Yep.
And thank God my husband cooks. I'm going to get the book for him.
Yeah. Get the book. That's a stocking stuffer. Thank you so much, Carol. Anybody else want to share anything or do a congratulations? Yay. Hello, Janice.
Hello, Deb. Hello, everybody. Oh, man, it feels really good to be here with all of you. And I don't usually show up at summits, but I had to come for Mary's book. So Mary and I, we worked together for many years. In fact, I worked in a special unit, and I went down to the second floor. I was up on 5 and was looking for somebody to ask to come up there. And the universe, I wandered over to Mary's pod and I went, oh yeah, let's ask her. And she came up and we got to work side by side for years. And oh, I didn't know that was happening. So I love your book, Mary. There was so much, it's one of those books that you can pick up and read once and then grab it when you want to go cook and sort out what you want to do. Like in the morning, you read and figure out how to put the shopping list together, how to shop in the damn grocery store, and how to put it all together. And then you include a couple of recipes at the back of the book. And I looked at those and realized that you had put all of it step by step. And I was, it's a beautiful thing to offer to new people who don't know how to cook. Because you mentioned boiling water at some point, someone did. And I just thought, my sister for years had no idea even how to boil water. And we always teased her about it. So, there are probably a lot more people out there now that don't even know how to do that. And so I think this is a really important guide and book for everybody to have. Even me, because seriously, I did get a little motivated to go in my kitchen and cook. And I am definitely not interested in doing that very often. And I'd still prefer to have someone show up at my door and do the whole thing for me. So congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks, Dan.
Yeah.
That's awesome. And we applaud that. We applaud all of it. And I'm sure we do too. But I think you bring up a great point, Janice. First of all, lucky you that Mary was the pod that you came upon, because she's a beautiful soul. But I think the other thing is that I don't think we realize, those of us that know how to cook or was taught how to cook, or our parents didn't, so we had to, whatever it was, I don't think that we realize how many people out there don't know how to cook, right? And sometimes if the parent was doing all the cooking, the child never had the opportunity to. I imparted and let my children share in that, because why have all the fun? You know what I mean? And taught them how to cook, and I'm like, you can survive. But it's surprising more and more. And I think that, Mary, your book has a not, I don't want to say double edged like a knife, but I want to say that two things. One is it helps people that organize so that they can cook more efficiently. Yep. I mean, be more proficient at it. But other, it recognizes that some people need those fundamentals on things like when you said someone doesn't know how to boil water. It was really interesting. I remember sitting across from one of my dearest friends of 40 years. And it occurred to me that I was always the house that people came to eat. And I said to her, I said, you need to make me dinner. And she's like, you're going to have to teach me. I go, teach you what? She goes, I don't know how to make spaghetti sauce. And I'm like, you got a jar? You know what I mean? But no, the point is that was not, that stressed her out. Right. And what comes easy to some people can be some people's nemesis, and we don't realize
That's
that.
right.
So,
Yeah.
right.
Also, in the remarks, I saw something about an air fryer. I don't go for all the different gadgets. There's that 12-in-1 and the air fryer. First of all, I don't have the space in my kitchen. I have a fairly small kitchen. And I do fine with my pots. I was able to buy some pots from my mother-in-law in their lifetime, and they're very good. And I don't need all those little gadgets. I do enjoy my my little oven, my toaster oven. And that's about the only gadget. My husband brought home a rice cooker. I don't like it. My rice doesn't turn out in the rice cooker. It turns out in the pot. So I've gone back to the pot, and the rice cooker is sitting on the back of the shelf.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Everybody's got their thing, right?
Yes.
Does anyone else have anything to say? Kathleen?
I do, Mary. I just love you, and I love that you've made this book for us. And I can tell you, as somebody who has those gadgets, I think I bought each one thinking this is going to make me a better cook.
Yep.
So far, that's not worked. I'm also lucky, like Carol, that my husband sort of cooks for us to survive, because I'll tell anybody my favorite meal is anything anybody else makes me. But you can scramble me an egg and I'm going to be grateful. and that's the way it is. But I do love the kitchen, you know, and I grew up being my mom's sous chef. And I just thought I could never compete with her because she could just throw anything together so quick and so beautiful, and it was always delicious. So, but when my younger son called just a couple years ago and said, "Hey, so how do I hard boil this egg?" I thought, oh, I have really done this child a disservice. So I put your link to your book in the chat so everybody
Yes,
can
thank
grab
you.
it. And I'm going to grab it because he's getting that book for Christmas. So, thank you. Congratulations on your
Thank you,
success.
Kathleen.
Super
Yeah,
awesome.
someone else in the remarks asked if it was a good book for teenagers, and yeah, my sister-in-law Pat is buying them for her grandchildren. They're
Oh,
various ages. It's very simple. It's a guide. It's short, so they're not going to be intimidated by a great big, thick, heavy book full of recipes. It's just a few ideas. And someone who I asked to review the book, she's a cook, and she actually learned something from the book, that I like having a container, a yogurt container or something on the counter, and you can put your compost and garbage into it, and then it's a lot easier to clean up at the end of while it's cooking. So, you know, there's always little things that you can tweak and make it a little bit easier. And we haven't even touched on music.
Well, before we touch on music, I want to see if there's anything else that anyone wants to say, or is there anyone that wants to put their hand up? Or if you can't for whatever reason, is there a message that you want to put into the chat that you'd like Mary to answer, or anything before we talk about music? Does anyone want to put their hand up and say anything else? No. All right. Well, Mary, let's talk about music.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was talking to someone about cooking. She said, yeah, it's okay, I do it. And I said, well, do you turn on music? And she said, no, that's a good idea. That would help make it a little bit nicer. And also I advocate having different playlists, one for cooking, which I find Tina Turner is really great, or Bruno Mars, and one for eating. We like Old Blues. It's quite mellow, and or the mellow rock and roll. And then for cleaning, you needed something a little bit more stimulating as well. So I advocate having different genres of music so that you can enjoy each step.
Well, I that's a great idea. I'm sure me and Kathy are like, oh yeah, Kathy, have you cooked to some music before? I think that's a great idea. Fantastic. All right. Well, there you go. Someone else said that was a great idea. So we're all going to have to put on the 262 Facebook. I'd love for you to do a shout out for Mary there. I'd love for you to put your favorite meal, and I'd love for you to put what music that you decided to cook your next meal to. That would be amazing. Mary, is there anything else that we need to know about this amazing book? Is there anything else that you want to share with us about your experience of writing the book, taking it to market? And what else have you got on your agenda for us?
Well, my friend Janice has been putting links in the chat, and one of them, my gift to everybody, is a free workshop on Sunday, November 24th at 12 o'clock Pacific time. And I will demonstrate and talk about different tools in the kitchen, and also a question and answer period. And then my one time is 1 hour with Chef Mary, and that can be broken into 2 30-minute periods. We can cook together. We can plan your next big meal, whether you're doing Christmas dinner or New Year's, we can plan that out. So 60 minutes with a chef, and we can talk about cooking.
Now, is that a gift that you're giving for today if I ask a question? Or
yes.
Okay, that's good, because you'd have been very busy. I'm like, you're not
Yeah,
gonna have
it's
time
not
to cook.
going to everybody.
If you wouldn't have had time to cook if you gave it to everybody here. And then don't forget, we're streaming, so goodness knows how many people are watching this right now. You're like, you're doing takeout for the holidays if you gave that to everybody. You gave that to everybody.
but the workshop
Fantastic.
is for everybody.
Fantastic. Well, look, we're so proud of you. We're so proud of you for what you've done. And we want you to keep us posted on what you're doing. Please feel to share as much as you can on the 262 and keep us inspired. And again, I'm serious, if everybody can put their favorite, I talked about my favorite childhood food was grilled cheese and tomato soup. It's not what I eat now, but it was what I ate then. And this is your last chance. Is there anyone that wants to do a shout out or ask a question of Mary before we give her incredible private session away? Now I've seen a lot of congratulations. I've seen Carol's got a book. I've got people that have already gotten the book. Oh wow. Janice's mom made the best cherry something. I can't see the
cheesecake.
Rest. Cheesecake. Ooh, honey, any cheesecake. I'm all in for cheesecake. When they made, dairy-free cheesecake, I was like, there is a God. There is a God. I was like, yay. All right. Mary, any famous last words? And as you do that, I'd love to hear one of your favorite meals. What is one of your favorite meals? And maybe close us out, and then I'll give you a prize away.
One of my favorite meals is called Ciopino, and that's Ciopino, something like that. And it's basically a broth with a lot of seafood in it, and the vegetables. It's just a one-pot meal that's very easy to prepare, and that's one of my favorites. And also a bit of nice sliced sausage for flavor, added flavor. So fresh. You could have scallops and clams and mussels. How's that sound?
That sounds great.
We should be neighbors.
I think I've had that. I think I've had that in an Italian restaurant before. Yeah, it's an Italian restaurant with red broth, and they've got all these.
Yes.
Yeah, it was just full of seafood, and it was.
Yeah, I had one in the local pub.
There you go. And if all doubt, go to the pub. Emily, as I'm thinking of a pretty cool question, how about you share your favorite meal, or is there anything that you want to add to this?
Yeah, for sure. I am actually plant-based, so I have had to explore a lot more with food recently because it was a lot easier. My family grew up very much with like meat and potatoes on your plate. And I got sick, long story short, ended up plant-based, very happy with that now. And the very first time I started making plant-based meals, my partner was like, oh, okay. And I think I had no flavor to it was what I was told. So now I am like, love recipes. So I absolutely love this book. I am completely in the kitchen, like, please someone tell me exactly what to do. You want 1 teaspoon, I will give you 1 teaspoon. You want an exact cup, I will give you that, So I am so grateful for people like you that are making recipe books because there is flavor back in my food. So I think I wrote one of my favorite is like a peanut stir fry, like a peanut sauce on anything, honestly, is really my favorite there. So so thank you. And I'm sure, honestly though, I even say too, things don't have to be plant-based recipes. At this point, I know how to like swap out so good, so I can still take advantage of all these beautiful sauces and things like that are in all these recipe books, because I just switch the protein out or something. So yeah, something for everybody.
Thank you. So look at the one. So put the answer and your email, and you're going to win some time with Chef Mary. And she talked about music, and she gave 3 different artists' names that she enjoyed cooking with. So put one of those names and your email address, and you are going to win, if you are the winner, the time to spend with her privately. And again, she has an incredible cooking class that she is giving away. And if you want that information, please just in the chat, let her know that you'd like more information about learning more about cooking. And so that's amazing. So thank you so much, Mary. Congratulations once again on this incredible book launch. It's a really big deal. And everybody, you're kind of a big deal. Everyone's a big deal at 262. And we are going to wrap up now. So I want to thank everyone for being here, and those that have been here from the beginning, those that are a part of it, those that cheer on, those that are on the sidelines, those that are taking stage. We've given lots of opportunities today to come be on the stage and come be in the book. and join us. We are doing this again tomorrow. Please join us. There's going to be more prizes, more gifts, more incredible women, and just come, show up, and receive. And if there's something that someone said that inspired you and motivated you, take action on it. If you need to reach out to us, please do. We're here for you. If you want to be connected to a speaker that you don't remember their name, we're here for you for that as well. And until we see you till tomorrow, continue to stand up, speak up, and show up in your business and personal lives. So thank you. Thank you, Kathleen, for popping back on. Thank you, Mary, for being just the rock star. Thank you to everyone who spoke today and behind the scenes and in front of the scenes. And with that being said, Emily's going to hit a little button. We're going to see the exit video, and I wish you all a good night. What does International Women's Day mean to you?
A global hive of queen bees. And these queen bees include all the moms and grandmas that came before us, and also the women and girls of today and tomorrow.
I guess I would just sort of like, if you were going to pick a couple words, I'd say solidarity, sustainability, empowerment.
It acknowledges and celebrates the gifts, talents, and achievements of women around the globe. And I see it as an opportunity for women as part of a global sisterhood to uplift, inspire, and empower and encourage one another.
I don't care where you are. I got you, girl. I'm going to support you. I'm going to love you. And hey, no matter what you do, I'm going to love you despite who you are or what you are. I'm going to love you.
International Women's Day movement is an honoring of all the women throughout the world who are working so tirelessly to change their situations, their communities, become change agents and empower other women to do the good work they need to do.
Community and having champions within that community. Many of us are entrepreneurs, and when you become an entrepreneur, boy, do you need a community of women to lift you up.
Well, cheers. Thank you so much for joining us and having a cheers, a glass of wine, a hello. Welcome to the 262 Women Project. Thank you so much. 262 women, entrepreneurs, ultrapreneurs, creatives, and media, rock legacy and tell all book. This project started with a book. And then while I was sitting on my late night couch office one day, a movie got presented to me, and I got very told to watch the movie, and I did. And it was the life story of one of the most incredible women that has dedicated her life to women's accessibility. And I got a very clear download, if you'd want to say, or message that we needed to incorporate more into this project. And there birthed 22 summits of women coming together from all over the world, a world global accessibility event where anyone in the world that was a woman or someone who supported women could come for free and just download their own inspiration and innovation from everyone that was sharing. It's incredible, and it's been incredible. And thousands and hundreds of thousands and millions of women's lives have been changed due to this. And we had to be the first project to ever release what we call Sip and Summit. Sip and read, sip and book, sip and join in. And we launched this incredible wine club for people like you to be able to enjoy and participate. You may not have been to anything that we've done, but by purchasing the wine, you have supported and contributed to that message of having an incredible day where women all over the world get to be united in solidarity, whether they're in each other's company or in each other's country or in each other's energy. So thank you so much. I want to cheers to you. If you are a woman who supports a woman, happy International Women's Day, and may that be every day. Treat yourself special every day with a little something. All right, ladies, we will see you back here tomorrow. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you for showing up. Bye for now.
Thank you. And thank you, Deb. I'll see you tomorrow.